stay awake. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Falling
just want to tell you it's alright. While I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind. And I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the page to the right, face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rewriting every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you owe me.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rewriting every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire heartless sinners out to play. Beneath the shadowed veil, upon the meek they pray. Fight to survive, let no one seal our fate. Nowhere to hide from these wicked games. From these wicked games. From these wicked games. Futile struggle, lights begin to fade. There's no escaping from these wicked games. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Assemble our armies. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Nowhere to run. Souls fall before our eyes. Stand up and fight. We're fighting for our lives. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Why will we not want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the wolves. She'll never be back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you
just counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future.
Too deep in my feelings. What is remained of the past? I wonder what the deal is, and if there's no looking back. I feel the sky turning somber. It's over.
turning somber. It's over. It's over. Somber. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Somber. It's over. It's over. It's over.
I'm riding free from the cage full of lies. Are they gonna say I won't make it? I'm sorry that you feel that way, feel that way. I'm a champion. No, I ain't afraid to take a hit, babe. Put it in my face, you can hate me. I'm sorry that you feel that way, feel that. Sorry that you feel that way. Like I care, like I'm here to bring you down. Like the air that I'm breathing will be around. I'm sorry that you feel that. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm a lion, free from the cage full of lies. Are they gonna say I won't make it? I'm sorry that you feel that way, feel that way. I'm a champion. No, I ain't afraid to take a hit, babe. Put it in my face, you can hate me. I'm sorry that you feel that way, feel that. Sorry that you feel that way.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here at the EMEA Golden Spatula. It is day 2. My name is still Makes, and today I'm joined by Alan and Stuart. I hope you guys are feeling fantastic this morning. We of course had some great competition thus far. But Stuart, how have you been feeling about what we saw just yet?
I mean, it's been exciting. That's an understatement, really. I think day 1 was such a blast with so many surprises, so much expectations coming into this as being one of the most broad and exciting regionals that we've had for quite some time. And it lived up to that expectation. I'm super excited to get day 2 underway.
Alan, buddy, it's been a while. I know you usually hate watching a little bit. Yesterday, only love watching aloud. Are you gonna stay true?
No promises. I mean, I have to sprinkle a bit of my magic in here.
All right. Well, yesterday we already said bye to 8 of our players. The bottom 8 were unfortunately already eliminated, but today there is more in store, Ellen. What's going to go down?
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, 8 got out. We have 24 players left over still, and those players they were gathering points on day 1, and obviously those carry in the day 2. So whoever got ahead, they are certainly happy. However, the players at the bottom need to do some catching up after all. Afterwards, we'll have 6 games today total. After those, we'll have a final cut to the top 8, 16 being out. And we'll probably have some few Tactician Crown participants already established at the end of the day. Okay, let's go over day 1. Stuart, what's your overall impressions so far of that?
Yeah, as I was briefly mentioning, I think we came into this regionals with not a lot of expectations. I think it was very open with both the meta and also the players as well. Not really a lot of people knew what to expect. And I think coming into it, with all of us being in an open mind, I think it's great to see that we've had so much experiment, so much possibilities in day number 1 with players like Jedusor coming out with over 40 points in day number 1, which was absolutely mind-blowing. To be fair, very rarely you get a player coming out of day number 1 with over 40 points, but a lot of surprises. Of course, the French wall as well, which we've been seeing not in the top 8, so a lot of surprises in general as we take a look at that day 1 standings.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it all already. Just a quick reminder that at the bottom here, the bottom 8 are already eliminated. They did not make it to day number 2, but everybody else still stands a fighting chance. And of course, some more than others as we are looking towards that first page of our standings. You are going to be seeing the top performers like you mentioned there. Jedusor definitely making an impression here in day 1, but everybody else is not too far off, Alan.
I mean, absolutely. Except the Jedusor, rest is pretty much in a fair fighting point where people are not that much ahead of each other. So we'll see a bloodbath for those points, while saying 0-7 to the fellow bottom 8 players. But hey, not everybody can make it. This is like the peak of the competition. So absolutely, if someone didn't have much of a chance to participate in day 2, doesn't mean they did poorly. It's just like everybody are so good at this point.
And I think, as Alan was mentioning, because the points carry over from day number 1 to day number 2 as well, for the players sitting near the bottom that only just scraped it, getting into day number 2, they need to come in fighting today to try and make it into day number 3.
They absolutely did, but at the same time, there are some bonus objectives, so to say, because Stuart, you've been milling over the numbers. You thankfully did the math. Talk to us a little bit about how the qualifier points are looking right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the qualifier points can be pretty complicated in terms of who's going to actually make it to the Tactician's crown. But I wanted to highlight the top 3 players specifically, being Lococo, Kevin Parker, and Lalana. Now that we're into day number 2 now, this is really the pinnacle day for all of these players. But for players like Lococo, Lalana, and Kevin Parker, who already have a lot of qualifier points, for someone like Lococo, if today he finishes above 19th place, he guarantees his spot into the Tactician's crown. The same with Lalana getting 14th and above, and Kevin Parker being 10th above. Now, this is a minimum. Note that these players can still make it to Tactician's Cup, even if they don't reach their above 19th rank. They don't reach these thresholds. But in general, these 3 players are 3 of the most likely players to make it to Tactician's crown through the qualifier points. But I just wanted to kind of give people an idea of what it's looking like now for these 3 players specifically, to see keep an eye on them throughout the day to see how they're cooking up.
On that quick note, I know we've been praising Coco pretty much since the start, but last set he needed only top 24 to make it to the Tactician crown. This time needs to be 19th. He has been so consistent in the results. However, last time he actually failed to do so. And hopefully this time the curse from the last set will be just lifted and he'll actually get in there, because he most definitely deserves it.
Are you trying to tell me you're love watching Lococo, Alan? Is that what I'm hearing here? A reverse caster jinx? A blessing, so to say?
Okay, listen. I can appreciate the true skill, and I'm a big fan of a proper preparation, because I know how hard it is and how much time consuming it is, and having a proper discipline and an esport player definitely gets into you sometimes. And once you get rewarded for it, it feels better.
All right. Well, somebody that's hopefully also feeling good this morning is Travis, who's going to join us here on the show for an interview. Hello, Travis.
Hello, guys.
How are
Hello.
you feeling? Everything good?
Yeah, everything good. I'm feeling
Perfect.
quite confident after tomorrow. After yesterday.
Okay.
I'm traveler.
Well, Into the Arcane has been a longer set now already. Of course, you as a player with a long competitive history have participated in many sets. How have you been feeling about this set, specifically the anomaly as a set mechanic and so on?
So you know I'm usually complaining, right? But like
Yes.
this set, it's so good. Like I can't even explain how good of a job they've done. Like the balance is point on. It's probably the best regionals patch we've had. Like the A patch was kind of bad, but let's not talk about it since they B patched it. Overall, the set is very fun. I don't think it's as good as set 6, but like it may be the second best set, I think. And it probably is the best regionals patch I remember.
So on that
Wow.
note, given how much you enjoy the parent one, so how much does it impact your actual performance? Because you are quite known whenever there is a like bad patch, it follows up your performance. So how do you feel it's established now?
I think the better the patch is, the better I do. It might be delusional, but like I do bad on patches like 1.4 sync.
Okay.
I mean, whittling down on like the meta itself, we saw in general Quick Strikers being very popular yesterday. You yourself had 2 games of Quick Strikers yesterday. What's your opinions on the composition? Because it's not only here in EMEA that Quick Strikers have been popular, also in Americas and in APAC. So do you think it's a strong default comp that a lot of players have gone towards, or is it something that you might feel is a bit overrated?
I think it's a good comp if you have high tempo. Like overall, playing it from Lustric feels weird, but one game I had Caretaker's Ally, so I just went tempo Akali. And the other one I had a good artifact and like the best augment for the comp, which is too much value.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Alan, I know you like playing what's strong, and obviously that is often the correct play, but is there any secret tech that you have prepared that you haven't been able to show us just yet?
That's Travis for you, like makes just misspoke.
Yes,
Wait, can
sorry.
you repeat the question? Because you said Alan and I got distracted.
Sorry. I know you're usually in favor of playing what's strong in the patch there, but is there any secret tech that you have prepared that you weren't able to show in day one just yet?
I don't think so. I think like my game 1 was my tech kind of like playing Chem Barons from a spot that not a lot of people would play. Not a lot of people would play Chem Barons from. It was a nice game.
Going more away from the meta, how do you feel about the overall decision of stat removal, and how did it impact you as a player? And like, what's the perspective from competitive standpoint, you from as a pro player?
I think it went much better than I expected. I thought it's like gonna be a huge difference of study groups and people that play alone, but I study like basically with no one. I just message some people sometimes, but like the main studying is just myself, and I've been doing fine, like more than fine, I guess. And it's not as bad as I would have thought. So like I'm fine staying without augment stats.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Yeah. And for yourself, Travis, this is your 5th regionals now in a row. Obviously, you've got your LAN victory already in your back pocket. Is this finally the time that you believe in yourself, that you can make it to your first Tactician's crown? Does that play on the back of your mind that you've been so consistent, but you still need to make that one step further?
I don't want to jinx it, so we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Maybe there was a small prediction in the opening of this interview when you said after tomorrow. But hey, we'll wait and see. We'll watch. Wish you best of luck, Travis. Anyone else you want to shout out before we let you go prepare for the start of the day?
Do I want to shout out? I mean, I'm gonna shout out myself this time. I hope I do good today.
Okay.
I respect it. Best of luck today, Travis. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Come on. Alan, it's close enough. It's close enough.
I don't try this.
Listen,
I don't know.
kind of based, no? That's some alpha move right
about
there.
it, it's a compliment, Alan.
Hey, we take
But
this
yeah, we do. Fantastic interview once more. I'm really curious on how Travis is going to do moving on throughout today. But there are more players that we thought were worth taking a little bit of a closer look at. So, Alan, why don't you talk to us about Chuso?
Absolutely. Like, the man needed some time. And absolutely, I think the time has been reached. Absolutely powerhouse now in the Spain, stepped up his game. He's starting day 2 with 32 points already. And going from set 12, where pretty much he struggled, he went to the set 13, where he's so consistent, not only at the top of the ladder, but also tournaments. And as his former teammate, I just want to mention how proud I am of all the work he actually put. Because again, it's not the easiest to perform when people are doubting you, but given how much Chuso prepped and stepped up the game, very happy to see. And I believe it's about the time to see his first appearance at the Tactician crown.
I'd love to see it for sure, but a player that is sitting on the same point score together with Noel and Chuso is High Pikachu. All of these players are currently sitting in a tie in 3rd spot on the overall points, and this is honestly a player that many people haven't even heard about before, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. High Pikachu coming in from the Turkey ladder, often disrespected as a ladder, but has consistency produced players that have been popping off, namely Darkest last set, making it all the way to 7th spot at the Tactician's crown. High Pikachu is looking to be in great shape and has been showing off fantastically all throughout yesterday, so if this trend continues, we might have yet another challenger from the Turkey region on our hand to represent EMEA.
And another unknown powerhouse as well is none other than Horo X, a player that has been performing in EMEA for a few sets now, but has also competed over in China in the TOC. And in the words of Tanner, our friend over in China, who gave us a post about Horo X as well, talking about how this is one of the best self-improving players, I should say, that he has ever seen, and a player that we should all keep our eyes out on, because not only is this his first regionals here in EMEA, but he's currently sitting in that top 8 bracket at the moment, trying to make sure that he can make a break into day number 3. But I have to say that Tanner is what I like all of us as well as caster cursors, that he also cursed Horo X as well at the same time, because just after Tanner did this tweet, Horo X went 6th and then 7th. So hopefully Tanner stays a little bit more quiet today on social media and Horo X can keep up the performance that he did at the start of yesterday.
Honestly, that's powerful. An international cross-continent caster curse, and Tanner has some power over there. But yeah, really, really cool to see the love, even though this time around it didn't work out in Horo's favor. I'm sure that is yet another player we'll need to keep an eye on moving forward. But we also are keeping an eye on our meta, and thankfully our stats guy Barry did all the checking of all the comms and came back to us with raw numbers. And if you ever want to see them yourself, you can check out Compete TFT over on Twitter. But we did want to give a quick little mention here on the Quick Strikers having a very high play count and a decent win rate on the overall. Now, because it's so much played by some players, you are seeing it drop off a little bit, but it was very surprising to us how well it has been doing for most of these players. Very, very interesting comp that has pretty much just popped up very recently, and because it is so versatile, has different power points. You can go for the TF, you can go for the Akali. In some weird situations, you can even go for a Nocturne. So I'm very, very excited to see more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But on second place in terms of play rate on the EMEA, we have also Academy. Keep that in the consideration that the comp requires of the specific items in the first 2 slots. to be considered by the pro players to be played. You need AD and tank items to even consider the line, because the main character of it is actually Ezreal. This unit on 2-star is essentially 4 cost, and if you can pair it up with like some Hurricane that would be a sponsor item, this guy becomes a beast. Do not mistake, the Heimer is not the unit you want to itemize here, and focus more so on exactly said Ezreal, main tank Eloy until you get one Loris perhaps, and just ignore completely Heimer, Corki secondary Jace, depends who are you getting, and then make sure you get some tank anomaly and you are good to go.
And maybe one of the most surprising, I guess you could say, results out of day number 1 is actually the Twitch in general with snipers. I think has been probably one of the worst performing compositions, not only in EMEA but also over in Americas and APAC. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of players actually go away from trying to play these AD comps like Twitch, trying to go more towards the Emissary with the Corki, which has been very, very popular. But Twitch in general, definitely underperforming today, as well as Zeri reroll.
Well, another comp I did just want to give a very quick shout out, because that average looking a mighty fine, but of course a lot of it plays into having the enabling emblems, and Force of Vertical, definitely something we'll need to look out for our players. But we did want to talk about Zeri as well, Stuart.
Oh yeah, Zeri has definitely again been very underperforming as well in terms of the average placement. I think that with the nerfs that came in with the B patch with Vanda in general has been very, very difficult for Zeri reroll to become a bit more popular. But we have seen yesterday players like Lusher still coming out with the win with Zeri reroll, so there still is a chance if you have the right spot.
Well, there is, of course, always more to be said on meta, but we're here all day, so we are going to be going over that as well. Just a quick reminder, in case games start and your screen goes a little bit dimmer, then the Twitch extension might be at work. You can click on it, see your players' boards at any given time. And we also have all of these phenomenal co-streamers ready to cover all of these games in lots and lots of different languages, so do check them out as well. We'd love to see you in those chats. But yeah, Twitch extension, very, very cool. Wholeheartedly recommend you check that one out. We've been using it as well. With that, I believe it is time to start our games for day 2 here of the EMEA Golden Spatula. We have Impetuous Panda and Counterfeit on the caster desk, so I hope they're ready for our game number 1.
Absolutely born ready, makes. I think we couldn't be better to get things started here, David. Yeah, of course, we've already had, as was mentioned before, our first eliminations coming in, but coming into day 2 and coming into the tournament overall, of course, our players came in with their qualifier points from the main season. Now they've come into day 2, maintaining their points from day 1 as well. So there's a lot of considerations for our players here, a lot of different situations for them, even starting day 2.
And I would say personally, day 2 is the most important day of the tournament. This is where you find your slot into that top 8, into the day 3. We saw last EMEA finals, 7 out of the 8 players in the day 3 were going to make it to this round, with only 1 player having that unlucky performance in the day 3. So I think for most players, when the set starts, their goal is the same, making it to TAC Crown, making it to the international stage, because of how important it is for prize pool, for having a career in TFT long term, and for kind of the international success that all players are chasing.
All right, we'll be having our first lobby up in a second, but just before we do, oh no, there we go, we're going to up right now, so we'll come back to that point in a second. But of course, we got Trirex returning from the interview where he shouted himself out. I assume that is the best way to direct your power, but we've also got Chuso in here as well. I know a player that you've got a lot to say about, David.
I do, and for personal reasons, but also just for reasons that I think is a very cool narrative in the day 1. He's a player that some would say I cursed after my shout out to the very start of the show. He ended up on just 5 points after the first 2 games, 32nd in the standings. I was getting very worried, but then I remembered that Chuso, I spoke to him right before the tournament, and he answered a particular question that I asked, which was around what was his standout kind of trait or skill that differentiates him from other competitors. And he said, and I'll read out loud, I think one of my strengths is staying focused even after misplays or low rolls. You can get really distracted or tilted from recent mistakes or low rolls, and I think I manage these situations quite well. The very first day of EMEA finals, he's at the very bottom of the standings, and after that moment, for the next 4 games, he averages 2 point something in the AVP, so 3 second places and 1/3, and enters this day 2 as one of the front runners in the entire thing. So I think he perfectly proved the point of the mental fortitude you absolutely need to compete in TFT at this level.
No, I think that's a great point, and that's the whole thing, isn't it, as well? With, I think, day 1, with that cutoff of our bottom 8 players, very much sending a message that things need to go through. As we see Chuso starting off here with a decently strong start. Some of the points I want to pick up from the Alice test coming into this one, of course, as well. Looking across the EMEA tournament, and across the other regions as well. Admittedly, it's only been 1 day of play so far, but we are seeing some amount of patterns emerging. Ambushers was raised on the desk as well, as having a crazy good success across all regions.
Especially, I think players are figuring out the idea of playing it from Kember and having all these small cash outs that are giving you, dupes for those Smeech, for those Rennies, the chance to play it not the way you used to play Camille Ambushers from kind of a loose streak position or kind of a very slow tempo start. Instead, sometimes playing it from a Smeech in an orb, loose streaking a tiny bit, but then having this very strong stage 3 and 4 and dominating these front to back comps that are relying on 1 Giga Tank that Smeech just bypasses entirely.
Well, we've got one player who's willing to take that on. Dasik, one of our lowest points players in this lobby, 26 right now, which is the 20th position in the tournament overall. Picks out the Ambusher straight away. Lana gets the Sorcerer in place, whereas everybody else keeps their options a little bit more open.
Oh, it will be Ambusher for Dasik onto a Darius 2-4 now. So going to be absolutely both tanking and dealing a lot of damage in this stage 2. I think anyone that has a spot for some of the key rerolls, maybe the lesser played rerolls like Tristana, like the Ambusher line, like Morgana, will be very happy because the stats were insane for these 3 rerolls across pretty much every single region this weekend.
Well, I do want to see if we can get into, as we see these first few rounds playing out, it was brought up on the desk as well, the family reroll having extraordinary results from day 1. Are we expecting to see that kind of persist into day 2, and what do you think is causing it to do so well?
It could just be a small sample size. I think family is a comp that really benefits from specific conditions being met with artifacts, things like Living Forge. If we have more portals and games that lead towards prismatic augments, it's going to enable family comps more often, or enable players to go for that line more often. Things like spatulas and emblems, having a family +1 is absolutely massive for how well that comp will do. And also maybe the players that have it as a default game plan. I looked through the stats for just these first 2 games. Pretty much every single French player, which I would say French are usually above average in TFT and EMEA, are playing 2 games of family in 6 games. So 1/3 of their games are family reroll. So a lot of the stats could be dictated off of how good the players that are playing these comps more often or more open to playing them are.
Oh, I think that's fair enough. It's worth noting, of course. We came into this tournament with 1/3 of our players approximately being French, and that number has only grown in proportion heading into day 2. The French players have held on extremely well en masse. But if we check in with Lana, a player which we haven't seen a huge amount on stream, here's the player who's bringing out, for this game, the Sorcerer line. We certainly have been seeing the Sorcerer line getting played. What's your kind of feelings on it personally?
I was a big enjoyer of Emissary Sorcerers all the way back in the first patches of the set. I do think it's a comp that is very, very risky, because especially if you are not aware of how to play around what happens when I don't hit for Emissary, because then you're stuck in this limbo land where if you don't assemble a strong enough board, you're going to be losing a lot of HP stage 3 and 4. And it's a comp that needs a lot to go right for it to reach kind of a basic floor of performance. And I think we saw that from players yesterday, where some players were able to get seconds and 3rd places with it. We saw Juso, for example, with that max cap game, but other players who maybe just didn't hit an Abessa or didn't hit a Garen 2 floundered and ended up 7th or 8th. So I think it's a high variance comp overall.
We do spot Coco on the other side, bringing out the investment together with the Zeri board. That has been a powerful combination if you can keep the same units out and keep pumping extra HP into them. I think it was Stuart who brought up on the desk coming into this one, the Twitch composition really struggling so far, and in other regions the Zeri composition as well. It's only been here in EMEA where Zeri's been able to work as well as it has been.
And I wonder if that has to do with just 13.6 as a patch introducing Twitch as one of the key comps of the meta. Players instantly get a lot of reps because they're trying to play the strongest comps, obviously, in Gamescom and in their ranked ladder games, trying to prep in the scrims, etc. They get these extra reps on this comp, and then it's not really as good after the B patch compared to other things. And because they have this extra extra reps, they're defaulting to it more often than they should and playing it from spots they shouldn't be playing it. They should be looking at an alternate line, maybe with Corki as an AD carry, and it just has less success because of this.
Well, we'll keep an eye out how this works out longer term. Let's see. So Lallana is our lowest points player coming into this one. As mentioned, we've got the big three coming in today. Of course, Coco is one of them, Lallana another, where they have actually got a possibility of making it to the crown based purely on qualifier points. For Lallana, we need to get up to 14th place, is currently 23rd, so he will need to come out of this lobby looking good, but this start for Lallana is looking, I'd say, decently strong. We got a decent frontline and backline itemization to make sure this is a strong early Sorcerer board.
That being said, 14th is a lot better than having to make day 3 or having to finish top 4 to make it. So at least a little bit of pressure off Lallana's shoulders. I really want to quickly take a look at just this lobby itself, because it is insane that we've assembled a lobby that has, I would say, 8 OG TFT competitors. Looking all the way back to set 6, these are all names that you would consider some of the favorites in EMEA, with no exception. And we're all the way in set 13. And these same exact players are dominating, are making day 2s, are playing at an insane level. So it really goes to show how consistent some competitors are in TFT.
Oh, for sure. It's an amazing thing to see. And of course, Camby is one of our only two regional champions coming back and returning for this event. With still so many returning faces, as we will be seeing Camby's going for some interesting early start, lot streaking with the ghosts of friends past, perhaps putting together a pit fighter board. Checking out in here with Dasik, though, who's hiding in the dark. I mean, based on the start we've seen for Day6 so far, we mentioned the Amateur being, having this really great stats across all regions so far. But based on what we're seeing from Day6, are we anticipating him coming out of this lobby looking good?
I think if you're playing Speech from a good spot, it's always going to be a good sign. This time, it's not going to be a Chem Baron angle because you just have a high tempo start instead. So, hey, do you want to go Chem Baron and lose streak, or do you want to just win every round on stage 2 and preserve HP? Usually the answer is to win. In this case for Daysig, it's going to really depend on if he finds items to slam after these Krugs. So sometimes with Krugs, if you're win streaking, you don't hit the right components to slam the key items, and you suddenly lose that snowballing effect you had in terms of how much you were dominating the lobby.
I'm really curious. I mean, see, we've definitely got a Bloodthirst idea that maybe we could slam. So what do it end up being? It's been units so far, and not terrifically offensively oriented one. Of course, we would maybe have the components so I can even shroud, but Day6 got one in the pocket already, so we'll see if that streak ends up coming to an end. Checking back in with Cambis, though, as I mentioned before, he's stalling out the early game, trying to get the stacks in place. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, he's keeping his cards relatively close to his chest.
What's interesting with Prismatic Augurs because they open playstyles and certain lines that are not available otherwise in terms of not even just comps, but very specific side variations of a comp. I think it's always a good test, especially players of this caliber who have been playing the entire set and competing on rank ladder, playing infinite games. They should, at this point in time, know every single possible line they can possibly take after these augments are presented at 2-1.
Oh, interesting to check in what double 61 is up to here. Of course, as was mentioned before, but it's worth reiterating again every day. Double 61, the only player here at the regionals who's been to every single regional event, has tremendous experience and success on the international stage. Looks like we might be leaning a little bit more into the experiment side of things, at least to start us off with here, and it's actually going to be good enough to stop Day6's win streak.
That comes down to going long, allowing you to not really care about interest, to pump all that gold into immediate power and into better scaling as well in terms of seeing high cost units in your shops earlier, because you're able to just immediately continue pumping to 6 and then to 7 as early as 3-2.
Yeah, wow, that is a very early, and we're going to be seeing immediately grabbing hold of the Spirit Shojin with a salvage bin. It's going to allow us to do a little bit of item reorganization. It still does look like we are stuck on the AP side of things pretty heavily, but Double 61's at least got some chances to mix things up. We see already on his bench, the Heimerdinger is there to give him some late game options.
Looking at Chusol, this is a player that played quite a bit of Sorks yesterday. He's someone that felt comfortable going into this line. I believe it was one game of Emissary Sorks that we saw on broadcast was a max cap game that he ended up capping around just 6 Sorks and the Emissary with a +1 from the Wandering Trainer. But I believe he also played a Nat, just a standard game of Sorks with Zoe as a carry, and that he only ended up with 6 there. So I'm curious to see if he had any learnings from that, if maybe he clearly still wants to play the line, he's still open to it with a +1, despite the removal of 8 Sorcerer as a chase trait, where I think the +1 is a little bit less enticing as an augment.
It's really interesting. You can see a lot of scratching his head a little bit there to see that Shiso would decide to go into the Sorcerer line knowing there was already somebody, well, Lana himself, in the line already. So presumably we're not going to be seeing the 3-star Swain, the 3-star Nami coming into this game, but Shiso still thinking it's strong enough to play anyway.
That's the magic of Sorks. It has 4 or 5 different viable variations you can play for, with Emissary Sorks, with Black Rose Sorks around still a Swain 3 as a carry. Having maybe LeBlanc as a carry is no longer the case after the nerfs, at least not 1-star LeBlanc. You can have Zoe as a carry. You can even have Zyra as a carry with the Greater Moonlight tech, with kind of the experiment board. So when you go into Sorks, it's not like, hey, someone's contesting me, the game's over, because it's a line that has so many different ways to play it out in Stage 4.
Well, checking back in with Coco again, much like Lana, has the advantage of potentially not getting close to the top 8 and still making it to Crown. He has got the best position coming to the tournament of anybody. He only needs to get to 19th overall, and currently he's 14th overall. So for Coco, he really doesn't need to change up too much of anything, though in this game, things are starting to look a little spicy for him.
They are, but thankfully, TFT allows these lower players on the HP totals to get a first pick on the carousel, try and finish off some key items, get some key forecasts as well before the rest of the lobby. Coco, player that I really want to talk about really quick, because he, weirdly enough, compared to all the other French competitors that are competing, at least in these first 2 lobbies that I took some extra notes for, he didn't play any reroll yesterday. So not really trying to lean into what could be the best performing comps in the tournament after the day 1 across every region, which are some of the rerolls. Played mostly just around 4 costs, played around the build diffs course that we saw in that very first game on broadcast. We'll see if that changes today. Already he is playing Zeri here, but I'm not sure if it'll stay as Zeri. He's sitting on 70 gold, hasn't pumped yet. He's still on 6. So we'll soon find out if he's going to be pumping and trying to push levels instead.
We've again, coming into the competition, certainly had some massive expectations of Coco based on his ludicrous stats across the season and across, honestly, recent seasons so far. But him and Cambiz both are on the lower bounds of HP compared to the rest of the lobby. More than 30 Cambiz away from Lana in 6th place. We'll see how he does up against the ambushes. Of course, we haven't necessarily seen the ambushes in every lobby, but that Smeech is online now, the Bloodthirsty in place, and he's going to be a nightmare for any backliners who can't get themselves out of trouble.
Great augments as well. Epitaph for Daysik means that he's going to have just even more survivability on that Smeech, which he can get a bit crazy and chaotic with his targeting and the trouble he gets himself into. So there is going to be that help there with Epitaph. Similarly so for Cambiz. Cambiz is a player that's scaling into the late game, picks up Ghost of Friends Past, picks up Shimmer to get extra gold, and a key item for what I think will be Corki carry in Stage 4. I think nowadays, one of the common routes for Ghost of Friends Past is to play into the 4 Emissary Corki line, playing this 80 flex board that can really fit a ton of different 5 costs and cap out really high in Stage 5 and 6.
All right, checking back in with Lasha. Has been looking pretty good so far. Our German player in the lobby again. Looking for a strong finish, currently 7th overall in the standings. The 4 Conqueror board actually managed to get a decent amount of stack through. Got some heavy slams on backline items, and we do see, of course, our friend Garen, because we noticed, of course, I think as we expected coming into the tournament, we would be seeing a lot of the emissaries going through. So finding that Garen early on, definitely a strong pickup. But for Lusher, I think the streak is going to end here. The Sorcerers on the other side, just a little bit too beefy, though I might eat my words. That's Draven tries to 1v3, not quite good enough.
It's Draven, not Zeri. Don't worry. You're good, Peter.
Oh no, don't bring that back again.
I'll bring it back as many times as I need to before you learn your lesson.
I'll never learn. It's my special skill.
Yeah, that's something I started noticing after that game 6 yesterday. Looking at the setup here for Travis, does have what some would say are perfect items for this Tristana. Level 6, 10 gold though is not the brightest spot when it comes to econ, especially considering we only see 3 copies of Tristana here for Travis. So we'll see what happens. In this game, I'm not going to say it's a doom spot because the Tristana comes out from the orb. And yesterday, every single time we saw Tristana player, they had maybe 4 or 5 Tristanas at this point, and then they won the game. So I'm not going to say anything just
Yes. I mean, I'd say, as much as I had lessons to learn about the Zyra, I thank you very much for Observer for highlighting the Starry Night there, which is, of course, getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Yes, the difficult part here for Travis just being he's going to have to sort of natural these shops rather than rolling for them because his economy is so weak at this point. Coco, of course, just a little bit below. Is on a
you want to fit it in?
Oh,
Draven seemingly going to be stronger for now, but Canvas is down to 18 HP, 10 loss streak, has been scaling for this moment, and similarly to Kembear, he's going to get to a point where he's going to have just that one last life to win the game off of. We'll see if Ghost of the Friends Pass is going to be strong enough to enable this.
And maybe if the Corki had gotten in, I mean, the 1-star Corki would be able to spread that damage and spread those executes around. There are a couple of units which were low enough, but no, Canvas will take another L, which I suppose at least gets you a few more ghosts in the tank. I don't know if Observer could check for us exactly how much stats-wise we've got for Canvas, but he needs to turn us around. The loss streak has been enormous. The gold augment will finish off the lobby, but feeling a little worried about Canvas here. He's currently 17th in the standings. Really doesn't want to start off the day with an 8th.
A Nami it would be huge. It does have a Jace still. It is pretty big. Jace 1 should be better than Corki 1 in this case until the Corki opportunity comes through. Still missing the Nami though, unfortunately, and we talked about it with Sorks. This is the problem with the emissary boards. There you finally found the Nami in the shop, is purchased, is brought onto the board, and now the 4 emissary is online.
And we certainly expect to see big things from the Corki overall in the day, but Cambiz taking a deep breath here. Again, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, talked a little bit about Cambiz as a previous set regional champion here in EMEA. Did struggle to make it into regionals this time despite his strong history. He might be going out in this round. We'll keep a close eye out for him as he will be going up against the... Yeah, we see the Draven on the other side. Lusher, of course, building a Bud, has had that 3-star Draven in place for the entire game, but I think this round looks like it's going to be a comfortable, at least as comfortable as it can get for Cambiz.
And this is the game plan. It is obviously stress-inducing. I think many players just try and avoid this altogether because most players just don't feel comfortable going down to 1 life and you know, throwing their game in terms of trying to have to win every single round after this. But for Cambiz, it was the right choice, and we'll see if it pays off. He's going to have a lot of extra HP and AD from Ghost of Friends Pass and the units he was kind of sacrificing throughout the first 2 stages. So we'll see if it'll be enough with this Jace carry.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he's going to hit like a truck. We just have to hope that nobody is able to sneak through as we check on double. And he's gone for an interesting route, not a comp that was kind of jumping out at us from day 1 stats across any region. The Dominator's coming in. It picks up the Dominator emblem as last, which means you get up to 6 without needing to find the Mordekaiser. The backline itemization here, David, is looking pretty damn good.
Yep, you have both decent, maybe not best in slot, but decent items for both the Cassio and the Silco. Cassio, of course, is a thing now with Cassio reroll, but just as a unit, she also got just a lot of buffs across the last few patches to now be a viable item carry that can help Silco in terms of the DPS in these fights. You mentioned it, Peter. Very, very bad stats, to be honest, for Silco, despite the buffs in that day 1. We'll see if Double knows something other players do not. Apparently he does.
Oh, Lalana, you can see him. He was talking through a screen there. He's not feeling good about that one. Cambiz will be eliminated off screen though, so sadly he joins his ghosty friends. That's a disaster of a result for Cambiz, who again was down towards the lower bounds of the points of our players in the lobby overall.
And it's understandable why. You took a high risk with Ghost of the Friends Past and pretty much your entire game depending on your level 8 roll down. Your level 8 roll down came through and you didn't hit a Corki 2, you didn't hit a Garen 2, you didn't hit an Mbessa 2, you only hit a singular copy of Jace and Garen being your main tank. I guess the Vi 2 is something there as well. But all in all, it just didn't pan out. It's a high risk game plan that is risky for a reason.
All right, so as we come close to our anomaly coming online, let's take a quick check on everybody. Dasik and Juso up at the top along with Travis, all around the same HP, all around the same amount of gold, though Dasik's certainly looking very good right now. Dasik, of course, with the Ambusher comp we saw from earlier on. Big news, though, for Travis in 3rd place. He's got the Tristana 3, despite, as we said before, being slowed down by a weak economy.
And we're seeing Lakoko. Our question has been answered. Will he be playing reroll today? And the answer is yes. Zeri Sentinels is the option that he's going for in this game 1. So not the more traditional Zeri Watchers board, instead trying to play around a Sentinel frontline.
Yeah, when having all of the extra HP flowing is going to be fantastic, but we'll see how well Travis navigates this 2-cost reroll instead. And as you said, David, I think again and again we've been surprised by just how good this Istana board has been, and we see here Travis, he's just, once you get the 3-star online and start hitting those good targets, the damage gets really out of control.
Interesting decision from Travis as well in terms of his third augment. He's sitting at 34 points, wants to go into the stage 2, potentially just looking at a stable, consistent performance to try and make the day 3 and finally make the international stage, makes a tac crown in 2 weeks' time. Goes for the reinforcement as his third augment, just trying to get immediate power. It's very similar to Max Cap that we saw and talked about yesterday from Chuso, where it's an augment that gives you immediate power and either bails you out or stabilizes you enough to guarantee a top 4 in most cases, but doesn't really have the highest cap.
All right, check Michael Chuso, who has been doing pretty damn well so far. So moving in on Lalana's Sorcerer line has apparently worked out pretty well for him. Their 4 Emissary in place. Backline itemization again looking real good. And we're close to finding the 2-star Garen as well to give a lot more frontline presence.
This is one of the issues with this Sorcerer comp with the 4 Emissary. You don't have too much frontline. Having Elise at level 9 potentially helps, because she obviously has a lot of EHP with her stun especially, and then Sion is also there with Black Rose being enabled once you have LeBlanc. It has a very high cap once you make it to level 9, which Chuso couldn't do yesterday because of the max cap augment, leading him on 7. But in this game, if he makes it that far, even without the Swain 3, it could be really, really strong. And he has the HP for it, right, Peter? He's on 73 HP now.
Oh, in a great position. Again, you mentioned Chuso climbing his way back through day 1. If he ends out with a strong finish here in game 1 of day 2, he will be putting himself on the path to make the final 8, as we will be getting upgrades on his board as well. Double 61 down the bottom, trialing out the Dominators again. Has lost the previous 2 rounds, does not have a lot of road left to work with.
Double already did play 1 game of Dominators yesterday, but it was the elusive and rare Ziggs reroll variant. Just as I mentioned, two Ziggs appear on the bench. I have some very specific powers as a caster. Can I swap these for the ones that bless players? He played Ziggs reroll, got a 4th, so at least that line he understands well the conditions to play for it. In this case, it's going to be the more standard variant, and it's not looking good. 16 HP.
Ooh, Lalana passing on the Warwick there, deciding to focus entirely on the Form Swapper. At least he's got the 4 Form Swapper, and of course we've got the Elise in place with a massive heal thanks to the Sorcerer. But we can see before Lalana feeling a bit frustrated coming into this one. I have to imagine, of our players who are coming into this with, coming off of a very, very strong season, Lalana's best season ever, there is a little bit of pressure and expectation. Know that you don't have to hit the top 8 necessarily to make it to Crown, but if things start to turn against you and it seems like they might be in this lobby, I can understand that being very frustrating.
And we're seeing, as I mentioned before, one of the different variants of Sorcerers. Swain being the main tank in this case with a Stone Plate. You have 4 Swarm Swappers as your front line. No Emissary in this case. You obviously can't fit everything. And while still having 6 Sorks, but instead carrying your 4 and 5 costs, Zoe and LeBlanc, instead of the 3 costs.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Lana's running into a lot of trouble. I mean, let's look at the HP totals. Double 61 and Lana, basically on the same HP, with Double 61 winning that last round. Lana, I just wonder if there's enough damage. We're relying very heavily on the Zoe. I don't think we're going to be seeing LeBlanc 2 or Jace, even Jace 2 in this game. So we'll put them side by side and see which one of them survives the round.
Lana versus Double. The Elise will be massive. There's a more of a clump, obviously, on the side of Lalana, where he has every single unit in that same clump, and we're seeing the value of this Elise stun. It will only be 1 because the immediate burst of damage kills off before the second cast can come through, but may be impactful enough. Filco and Cassio burning through this board, and Zoe and LeBlanc will be taken down in the end. Is it a big enough loss? It is going to be the case. Lalana eliminated in 7th place.
Yeah, and imagine what the game could have been if Chuso hadn't decided to go in on the Sorcerer line, and maybe would have seen a 3-star Swain with 4 form swapper to be an absolute iron rock. But I think you're right. The share your energy ending up ultimately costing a lot of there. And that's a big hit for him. While Cambiz had a couple more points in the bank to shrug off that win, or shrug off that loss rather. The Lana 23rd overall will slip him further down the table and allow for other people to leapfrog him.
We're seeing for Travis here, still alive, but on a 3-loss streak, so downwards trend for this Tristana board. We'll see if, I mean, there's still a lot of gold to work with here, so Travis is waiting for his next big spike when he's able to go level 8.
We are getting an update from our wonderful observing team that this is a Tristana at 45%. So has stacked up a good amount. We can see the cannon shot is decently sized. You would imagine this is one of those matchups where it could get a little spicy. The Hextech Gunblade makes it slightly better than it could have been, but Dasik is still very strong, and against these backline comps, the Smeech will definitely get through eventually. Now especially he's backed up by Echo.
This is what we talked about, right? With reinforcement, you get immediate power when you pick up the augment. Stage 4, Travis was streaking and staying healthy. Now he's starting to fall off a tiny bit because other players had augments that scale better into stage 5 and 6. That being said, Travis with Void Swarm as his first pick knows that he is going to have some power after every new stage comes through. So maybe counting on that to give enough frontline, to buy him enough time, to have that scaling property as well for this Tristana reroll comp.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely, even a couple of seconds difference can mean everything. Check in on the field overall. We can see the Coco has roared up the table. You pointed out before, the Zeri 3 coming in to join the Tristana 3 has been doing incredible work. A 10-round win streak. You're saying Coco wasn't really, or hadn't been playing this style so far in this competition, but apparently the moment was right.
Maybe it's also just 6 games where you just don't have a spot to play reroll. I don't think Coco necessarily rolled into day 1 thinking I'm not playing any games of reroll. It could just be the case that just he felt he had better spots for forecast in most of the games, but now finally has a really good spot to play Zeri, and it's definitely paying off.
Oh yeah, I mean the investment of course as well, giving great scaling power throughout the game.
Big Elise down there on Tristana.
This could be the end of the line. You see the Tristana, much like the Zeri from before, deceptively strong, the multicast, but Travis doesn't get the win, and that means Double stays alive. Lusher as well, very low this next round. I think we're going to be seeing at least one of these players not making it to stage 6.
So many players, for one reason or another, are clumping in a big way, and this Elise from Double is making full use of that. Mel is picked up by Lusher. A 6 cost has been found on level 9. We'll see if Lusher has enough time to enable the smell to give him a last chance, considering he is currently on just at 6 HP, just that 1 life left.
I mean, it does at least have the Conqueror emblem there on the Rumble to give a little bit more punch to the comp, but yeah, I have to imagine there's got to be a point at which eventually relying on the Draven to be a main carry is not going to match up. And I think up against Coco, you can see Lusher leaning back there saying, I think that there is an AD carry on the other side that's a lot better than mine.
Looking at the left side, Travis versus Chuso, ex-teammates on Z10, and Travis could potentially be eliminated by Chuso in this case if the Sork board is strong enough to defeat the Tristana. It looks like it will be the case. Ambessa still staying strong. LeBlanc cleans up, and Travis unfortunately eliminated despite the strong start with that Tristana board. It is a 5th though, could be worse.
Yes, with Lusher going out in 6th place, you can see he also frustrated. As you point out, I wanted to bring back into the conversation again, these are players who have been around the scene for a very long time, so I think they would have built up their own expectations. Certainly Double 61 though, making it into top 4, that's the baseline for what we would expect from him. Coco though still maintains his win streak, coming out of stage 5, 12 now, seems to be on course to win, has 70 gold in the bank.
Chuso as well, with Lusher taken down, means that Swains are back in the pool. We just saw 2 in the shop there for Coco. It means Chuso can now maybe reprioritize Swain 3 as a big upgrade and spike coming into this stage 6. Nothing wasted as well on Swain, just a really fantastic anomaly.
Alright, let's settle ourselves in for stage 6 then. Double 61 does manage.
Mundos.
I mean, I guess you gotta give it a try, don't you? And also putting a little bit of punch behind the Morkais as well. Like him being put on the same side as the Elise, but that does mean it's put directly in front of the Zeri as well. should mean we get a stun on the Zeri, but once the Elise goes down, I can imagine the Mordekaiser could follow shortly afterwards.
If we get a second stun, though, that's the question. It would be so crucial, but it's not going to be the case. The Zeri able to take on the Elise in time, now slowly chewing through all these targets. The Warwick still buying a lot of time with all these extra takedowns. It is an absolute wash, double taken down in 4th place.
Oh, I think the power up as well for Coco Zeri, along with the investment, just giving crazy scaling to the board that just keeps on giving. But Dasik holding on. He's definitely been flying the ointment for a lot of the players throughout this lobby. The amateur board, just a nightmare to deal with. And invisibility, we can see there for the Smeech as well, making him even harder to get rid of.
Why do we have Smeech 2 still? We're still not on
Wait,
the Smeech
we do?
3. And
right.
we have 2 echoes at least, so this is one of the variants that is one of the strongest ways to play the traditional amateur board, playing 2 Echo 2s fully itemized, doing so much and helping the Smeech take down targets. But the Smeech 3 is a pretty important part of the equation. Maybe is why Dasik might go out in 3rd here.
Well, I suppose that does seem to be a little bit of a change in the game plan, and Dasik, yes, exactly as you said, will be out there. But it's not a completely done deal in our late game. While Coco definitely has the prime position, a 14-round win streak, nearly 80-90 gold in the bank. Jisoo, as well, has been getting his own win streak going. And as you mentioned, the Sorcerers do have a little bit more room to grow. Jisoo, I mean, he's even got a little bit of HP as well to maybe let it happen, as you see him splitting his 2 Swains apart. So hopefully they'll draw more together.
And a big reason why this board is the setup that Coco preferred with Zeri comes down to how Sentinels the trait works with Gunblade and works with extra HP. You have so much extra effective HP thanks to all the extra armor you get from the trait. Then you add HP onto that extra armor, so you just get so much more use out of it. And you add healing to kind of double and triple and quadruple down on this armor and HP combination, which it means it's almost an Exodia combo in this case. For Coco, we're seeing why with a 14 win streak, and it's been the case every single set. There's always going to be a 6 Sentinel, Heimer at the beginning of the set. We saw Justana with Gunblade always, even going all the way back to something like the Ari Sentinel comp from a few sets ago.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely sends me back to memories of when similar kind of traits in the past, like Darkest, then bringing out the Guardian composition in sets way back in the midst of time and having a very similar kind of setup. We are deep enough into this first game of day 2, though, that we are seeing the 6 calls coming through on Carousel, so maybe that'll be enough of a difference maker.
There's LeBlanc 2. You'd have to give up on Swain, though. I'm not sure you have enough lives to really even go for a Swain 3 at this point in time. You're not going to make it a 10 either, unfortunately, for Chuso, it looks like, with just 2 lives left at stage 6. We'll see if he sells here or decides to ultimate greed and try and go for the absolute max cap with both LeBlanc 2 and Swain 3 potentially. That's going to be the case.
We know that Coco has been, has still got a ton in the tank. Again, the power up, the investment means we've got a ton of HP, and again, as you said, effective HP off the charts. And I like as well, you were pointing out before, the Elise stun being a big difference maker. Coco keeping his Zeri very far away and making sure it doesn't get targeted.
We're seeing just how one-sided these fights are. Chuso now onto HP, certainly 1 life, end of stage 6. And has to try and get these last few rolls, try and Hail Mary something, trying to swap a Zyra 2 for a Zyra 1 to buy some extra time, or extra gold rather, for an extra few rounds, or a few refreshes, but unfortunately not the case there.
Well, for those unfamiliar who didn't, of course, catch on social media, Coco, and of course in day 1, was the player most highly put forward, and somehow, has had trouble at regionals before, hasn't been to the global stage for nearly 2.5 years, but his stats have been absolutely ridiculous. Has nearly a 45% win rate across the regular season, which is very, very hard to match. David, everything seems to have come together for him here. She said that he saw his moment, he took it, and he absolutely runs through the lobby. He's going to end out game 1 with 70 gold in the bank and a 17-round win streak. I have to think he's going to be pretty satisfied with how day 2 is starting.
And this is purely knowledge diff. Coco knows that this combination of augments with this specific comp is not broken, but just very, very, very strong. It's hard to set up. You can't force it obviously in every game, but when it comes through, you have to have the knowledge to identify, hey, if I do this, if I pick this augment next, it's going to be very, very strong. I think I compare Lekoko a lot to Dish Soap in terms of their skill in the game. Like their differentiating skill, I think, is just knowledge based in terms of just knowing all these different variations, all these lines and different spots and when to go for them. And that's the case here for Lekoko. The game almost played itself the last few stages.
No, absolutely. Well, gentle friends, that's only the first game of day 2 done. So we'll be headed to a short break. When we return, we'll be revealing the full results of round 1 and seeing who is headed up towards the top 8 and who is going to be further and further from that glittering prize of day 3. Stay tuned. The Golden Spatula will return in a few minutes' time.
I'm gonna show 'em.
We're so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air. You know, you hate that bitter taste. Falling again.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here after a quick break at the EMEA Golden Spatula. And in this past game, with Prismatic Prelude, you always get these very strong prismatic openers that give you a lot of direction. And one pick that excited us all and then made us very sad was the Ghost of Friends Past, Stuart, that Candace picked there. And you were saying how it was very interesting the way he played it.
Yeah, I think that in general, throughout the whole of this set with Ghost of Friends Past, when it was popular back right at the start, a lot of people would be stacking the HP early on, but Canvas took a different direction with the buff that came in 13.6, stacking AD early on, trying to play towards the Emissary, playing towards the Corki. Unfortunately, makes the roll down. He lost so much HP in that early game. The roll down when it came to stage 4, he just didn't hit enough for him to make that worthwhile. And it's really unfortunate because I think it's a very exciting augment, but something that unfortunately for Canvas didn't work out in this game.
It was an absolute heartbreaker, that Nami not coming online there for him. It's the 3 costs that he missed on. We were all just sitting there like, oh no. But let's focus a little bit more on the positives, because somebody else that missed out was Dasik, still made it to stage 6 too, Alan.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of rerolls. One of them was Ambushers. He hit pretty early Echo 2 and decided to push levels instead to play not only 1 but 2 Echo 2s itemized, which resulted into him getting actually probably top 3 there. But at the end, where we had the smidge with the anomaly, it just didn't quite pay off because we really need that smidge at this stage. But hey, you take a third from the low roll spots.
That's absolutely right. At the end, we are seeing yet again Azeri on top, and we are going to get to that in a moment. But I do kind of want to shout out Chuso with the dual purpose here, really making that board work, seeing that Canvas gets eliminated there, making the sorcerers come together on the back of that extra crest was really cool.
Yeah, I think in general, it kind of shows the different directions that you can play with Sorcerer. We saw Lalana, unfortunately, going out in 7th with trying to play this frontline Swain, playing towards the likes of Zoe in the backline with LeBlanc. But Chuso instead trying to go for the likes of Swain 3. Unfortunately, didn't hit it in the end, but going for that backline Swain with nothing wasted as the anomaly. You can see the Swain cast over and over again. It becomes a really big carry later on. But Chuso, again, player that Alan highlighted, I know at the start of the day, a player that has been performing extremely well, getting another 2nd place.
And then we had the Zeri pretty much just closing it out. And that's another Zeri with the investment strategy that we see just winning out. We see how good is the argument when you don't miss your roll down and you can maintain that high gold. We've seen just holding on that full 70 gold on stage 3 from the Coco, greeding maximum, and then hitting on stage 4, allowing him to pretty much outcap everybody in the lobby.
Honestly, I'm really excited that we are seeing more of the 2-cost rerolls also come online after we saw a glimpse of the Akali yesterday in the Quick Strikers. Notably enough, we didn't really mention it, but there was no Quick Striker comp in this game here, whereas yesterday we seemed to have at least one of them in every single game that we were watching on broadcast. So maybe players looking at the stats that were put out and saying, okay, maybe I need to find another avenue as we are moving through these games. I personally still love seeing it though.
I think in general, I think Quick Strike is still going to be played quite a bit throughout the day. I'm very surprised, as well as you, Makes, that we didn't see any Quick Striker. We heard from Travis at the start of the day as well, that he said that Quick Strikers can be very strong because there's so many different avenues that you can go down. But this game was all about the Sorcerers, all about the reroll with Azeri just again coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we had also like while on the topic on the Travis, who played the Tristana reroll with Starry Night, and he hit so light. He had only 3 Tristanas at 4-1, where the Coco was pretty much hitting ahead of him without a single econ argument, and Travis had 2 of them, and still grabbing a 5th, which is a very good result.
It absolutely is. I was kind of hoping we could bless him just a little bit more to maybe make it into the top 4. It didn't come together, but there's always a next game. Let's take a look at our standings together because, of course, the points do carry over. You see for our bottom 8, unfortunately, they were eliminated yesterday, but players like Bensak, like Sappho, like Lalana, like Canvas, who are finding themselves at the bottom end here, they will need to really watch out for the next couple of games and start to go for more risk.
I think we saw with Lalana there as well, one of the players that I highlighted at the start of the day, a player that needs a good performance to try and make it into the Tactician's crown. Horo as well. Have I just cursed both the UK representatives for today? Lalana not doing well, and Horo went from top 8 all the way down into 14th. I think that just shows how close the standings are and how one game can make such a big difference.
There's a reason why I backed off on highlighting Wet Jungler top of show.
Okay.
It's strategy, okay? It's like
economics. Quicker may be a good luck for Jungler.
No, it's all good. You know, I'm just silent and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
I never learn. Never learn.
What is new?
Yep, I never learn. I mean, this is what happens when the UK and the British try to take over and do well. It just never works out.
Well, there's still 5 more games in today, so don't give up hope just yet is what I would say there. We are getting ready to start the second game. Any last wishes from you, gentlemen? Anything you want to see that we haven't yet?
Oh, Warwick time. Let's go. Warwick portal.
Okay.
Golem is always fun.
Golem as well. Golem as well is pretty good.
Listen, Alan, this is why they don't let us cast together. We would just be too powerful. Every single time I say I want Golemics, everybody else says, no, that's boring.
Boring.
Alan, game 3, it's on, okay? I'm just...
You predicted it though yesterday, Makes. You predicted.
That's right, and I'll do it again.
This is gonna be you. What are you predicting this time? The portal prediction was right for you yesterday. What are you predicting now?
Honestly, I would just love any of the 6-cost portals. I think it's time that we get them a little bit of extra loving here on the broadcast, so that would be really, really great. But our casters are ready to take you through game number 2 here in Patches Panda and Counterfeit.
All right, thank you very much, Makes. Obviously, the analyst test goes out of control, so we had to step in and bring things back in order in Petros Panda. But I mean, I want to kind of get your reactions as well. And seeing, you mentioned, coming in today, there were a lot of players who were so close together. Now we're starting to see some of them breaking away from the pack. Jedisaw, though he didn't necessarily have the best result from the previous game, is one of those players. 45 points, 6 points clear of his closest competition in Experian and Wet Jungler.
And it's still a really big gap coming to the next 5 games. I really want to quickly give White Jungler a good luck. I think it's a bit rude of Makes not to wish good luck to her German compatriots. So White Jungler, you got this, buddy. As you know, I'm a caster blesser, so surely you'll go first this game.
I mean, you have certainly had a lot more success with that. I really got heartbreak in the previous round watching everything lay out the way it did for Lana overall. But yeah, we'll get to see in this lobby in particular if we see Jedisaw moving into position as one of our players who was very, very far ahead of the pack. Bensakov, though, is one of the players on the lower end of things, as we will be seeing the French player trying to hopefully have a huge game.
And it will be the 6th cost a reality as our encounter for this game number 2. So Makes once again proving her powers. Astra and Bessa won range trainers yesterday. We got it for the unfortunate outcome for some competitors. And in this case, once again, 6th cost will have a more pivotal part of the late game at the very least, and will come into fruition a bit earlier than expected.
Yes, and that can lead to some ridiculously high roll situation for the player who manages to get hold of that 6th cost early on. So we want to keep a close eye out for our players who do accommodate that kind of play. But so heading into this one, I mean, there's a lot of stories to tell here. David, I'd actually quite like to start with Kevin Parker as a player. We was kind of mentioned in the pre-show, but of course, for anyone who's unaware, had his big moment getting the 2nd place at Vegas, but then hasn't managed to necessarily follow that on with the huge similar performances. This season, it seems like he's maybe found himself again and has started rising up the ranks once more.
And my analysis of his game plan and his playstyle for this set have mostly been around knowing all of the unique angles and spots and lines to take when it comes to rerolls, knowing what the best artifact for certain rerolls, what lines are enabled because you have this augment or this artifact at 2-1. And that was proven yesterday looking at the stats and the comps he played in day 1, because he played 6 games of reroll, with 3 of them being quick strikers, which we saw have mixed success with their competitors yesterday. Tristana, a Vander hero augment gloves off game with Luden's Tempest as the artifact, and I think he won that game. So it just goes to prove the point. I think Kevin is all about finding specific spots towards playing unique rerolls, or playing rerolls in a unique way, I would say.
Well, Tamino has found a pretty interesting spot here. So Ambusher and Family, of course, with Powder being the linking unit between the two. We've oftentimes seen these trainers be really only usable for one of the emblems because, of course, it being randomized. But Tamino feels like he's got a really good chance here to try and marry the two together.
Family did have some insane stats yesterday, mostly off of non-standard games of Family with artifacts or with +1s. In this case, you do have the +1 already, so we'll see if that's the angle that Tamino wants to go for.
Alright, checking back in with Bansakas. We do see some of the other augments in here. Opal coming into this one as well. Bringing it out, we'll be getting in the extra HP from the spatula. Oh, sorry, from the frying pan. Gosh, still having a little bit of trouble with that one. As a few of the other augments being crept through. I'm just going to check on our screen to catch up with the rest of them. It looks like we were seeing our players keeping things relatively open, more the lobby where we're seeing most of our players taking the more generic choices rather than locking themselves in immediately.
We're seeing I think at this point, not new, it's been a thing the entire set, the cooking pot angle, and we'll see what exactly Opal wants to commit to later on with usually a few different options. I think this one, it's looking like with the current board right now, going to be around the Nunu Rennie combination. We'll see what the board looks like in stage 4, especially.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you've got the plan in place from early on, that's a lot of HP, 50 per round. If you're going to be keeping that Nunu around long term, he's going to end up being absolutely ridiculous come late game. But for now, Opal will take the push back. Again, coming into this lobby, just a quick overview of the players again. A lot of our players around 30 points or so. the big standout players in this lobby. Jedisaw on 45 and Wet Jungler on nearly 40. Everybody else is pretty much in the same spot.
I think the playstyle won't be decided by your point total yet. I think when we get into game 5 and 6, this is where players will start playing safer if they're higher up in the standings, and riskier if they have a lot to catch up on when it comes to the point totals coming into those last 2 games to try and make the day 3.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, it's certainly been the bane of many a player to try and adjust what they're doing too heavily, but Klamu on the other side of things does have the Akali in place from early on. I don't know if we're going to be seeing this being adhered to longer term, but it was noted in the previous lobby, you know, quick strikers were not seeing the kind of play we would have expected coming out of day 1. Maybe that changes here in game 2.
Are quite a few players starting off with the Rebel openers. I think Wet Jungler Slamming going to be playing for the more traditional Jinx 2 win out, or at least top 4 consideration. It is always a risky line unless you have specific augments, Slamming obviously being one of those that gives you a lot of extra econ to try and make it to 9 in the first place. The plan usually revolves around rolling fairly heavily on 8 to try and stabilize around a Zoe 2, a Lowy 2, and then pushing 9 at the very start of stage 5. So we'll see if that's how Wet Jungler plays it out.
All right, so we've got a few moments to catch our breath before things get too far underway. Of course, we do want to bring in and possibly curse Horax, our other UK player in the competition, coming in by way of China, but certainly has been playing in the Northern Legends kind of UK scene for a while and doing very well for himself. This will be his second regionals after coming in 14th at the previous one. You know, what's your stance on Horax coming into day 2?
I think it's really fun to have this unique profile as a competitor where he isn't originally from our region. He is from CN. He has CN, meta reads in some cases. He was a coach and he helped with stats and really analyzing the game with a lot of top CN pros in past sets. He even made Reddit posts back in the day that were, really analytical in nature. Comes to EMEA due to his studies. Obviously, he's going to compete in EMEA because of this, and immediately starts doing very, very well, qualifying in top tournaments and proving that maybe this is different perspective to what EMEA has, kind of escaping the EMEA hive mind or the micro meta and bringing in some fresher strategies or some different takes, can still find success. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the things that's definitely been happening across TFT in recent years. It's a proliferation of perspectives and data across different places, different study groups, as we start to grow together as a community. But in terms of actual performance in the early parts of this game, Horax on a win streak right now, Wet Jungler on a win streak as well. You mentioned the Rebels coming in. Wet Jungler has got Ezreal early on and a 2-star Aurelia, so if they go face to face, I'm really not sure who would win.
This is a really strong thing about Slamming. It's an econ augment, but if you're also win streaking because you have a high tempo start with a few upgrades, you're going to be in a really good spot to have to not roll too much on 8 to still be relatively strong in stage 4. And you can go to level 9 sooner and you have a much, much higher chance of having enough econ to find the Jinx 2, which is usually the difference maker when it comes to Rebels top 4ing or going bot 4.
On the other side from Jedisaw, of course, our current tournament leader, picking up the Epoch and going for a Sorcerer board as well, though definitely with a heavy Black Rose flavor. We'll be losing out on this round, but not too sad about that, as both of our win-streaking players will survive. So Wet Jungler finds an early Ezreal too. I know Alan was very big on Ezreal in our pre-show today. Are you as enthusiastic, David?
When it comes to having a sponsored IE, yes, and Academy is just very strong early game with the right opener with this 3 Rebel, 3 Academy mix because you have an extra item, right? When you have fewer components and fewer full items to build in stage 2 and 3, getting an extra item essentially for free from your trait is that much more impactful than it would be in the late game when you have already 8 or 9 items built. So in this case, Wet Jungler utilizing both Academy and the few upgrades he had to get on a win streak despite having Slamming. I think it's just a really great spot for the player.
Yeah, look, doing very, very well so far. And it is worth noting, as we checked across some of the stats from before, certainly EMEA was favouring the Academy overall. Though, from talking to you before, you're saying that absolutely, for what you were saying just now, the spots needs to be there. Tamino, though, we checked back in on, has the chance to go into both Family and Ambusher. Right now, it's looking like we've got pretty much a standard Family board coming together. We're just making use of having the Ambusher active and getting up to Family 4 very quickly.
And I'm glad we're in day 2 of EMEA Finals watching this game, because other players, including myself, would see this combination of emblems and be like, you know what? I will play a powder carry game and go 8th. But Tamino is above these dangerous temptations. We'll be going probably for a more standard route, just utilizing the family +1 and getting the little bit of value from the amateur as well.
I don't know, for a second there I saw him lit up in red and I was like, I don't know, I think he might have mischief on the mind, but he's not going to be strong enough, at least right now, to knock down Haro. And it looks like Wet Jungler is winning as well, so both of them currently ruling the roost here in the lobby. They've avoided each other so far, and we're seeing some of our players losing a lot of HP as a result. Opal in particular, down to 62. Tamino, a second.
The temptation grows stronger.
Do it! Do it!
Powder is whispering in his ear, trust me, I got this. Just put me in the front lane.
I'm a responsible handler of high ordnance. I don't know what you mean.
I think one of my favorite moments of the entire set was a 7-page Reddit post going over Powder frontline tech from CN and players being very divided in their understanding and their results with the comp.
Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, if an idea is good, it's worth taking 7 pages to explain exactly why that is the case. But looking across the ultimates coming in, I think we are starting to see a little bit more direction. Opal going to be bringing in some little Void friends, currently in last place at the moment, so we at least know where that one is going long term. We did see the Visionary Nuno being fed for a while, but Clemu, who we haven't seen for a hot moment, has actually built up what is looking like we might be sticking on the Quick Striker row. We weren't sure if this was a temporary setup, but we've got the powder shields in there, or power shields in there, and it's looking like with the Kali, I believe that's a Kali 3 active, and we're close to Twisted Fate 3. Clemu could be onto something.
No, it's a Kali 2 still.
Is it still 2? Okay.
A Kali 3 at 3-2, I would be worried.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. This guy's high rolling.
So I think it might be, despite the items obviously being better for Akali right now, it could be a bit more TF-centric if that is hit a bit earlier. The gold total is not looking ideal. I think it was a heavy roll on 6 at 3-2 to stabilize around the Akali upgrade, and you just found a lot of TFs on 6 anyways. So we'll see. We'll see how Clemu decides when to roll, either 6 or 7, and how he navigates the tempo of his comp.
Well, so talk to me a little bit about the Quick Striker, because in the other, in Americas and in APAC, they were having a much better time with Quick Strikers than we were here in EMEA. Loads of people were playing it, but a lot of time the results were not what we would have liked for. Do you feel like Clemu is right to revisit the comp here in day 2?
One of the key takeaways that I had yesterday was that with how much it was played, I think it was overplayed in terms of players deciding to go for it from spots that are not going to give you the best chance of succeeding. Spots that don't have the right combination of augments. You don't have these crazy range artifacts combined with Nocturne, for example. You don't have these econ augments to make it to TF3 and Loris 3. We had some games with 3 players contesting TF as a unit, either through Enforcer or Quick Strikers, which means that your chances of top 4ing are just way lower if you can't hit your actual 3 stars. So it comes down to players being a bit more picky, I would say, in this day 2, around when to commit to the line, and that would really drastically affect the stats.
Yeah, we'll see how Clemu does longer term. Certainly I was hallucinating some 3 stars because we've been seeing so many of them on that kind of board, but it's worth updating as we come to the carousel. A game state update. We had our 2 win-streaking players in Hororex and Wet Jungler. They faced each other, and Wet Jungler won out, so he's the only undefeated player so far. Apparently the hype around the Ezreal was worth considering.
And Wet Jungler, I think, is now not necessarily locked into Academy, but he has an angle to play both Academy and the Rebels comp. He does have the early, actually no, this is Kevin, with the early Corki, IE, and the Gold Collector. Wet Jungler also has IE Gold Collector on his board on the Ezreal, so both players could be leaning towards playing into the Academy line. Gold Collector is a great item on both Corki, Ezreal, and a potential Jinx in the Rebel line as well.
Oh yeah, we can see this Corki being spec'd for damage. Again, Kevin Parker, one of the big 3 who has got, coming off of a very good season, has themselves a chance to make it into the crown, even if he doesn't make it to day 3. He is the one with the least advantage from the 3 players. He needs to get 10th overall to be able to guarantee that spot based on the various factors that have been calculated. But Kevin looking pretty good so far. You see him with the Corki coming in, she said, even with the not too many units being upgraded as of yet, still Kevin's board is looking strong.
Looking at Opal, he is continuing to cook onto this Nunu, has the visionary angle in this case, is already level 7, so this is not going to be, in my mind, Morgana 3 or any kind of, lower cost reroll angle, instead of just going for some kind of visionary, and Nunu being the main tank with just a ton of extra HP. There's a lot of anomalies you can put onto Nunu with the extra HP and with Cooking Pot as a whole that you have to be aware of in terms of this being a more specific comp you can't play every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare to even get to see the Nunu being contemplated that kind of way, but these are the times as Wet Jungler goes up against Tamino. You can see the family board is starting to pick up a little bit of steam, but it's definitely not there as of yet. And Wet Jungler will keep on rocking and rolling. I think just having the Infinity Edge, as you mentioned, with the Gold Collector, so much crit, such a good combination. And Wet Jungler, again, 39 points coming in. Much like Jejusaur, if he finishes out strongly here, he sets his path towards day 3.
Already level 850 gold at Wolves is pretty insane for Wet Jungler, but that's what happens when you have a 10 win streak and slamming as your first augment. You get the best of both worlds in terms of staying strong, preserving HP, but also having a lot of econ to work with.
Oh, interesting. I've seen Jejusaur for a little while. Decided to go away from the sources where he started off and into Dominator. Again, as we said in the previous game, kind of variable performances overall. Jejusaur, again, is on 45 points, so he can play with stuff which is a little bit more off the beaten path. But how do you feel about the comp overall compared to a lot of what we have been seeing, particularly Wet Jungler's Academy Rebel setup?
If it was anyone but Jejusaur, looking at the stats, I might be worried. But Jejusaur is known in this set to be a dominator. Not one trick, but a master of the comp, let's say. I remember back in Macau, this is a player who finished 4th in the Macau Open, so already very impressive results this set. It's back when Black Rose and Silco were very, very strong. And when I went up to ask Jejusaur, hey, what's your game plan for today? He answered with just one word, and that was Dominators. And I said, okay, say no more, and left him to continue prepping. So this is a player who has a lot of, muscle memory on how to play this comp all the way back to the first patch of the set.
Yeah, well, we will see how he's done. Jejusaur's definitely been doing very well over recent regionals. I believe this is going to be the 4th regional we've seen in a row. From the 3 previously, he went 3rd place at 2 of them. So very, very good, strong record recent regionals, and hopefully we get the chance to see him do well here again.
Really good pickup, immediately rolls the other 2 augments and tries to get enough time to now decide how to assemble the rest of his board.
So gold across the board. Remember, of course, it's Victor's vision. So we will be seeing our 6 costs arriving a lot earlier than expected. Of course, it's still a very low chance, but we're keeping an eye out for any player who does happen to get fortunate enough and leaves enough space in the composition to play the ones they do find early.
For Horo X, deciding to commit to the 4 Emissary, 4 Sorcerer board, not stuck in the jail of, not finding the 4 Emissary. He is on 8 instead of 7, so he's not necessarily rolling for the immediate Swain 3, Nami 3 power spike. Instead, he's utilizing Swain as the frontline unit instead, and going 8 as fast as possible to fit in this full comp with Form Swapper.
We'll see if Horo is good enough to take down Wet Jungler at this point. Certainly, it's a bit of an ask, admittedly, but you never know. I mean, certainly I can see
it is a double Bramble Swain.
It's good. Yeah, and it does pump through. Low HP, Nami does get a cast out before she dies, and Wet Jungler's streak is finally over, thanks to Horo X. Gosh. And that was
too soon.
They ended each other's streaks in this game.
At different moments in time. I spoke too soon. Obviously, double Bramble Swain is going to do a lot in terms of stopping the damage coming through from the Ezreal. And we're seeing Bensack, a French player, also going for the Dominators. Does have the artifact to help out this Silco with double crit items and Piercing Lotus in this case as well.
This is really interesting, because I certainly wouldn't be expecting someone to be contesting this line. I mean, it's certainly going to be a major difference between the 1 and 2 star version of the Mundo and the Silco, but it's going to be very, very hard to get those online quickly. Bensack is the player who is outside of the pack, but in unfortunately a negative way. 25 points, a full 7 points behind anybody else in the lobby. He needs this game to go really well. In this round, though, it does look like things are working out. It actually goes right through Clemoo's board.
I have some bad news for any Clemou fans after his Leipzig win. He was sitting on 5 TFs when we spectated him all the way maybe a full stage ago. Did you see how many TFs he has now, Peter?
I didn't, but I think I've got an idea by the way you're talking.
The answer is 5. So
Oh,
it's
no,
not looking
really?
good. He is still on 6 though. He was playing for Akali 3 first, so maybe that's why he had to first. He was down to 10 gold when we saw him last time, I believe, or 20 gold. So he had to go back up to 50. Hasn't been rolling that much, and has been rolling mostly on 6, but has not accelerated that TF3 at all in this whole stage.
Oh boy. And yeah, even picking up a couple of combat augments, Clemou, towards the tail end. So if he gets the quality units, his board could be very strong indeed. But instead, he's in some pretty major trouble. Clemou, again, he's another player he had a great season. He's been having several good regionals recently. We expect big things from him. He's going to spend his money this round, though. He had about 50 in the bank. He's finding multiple upgrades. Bensat gets the guarantee through as well, but Clemou gets the Akali up to 3-star finally. I think he's going to hold off with only 15 gold left. Wants to be able to build back up for TF.
On 6 TFs as well, we'll try and go level 7. You can fit in Rebel in that case as well. You can fit in potentially Sentinel, finding a Lowy and getting that in as well for the Akali to have the Rebel online and some more frontline. It's not doomed just yet for Clemou, just with how good his spot looked in terms of the TFs, it's a little bit sad to see no real progress being made on that front.
I mean, we do see a little taste of what we saw before, as unfortunately Clemou's board falls apart. You can see his frustration evident on his face. The Akali held for an enormously long time, but still didn't make a difference.
Yeah, we might just not have enough time to make a 7 and to roll for TF3 eventually, especially if he has to waste, or not waste, but use some gold to roll for the correct anomaly. He might have to be, and just try and settle a bit earlier. Dragon Soul on TF here. It's curious, he's settling for anomaly on his 2-star instead of his 3-star, so identifying that he wants to play this risky strategy of, if everything goes right, I can go for maybe a top 2, top 3, but I'll take the risk of having my anomaly on a 2-star for now.
All right, let's check across and see if there's anything wild. Kevin Parker going for calling card. We'll have to check and see whether it ended up being overall. Certainly Kevin in a great spot. In fact, we've really got the top 3 players in the lobby, David. Horo, Wet Jungler, and Kevin. They've got massively more HP than anybody else, and in Wet Jungler's case, massively more gold as well.
And interesting from Horo, he finished top 8 coming into this day 1. He had a poor game 1, I believe it was a 7th, only got 2 points. And like we've seen from other players, his 3rd augment pickup with so much HP was not a, hey, I'm going for max cap, I want to win this game. It was just trying to get immediate power, picking up the duplicators, trying to get a little bit closer to that Swain or Nami 3 to stay stable in stage 4 and 5, and maybe just go for a top 4 in this case.
Our 2 low HP French players will face off against, let's see, Tamino on the left-hand side of Pal, facing up against the Corky board on the right, which has now got the Rebels kind of coming together. We've even got a Jinx in. Apal's in major trouble. Even with that Nunu being eternally fed, he still can't survive. Apal does get a couple of cards off. The Hextech Gunblade should keep him up and fighting, and it looks like, yes, both of them survive.
That being said, not the best benchmark of strength for Opal. What Jungler has 55 gold to work with. He's waiting to hit his really truly massive power spike of going 9 and rolling for Jinx 2. He picked up Hive Mind as well to help him get there, and Opal still has to be a little bit worried. This win is a little bit fake.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation to be in. Tamino, though, check back in with him. I mean, certainly Tamino is a player I was really hoping to see something really unusual develop here with the family and the amateur side of things. It looks like ultimately we've ended up pretty much just playing a regular family game with access to amateur where we might otherwise not have had it. I mean, David, you look at the stats from day 1 in EMEA. Family was absolutely running roughshod over the competition. In this case with Tamino, we're firmly in the middle of what's going on in this lobby at least. And
that comes down to the Portable Forge. You pick a Portable Forge, you're hoping, hey, I have maybe 6, 7 very, very strong hits when it comes to artifacts that, function well with Violet and with Draven and with some of the key units. Instead, picks up Deathfire Grasp on the Powder, which is not terrible, but it's definitely not the kind of artifact that propels you into a guaranteed 3rd or 2nd, and Tomino is now suffering because of it.
Finally, Clamu and Opal will actually face against each other, so we will be seeing an elimination in this round. Keep your eye very closely on the Akali. Yeah, the tier 3 has been a long time coming, but the frontline collapses. It's down to Akali and TF by themselves again. And it might actually work. Last cast coming through, but no, it's no bueno. And that will mean that the warning from yesterday's stats was not heeded, and it ends up costing Clamu the first one out.
And you asked me, why are the stats so poor? And I said, maybe some players are playing quick strikers when they shouldn't be playing quick strikers, or playing it from angles that are not strong enough conditions to go into this line. No extra econ for Clamu. Picks up Pandora's items, first augment, so it doesn't really have too much value outside of just getting BIS items in this case and forcing them, and it just wasn't enough. Not able to hit your 3-star. That you have Anomaly as well when it comes to that TF, and unfortunately pays a price.
Well, checking in with Jejisaw, again, our current tournament leader with multiple great regionals performances recently, is in trouble. The Dominator line seeming to let him down somewhat. Yeah, it's just it's not coming together. Haro on the other side has got everything he could ask for. The Nami 3 is in place. The LeBlanc that Jejisaw would have liked for himself, and it's not even a little bit close towards the tail end. Jejisaw out, so the only question is whether Tomino is out as well.
And for Yedizor, I think he also missed a Cassio earlier on when we were spectating him on his roll down in stage 4. So just not really working out in this game for several reasons. Now Bensak is rolling, knowing that a lot of Dominators went back into the pool to hit any last few upgrades, any last few key units like this Mordekaiser that can be found. But only 5 players now remain. The obvious suspects are the win streakers still and staying very healthy with Wet Jungler Kevin and Horo having really good setup for a strong game in stages 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking fantastic for all of them, honestly. I mean, Bensak on this side, going to be frustrated by having to fight an uphill battle in this lobby. As we look across the field and just count all of those infinity edges.
I was going to say perfect items on Mordekaiser, but then I looked at the 7 IEs in the back line for the Academy player, and I think it's a bit better fitting commentary for that comp in this case. Mordekaiser trying his best, maybe bought enough time. It looks like it's going to be the case. Silco and Garen duo teaming the win here up against this Jace.
Wow, all right, I'm pretty impressed. You actually saw Kevin, so I believe that was Kevin's ghost we're seeing being playing that because he's still on his win streak. But Kevin did come to the board to regard how that matchup went, so being sent a warning that his win streak may not be as secure as he would have liked.
Big emblem here for the Black Rose players. Bensak immediately makes his way over. Picks it up. That's just a free extra +1 Black Rose emblem, allowing for just a little bit of extra value onto that board, a free little way to spike it out.
All right, let's take the temperature then as we get close in on stage 5. Certainly Kevin Parker is 7-4 on the win streak, but from our 4 remaining players, who are you feeling most optimistic about actually winning the lobby outright?
Could it be the player with Jinx 2 Gold Collector sitting on 50 gold on level 9? Yeah,
maybe.
That'll be my answer. It'll be Wed Zungler for me. When you pick up Slammin and go on a 10 win streak, I think that sets you up for a top 2 at the minimum, and most likely a win if you know how to pilot it well. And this is Wed Zungler. We're talking about a player who was considered to be one of the greatest players in EMEA for a lot of sets during the middle of his career, around set 8, 9, and 10.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think people just came alive for him in Runeterra Reforged, Vice World Champion there. Just absolutely astonishing performance. We'll see if we get to see a little demonstration of the Jinx. Yeah, just an absolute monster. Unfortunately for Bensak, the crowd a little uncooperative on the whole fighting Jinx part of things, so where Jungler will keep the streak going. Kevin Parker on the other side also keeps his momentum moving forwards as well.
really leaning into the sponsored academy item as we're seeing here with a gold collector as well. And we talked about at the very start of the day, why are players leading into academy more often in EMEA? It could just be a small sample size where you have the right academy items, you have the right start for it, and you identify, hey, it's a good spot to play for it. And in this case, IE obviously being a great fit when you're trying to go down the academy AD angle with Jace, Ezreal, and Corki all being viable item carries.
And certainly oops more damage is working out pretty damn well. So with 2 German players left out of our final 3, we'll see them go up against each other, at least the Ghost version on the other side. On the left will be the real deal, Bensak's Dominators recovering a little bit of power. We can see the Volkaiser is going off on the side. I don't know if he's got quite enough damage. He does. He cuts through the board, and Horo will be humbled there. The Dominators finally getting their day in the sun.
And this is mostly down to the combination we're seeing on Bensak's board. It's not just a standard game of Dominators. It's Dominators with Mana Zane essentially acting and giving enough mana to the Silco to stack the Dominator stacks quickly, as comparably to maybe a Shojin plus an Asher, so 2 item equivalent, and then having full damage with JG, with the Guard Breaker from all the extra AP you're getting, Piercing Lotus as well, and a strong enough Mordekaiser with perfect items that could be a win condition once this is a Mordekaiser 2. So all in all, this is close to the perfect Dominator game, I would say.
Yeah, I really like that as a combination. You get a ton of raw power out of the Silco early on, and the Edge of Night means the Mordekaiser sticks around for the long term. But Bensak's still got a big mountain to climb. We're talking about the big 3 coming into the competition. The big 3 in this lobby, Horo, Wet Jungler, and Kevin Parker. They've got buckets and buckets of HP, whereas Bensak has got just a single life.
Horo is a player that I expect to fall off a little bit, has been able to go 9, is sitting on 2 copies of LeBlanc onto his board, but he is a player that picked up duplicators as his 3rd augment, so he accepted, hey, I'm going to have a lower cap this game, has already made the top 3, but he's facing off against 2 players that I think are only getting stronger and have comps that, have 3 full augments, giving them a lot of combat power.
Yeah, I'm with you there as well. I think Horo just holding off, hoping that Bensak will drop down before he eventually goes the same way himself. Over on this side, we do see the Dominator board go up against the pile of Infinity Edges, and it's not good enough. Great news for Horo, bad news for Bensak. We're down to our final 3.
I think Horo accepts his position. 3 loss streak. This is all part of the plan. The moment he picked that 3rd augment, he knew what was going to happen. Stay alive, he'd make a top 4 for sure, but then he had a very hard time facing off against the boards that have been assembled by both Kevin and White Jungler. And we're seeing why. I mean, 6 Academy, 5 IE, Gold Collector, Shroud for the late game, which is so impactful when you have all these massive CC ults trying to go off, or ults like Jinx, for example, as well.
We did see some upgrades sneaking here, so we've got 2 Warwicks on the bench. We've got a 2-star Jace on the bench. Wet Jungler is laying in supplies for the winter, but right now at least, it's looking like Kevin Parker might be able to get it off. Of course, the answer to every question has got to be, can Jinx blow it up? Of course you can.
Hey, Peter, it was just there you had to watch out for when it came to predicting fights, but now Jinx I'll add onto the list of units that you should watch out for.
At least it's a shorter question. Did she die early? No.
This is also a unique game for both the jungler and Kevin Parker, because a skill that is not always tested in terms of truly knowing how to cap your board is presented here for both players. You guys had infinite resources to work with. Things went really, really well for both of you throughout every stage of this game up to stage 6. Now, with those resources, how do you maximize your chances of winning the game outright is the question that both players have to answer throughout these next few fights.
Yeah, I mean, certainly both boards are fully loaded. Worth noting, of course, the Wet Jungler, this is his 6th regionals in a row, finishing 13th in this last regional appearance. As we've already mentioned, had that incredible showing in Runeterra Reforged. The Jinx, though, it seems to be a question with no real answer. I'll just be like, I've accepted this is the way it's going to go. It feels like it's our 2 German players who've really got more to say in this lobby.
And this game is also maybe a good example of why a lot of competitors don't really love Victor's Vision or even something like the Warwick portal or Warwick encounter as an encounter, because it's kind of a win more. If you put yourself in a position where you're going to have extra econ, extra resources to roll on those later levels, you're going to have way higher chances to hit those 6 costs and to start taking over the lobby with how much utility and strength they add onto these boards. And we're seeing it be the case here for both Wet Jungler and Kevin.
I mean, yeah, just seeing the bench, just seeing, this isn't even Wet Jungler's final form. he's chatting.
Well, it has to be. He's level 10. I think he can't do much more. Maybe the Warwick 2 would change the way this board is set up. He's trying to go for the Mel activation for the last chance, of course, in case fight RNG is going to be the maybe potential difference in the fights at the end there. But we'll see now for Horo, who has maybe accepted his 3rd place. Another loss, is down to 1 life now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much left to say. I guess the most important thing on this side of things is that we are getting to see 6 costs coming into Kevin's board as well. So the Warwick being used just with a few utility items. Wait, hold the phone, what? Horo's actually going to win the round? I don't know if this changes anything, but...
It could come down to the fight RNG. We saw the Elise from Kevin almost cast it a 2nd time, which would have definitely swayed things in favor of Kevin. Was taken down right before that 2nd cast came through.
Warwick 2 coming in for Wet Jungler should be the death knell of everybody else, but yeah, Kevin losing the last round cuts out one of his lives to maybe build a board of his own against Wet Jungler long term. See if Horo can hold on any longer. Surely if he goes up against the Jinx board, it'll be over. The Ghosts on the right, the Real Deal on the left.
Kevin here facing off against Wet Jungler. Jinx versus Jace, Gold Collector on both carries. Elise stun comes through but does not hit the Jinx, so Jinx going to be unaffected until this 2nd cast comes through, but Jinx deletes absolutely everything. Puts Kevin down to 1 life, and Horo accepts his 3rd place. I think it was a long time coming since I think stage 5 we all kind of predicted this would be where he would end up.
Honestly, though, I think Horo did a pretty damn good job. 32 points coming in. 3rd place is still very good. So our last 2 remaining. Wet Jungler on 39 points overall. Kevin Parker on 33. Do remember, Kevin Parker will need to get almost to the edge of day 3 if he's going to be getting in based purely off qualifier points. Otherwise, it's going to all be about trying to get into that final day and fight for the remaining spaces. Right now, Jungler, though, is definitely feeling himself a lot more than Kevin Parker is, with pretty damn good reason. Let's add
There's
on
a
to the
Victor
list of
2.
reasons.
There's 5 Warwicks. Is it
That's
time?
not allowed.
Mel 2 is found. The Warwicks are sold. Sag. Veg. Wet Jungler not playing for content, weirdly enough, in game 2 of day 2 of EMEA Finals. Warwick now itemized. Victor also got upgraded on that roll down as well. And it's just a crazy, crazy game on Victor's Vision.
All right, well, Wet Jungler, we've got one more chance here to see if Kevin Parker can pull off a surprise, but you load the board with 6 costs. You're feeling pretty damn good about the whole game. They even itemized 6 costs as well, which means this board is ridiculous. At least the Elise stun is good, but we've seen it before. The Victor stun comes in, the cast is shortly afterwards. This time it's a delay, but it won't make the difference. Wet Jungler goes through, annihilates the competition, and will leave with a 1st place.
And as you can see, I have confirmed my powers as a caster blesser. I called out Wet Jungler. I gave him a little fair good luck that Makes was too rude to give to him. And look at the outcome. 1st place for Wet Jungler, coming back into top form after this game. And for Germany as well, 2 players in the top 2 of this game. Kevin Parker, a really great game for both players. I think well executed, some high rolls, sure, at the start of it, but still very clean and really unique to see all those 6 costs have a major part.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a great morale boost coming into the rest of the day. But, general friends, we're going to a short break. When we return, our analyst desk will be breaking down that game too, and of course, looking forward to the next 4 games to come before we will cut to our final 8 heading into day 3. So stay tuned. We will be back momentarily.
I'm gonna show 'em.
gonna show 'em.
You know, I do appreciate when Panda tries to steal my caster blessing, so long as it is in favor of the German players, personally speaking. But, of course, on that last game, gentlemen, we did have Germany on top, first and second, Wet Jungler and Kevin Parker. Due to the fact that we had a little bit of intervention here, getting that 6-cost portal surely played a role, at least for Wet Jungler, when we looked at that very last game. Honestly, I was quite excited. I think Wet Jungler showed us exactly how to navigate a game like this one, really going for the long game, really going for the high level, plays whatever he can find, gets that jinx eventually and says, yep, this is where we're headed, and then just stocking up with the 6 costs eventually.
Yeah, like just triple quick 6-cost upgraded. Yeah, no biggie. And then Parker is like just hanging in there with his Jace 1 until like stage 10. Sorry, like at least he had multiple eyes to show for it, which allowed him to just be stable throughout pretty much whole game, having casual carry, Jace 1, and blasting through the lobby without an issue. Again, as mentioned, you want those AD items, you want those tank items, and he had literally perfect setup where he found the calling card for the Jace, allowed him to put it on the Elise on top of double sponsored items, which was Warmog and Spark, which was so much HP, it was just exceeding the bar.
I think in the end as well, I mean, HorrorX just kind of clinching on for dear life, really. Like getting the top 4, I think, in the spot that he was in was already a great performance. Had to go for more utility anomaly with the Frost on the LeBlanc, trying to get that spread in terms of the slow with the attack speed. But I think overall a great performance. I think Horror probably saw his position and saw Kevin Parker and Wet Jungler just exceed in terms of gold, with both having gold collector, slamming in the case of Wet Jungler, but I think going for that reroll for Nami and Swain, realizing that he had to just try and get a top 4 with the lesser champion duplicators with the 3rd augment, I think was an incredible job for him to make it into there.
Yeah, very good point, Stuart, that his arguments on 4-2 is so egregious that he had to pick heroic grabback, and going third is absolutely win there. However, we cannot skip the part that there was contested dominators in the lobby. That's certainly not something I would have put on my bingo board today. How do you feel about it, Makes?
Honestly, when Jedu went for that Cassio after picking up that Dominator crest, I was so excited. I wrote it in my notes. I typed in Jedu Wokes Cassio reroll. Then unfortunately, it didn't actually matter. It didn't actually come into fruition. He gave up on that game plan, went into kind of trying to go for LeBlanc for Silco in the end, but it was too little too late.
I think even in
way too deep.
I mean, even in the end as well, with the Dominators being contested, you also had Quick Strikers. We did see in this game, but went 8th. So that's definitely going to be bringing down the AVP again for Quick Strikers. I think that we were surprised not to see it at all in the last game, but here we go again. Wet Jungler's board, the slamming, giving him the momentum in the early game, and with Victor's vision, giving you even more opportunities. And honestly, I'm very surprised that we don't have Warwick Victor and Melon here, because 3-6
not the same thing.
That's exactly what.
Cost 2 stars. You never see that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, missed out on the production side, just putting all the 2-star 6 cost on the border, pretending like if Jinx mattered there. Hello, there was Melo with 3 items.
I mean, I think Jinx mattered in the overall progression of the game, to be fair to him and production, but I do agree. It would have been nice to have all of them there, but what's also nice is that our standings are ready, so let's take a look together on how that second game of day 2 unfolded. Quick reminder, points do carry over, but Stuart, big reactions there.
Yeah, Lalana getting an 8th after his 7th place that we saw in the first game. Definitely not the start he wanted. And again, he had a very slow start to yesterday and has unfortunately continued that for today. So yeah, not a great start for him.
Going to be taking a look at the first page here, and it is shaking up to have a little bit of improvement from our French Wild Chuso and Noel, as well as Wet Jungler, still holding on there together with Travis, but more and more French flags are getting into those top 8.
Yeah, we see that the top 8 is pretty well established, being 3 points ahead by everybody besides the top 8, just slowly getting ahead of everybody, which will be pretty tough to catch up for the rest of the players.
It definitely will be. There's 4 more games in today's tournament day before we eliminate yet another batch of players. And for some of them, Stuart, you were mentioning this top of show, a decent placement, like a 19th, like a 17th, like a 10th can already be enough. Some of these players are starting to build out these points that they need.
No, definitely. I think Kevin Parker, especially coming into today, he was a little bit behind in terms of where he needed to be in that top 8 to secure the Tactician's crown. But with 2 second places in a row for Kevin, he's actually now made it into the top 8 for now. There's still a long way to go today, but if he maintains that and if he stays in that top 10, then he secures himself his first ever spot at Tactician's crown, which would be a great result. And I know you'll be very happy if that happens as well, Makes.
I definitely will be. You know, it is obviously the goal for very many players to make it to the global championship stage, and for good reason. So, but Alan, you have experience on a global championship stage. What is kind of one thing you feel matters to not only get there, but win it all?
Well, if there's one thing to do, you have to definitely lock in. When we are not doing well, you are behind, well, it's certainly doable, but you have to have a Titanic mental. When you are behind, when you are at the bottom of the standings, just locking in and going back-to-back first, it can be quite challenging. But hey, there are certain players that are still there that can definitely make it.
All right, you heard the man. Lock in, chat, and then we're this close to the Tactician's crown. It's happening in 2 weeks, and we are deciding who goes there, who to represent the EMEA region here. Today, I am honestly, every single time it kind of gets dicier and dicier, I get a little bit nervous, because even though it is not realistic, I want everybody to make it there. And it's always like that feeling of, oh, I'm so excited for the players that make it, but I'm also like kind of heartbroken for those that can't.
I mean, we've already got 9 slots, to be fair. 9 slots is a lot for the Tactician's crown. Like, make it more, okay? You heard Makes. Make it more. Make it 10. Make it 15. Yeah, 9 is still incredible to see. Like, you know, we got the top 4, obviously, from qualified points, which actually be decided at the end of the day, which is very important. And then we have the top 4 going into day number 3. But another lobby coming around as well. Again, we get to see the likes of Jedisaur, Lococo, Travis, and Double. Another exciting lobby.
Yeah, some of the players are in the strong contention just to making it to the final day, being ahead like 43, 45 points, being not too shabby. However, we are hopping to the game and we have a powder encounter, a little wind-up monkey, with one of them being on the cast. Oh, you have to figure out who I meant now, buddy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's definitely
well,
going to be me.
It's not a 6-cost portal, I can tell you that much. Travis getting in his spot real quick there, making sure he's actually there for the first couple of PvE rounds. Always a good idea to get a little bit of direction from these first orbs. And honestly, I'm really excited to see what players are deciding to do now. There's always a shift between day 1 and day 2 once players have actually seen some stats. And I think even in those first 2 games, we are seeing a little bit of that translate, where players are staying more away from the quick strikers than they did coming into yesterday.
I totally agree with that. I think that we're already seeing like the dominators, of course, being contested last game, which is probably one of the first times we've seen comps being contested with such an open field and so many comps being quote unquote viable to try and get as many points as possible. It's very interesting to see some comps being contested, but with an early drop here on something like a Zeri and the early Tristanas, these 2 costs that you can get in these early stages and just stage 1 can really make a big impact as to what direction you want to go into early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, like the most important part is obviously the components you drop, and you can do the slams for the tempo, aside of the just having 1 or 2 extra units early on. However, we know it's a Wind-Up Monkey, where it has 4 variations of it that's gonna appear at 3-5. So either a gold reduce with the gold, that's 25, or you get a scroll that allows you to upgrade item to the Radiant, or just a bunch of components. However, there is one more. There is a crowd's favorite, -10. Makes, which is your most hated one?
I don't know, my most hated. Here for Nettlemage, I would click on Cluttered Mind because I just love playing that one. I'm a big fan of going that route. But with these Golden Augments coming in, we are definitely seeing some directions for players as they are being picked up.
I see a bit of build different for double 61. Enforcers +1 for Travis. I think Enforcers in general, coming from day number 1, has been performing extremely well. Normally you want to try and get that +1, but double slamming for Genesaur and Nettlemage. We saw how strong where Jungler did yesterday with slamming. 2 players again going for it this game. So looks like it seems like a lot of players want to try and push levels as quick as possible.
I'm really curious if the double will pull up a classic French BD into the Golemify on the 3-2, which is the pretty much one of the most broken things you can hit. That Golem not only getting all the stacks from the units that were buffed by BD previously, but on top of that getting buffed by BD itself, giving it pretty strong amount of the attack speed.
Honestly, all I heard was Golem and lots of stats, and you have sold me, Alan. I'm really excited to maybe see this come together. But something else that I also saw on these augment choices here is Travis being able to pick up that Enforcer crest right as first augment. We were mentioning at top of show, the Enforcer vertical being a really, really strong composition right now. So if he is able to maybe build alongside that route, that would be very good. But as of right now, only has 3 of the Enforcers in play.
He already has the Titans being slammed as well, which can be used for the likes of Vi later on as well. Normally with this Enforcer +1, you try and put it on someone like an Ambessa or some of the 5 costs, which Ambessa as well can also use this Titans. I know Alan is not the biggest fan, but does Enforcer +1 make you more happy about the Ambessa? Does it make it more viable, Alan, or is it still a no-no for you?
An amazing unit to skip in the shop and just get like a Rumble, get a Jace, get an Echo with that Enforcer emblem. Why would you waste it on someone like Ambessa?
Okay.
Alan, what has she done to you? Do you want to talk about it?
Just a 500-600 LP tax.
We've got all day, Alan.
Okay.
We've got the rest of today to talk about it. Tell us a speech.
No, it's been too traumatic. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Leave me alone.
All right. We'll move on to something else. Looking across the board, we are seeing once again a little bit of family being picked up here by Safpol. That was actually one of the comms coming into yesterday that surprised me. We've been seeing specifically the French players play a lot of family, but in at least the 2 games we had on broadcast today, I've been seeing less and less of that. So curious if Zepho is going to continue down that trend.
It really depends on the early scenarios in terms of, Alan was talking about with items, you want to try and at least get one item that's viable for the likes of Violet or even Draven as that secondary carry. I think one of the reasons why Family Reroll has been performing so well is that players understand the condition that they can go for the reroll, whether it's early units, early Violets, early Dravens, or whether it's to do with the items and the augment. Something like Superstars means that you can try and get these 3 stars online and buff up all of these units.
Keep in mind we are having potentially contested family because Stinky has a classic family spot while having pretty fair amount of the units towards it. So like if Sappho tries to play contested family, it's probably not gonna end up very good for him, so we might see a pivot out from him. And for that classic 1 cost reroll, what would be very great help? It makes Daisy rerolling also one cost with no scout, no pivot.
Yep, that is thankfully on a different combination of units, so not on the family trajectory. There is probably going to be looking for that Morgana reroll. We saw a glimpse of it yesterday, then abandoned in the long run. But for Daisy, I think we're on a good move there. Morgana 2 already online, has an additional copy on the board, and with no scout, no pivot, you always have to be a little bit careful when you are slotting what in, because right now there's 2 Morganas on that board, I can tell you that much, and they will stay there until that Morgana 3 is being found by Daisy, as he can't remove them now.
And locked in place. This is the epitome of, you type in chat, me Morgana. No scout, no pivot. That's one of my favorite augments, I think, to be added to the game. Just for the name itself, it's been such a meme for so long with people just typing in chat, and now it becomes an augment that people look at it now and they're like, oh wait, this guy's not scouting, he's not pivoting. I'm doomed. I'm in a terrible spot. But yeah, I think Morgana in general has been a very popular composition with the reroll and playing around the Chem Barons as kind of alternative to some of these other comps.
Yeah, she's locked in the double Morgana as much as Little Miss is right now. We're looking like pretty strong 5 streak, just going towards pretty much anything, having Guardbreaker Shojin slams, which are great generic slams, because again, just mana generation, Guardbreaker being such a great flex item this set, given how so many units have shielding properties, and you can put it either on AP or AD, so great spot to be at.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, having the scrap tagged in does give you that extra item, notably on the 2 stack of the trait. So building out on that win streak as strongly as Nettlemich is able to do will definitely help in trying to prevail that one. While we are at Crux, we're going to be taking a little look here at our streakers. Nettlemich on the very top with 5 wins and Daisig with 5 losses. Definitely good for their econ as they are going to be moving forward. For Daisig in particular, I'm curious on when he's going to start looking for that Morgana 3.
Most likely we'll be rolling down quite a bit after these Krugs, you would imagine, with trying to get some of the 1 costs online, maybe try and fit in the Chem Baron as well, since you're not really expecting Daisig to win more rounds after this. You're still trying to wait for them 3 stars to come online, and then maybe after that you can try and get some lost streaks, try and get that 100 or 200 Chem Baron cash out, or maybe just go for something else. But someone who is rolling is a Stinky Abuser with the superstars, no surprise there. 6 Dravens, 6 Violets, no Vanders in sight. Where's Vander, guys? Hello?
At the bar, drinking. However...
Classic.
When to go get milk?
Surely. That is the milk we're talking about, and a pack of cigarettes. Anyway, we've seen Krugs that have been very heavy on the components and very little gold, which will result into all players with the slamming being pretty ahead of the lobby, given that it's very low econ type of the game. So players will, if someone is trying to go fast 8 without an econ argument, and no like having a broken streak, it will be quite an issue. While reroll players will be pretty much chilling because they can get away with the weaker boards a bit longer throughout the stage 4.
Okay, double picking up slamming here.
Another slamming.
We are getting gold augments once more here, so I'm curious on if there's any other crests that are going to be coming up. Surely enough, like Coco picks up that Bruiser crest.
Interesting choices. We saw in the previous game how we were talking about like the cooking pot with the Bruiser +1. Surprisingly not going towards something like a Twitch. Again, maybe players are pivoting a bit away from the Twitch with how bad the results and the AVP was from yesterday. We'll have to see Lococo spot. Raining gold here for Stinky Abuser. So again, already has that combat augment in place really with the superstars. Just trying to go for more economy with what Alan said, no economy from Krug. So hopefully this gives him a little bit more time to try and reach them 3 stars.
Look at the dynamic here. We have 5 players pretty much picking up econ arguments after they've spotted there is very little econ coming through, and the only player that pretty much went for the double power is just Travis, having Emblem and Piercing Lotus, while other players have some sort of either item that generates them gold or an argument that generates them gold.
Yeah, very interesting to see. Checking in with Dasik, has now found that second Morgana. Still lacking a little bit on that front line for now, so the lost streak will continue for now, built out to 7. Now, the thing is, with no scout, no pivot, of course, you benefit a whole lot from having the units on there. You get a ton of stacks, but you will also need to find those upgrades. So I'm not surprised that we are seeing some rolls coming through right now, and that should be the Morgana 3, coming online for Dasik, and Stinky also finding that Draven 3 just now.
I wonder if Dasik had to use one of his maybe lesser champion duplicators to try and get that Morgana 3, maybe realizing that, again, the HP is kind of low. We have to be a little bit careful, and with everyone getting a lot of power from some of these augments, I think it's going to be very difficult for a player like Dasik to try and reach the same power because, as Alan was saying, you know, with so many people getting these econ augments or augments that help people push levels, it's going to mean that the spike of these players are going to happen a lot sooner, and Dasik needs to try and reach the 3 stars earlier.
The double Nico from the heroic grabback was pretty crucial for the Dajik, as you mentioned, because it allowed him to unlock that extra Morgana that was locked in, so he could actually get 4 Visionary on the board, get online, otherwise he would be struggling still. However, the issue is we have only front items so far, and just blue buff and the bow to go alongside that Morgana might not hold up throughout the stage 3.
Yeah, it's not ideal on what he has been able to pick up there for Dasik. Checking in with Lakoko though, because this
Monkey's
is
here.
Monkey time.
Stuart
Quick
arrived.
bet.
-10. Oh, okay, buddy. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, buddy. Oh,
All right.
more items. Wow.
Well, I don't think we complain about this one. I think the -10 would have been worse for some of these players. Looking at particularly our bottom players right now, both Stinky and Dasik already losing a bunch of HP, and Nettlemich continuing on 100 HP.
I think the big
Sorry, Stuart. That was pretty big bailout for the day to get components because he really wanted to get those items on Morgana, and he did get pretty solid ones given it's an anti-heal that's solid on Morgana and getting gunplate and blue buff, which are pretty much beast on her.
I think the big thing now with knowing that we had items, a lot of items during Krugs, the Monkey is also given more items. I think the direction that most players are going to be looking at in this game is looking for that secondary carry, because a lot of the time when you have so many of these items, you still have your main carry, but you can move you can push some items through some of your secondary carries as well. So the likes of Dasik here probably needs to find another visionary to try and get online to use some more items. Even players like Nettlemich, you can already see has double Spirit Shogun, red buff, Nash's Guardbreaker, so already trying to go towards trying to make not 1 carry but 2 carries in general.
Yeah, we've just been a second ago on the Travis board, and we've seen that even though he's at 7 streak, he couldn't even push 7 while maintaining a reasonable econ. That's how players are broke, that even having streak without an econ argument, it's a problem.
Yeah, and you lined that out earlier that Travis was basically the only player in this lobby that decided to not go for that. So everybody else is kind of deciding the tempo here, and Travis will need to adapt to stay with it. But Nettlemich making it to the Wolves here, full HP, 10 streak on the back of Enforcers. And I am a little bit cautious for what that means for Travis, because while they're both still on top right now, like you were mentioning, Nettlemich is just a whole lot healthier here. Easy got to level 7, has enough econ, whereas Travis will need to scramble a little bit more to try and reach those late games. But I am seeing a Savika already online for Travis.
Savika's definitely going to help out, especially if he can find a Vi as well when he hits eventually level 8. But as Alan was mentioning, I think a lot of players are going to be struggling a little bit when they try and level here in stage 4 to try and hit some of these upgrades. Sappho still hasn't found Violet 3 or Draven 3 yet. Only has the powder, and that's it. Tries to reforge one of the items to try and make something better. Fortunately, nothing really here. Just has to deal with the death cap for powder. This is a really tough spot to be in for Sappho. We mentioned how family in general, you can only play from specific spots, and rerolls like this can be quite tough.
I mean, given that Safo decided to play contested family, is somewhat strange, given that Stinky already hit on tempo, he's pushing levels, pretty good spot, and Safo just stayed in. He didn't decide to pivot. He is like, okay, me no pivot, perhaps even no scout.
Yeah, you'd think there's only one player with that augment as that streak finally gets snapped here on Nettlemidge's end, and we are going to be going into our augments. Will be yet another set of golden ones coming on through for our players. I'm also quite surprised
Malicious?
that Safo stayed in that line.
I was excited there to see Malicious for a second because, I mean, for me, it's one of my favorite augments, especially if you're ahead early on. You know, a player like Nettlemidge had a very strong board, was on that win streak. If you can really get the extra gold and the power from Malicious, you're able to push even level 9 and beyond. But instead, going for reinforcement, just wants that power and wants to keep as much HP online as possible.
Why there is a random Irelia free on the doubles board? Like, huh? What happened here?
You
Random.
pick it up. It's playing built different. If you have it, why not? It's doing some
The
lifting.
Irelia is built different. That's why it's 3-star.
Okay, buddy.
I mean, I think so far it's been working out well. It's not an econ loss, so if you can easily hit it, why not take it on the side of double? Just playing to his outs, very smart recognition on his end. I was staring at Travis's augment here because I was trying to figure out which of the traits it is. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking at Reunion here?
I think it's via Koan, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
it's pretty
interesting
strong.
pickup on the Enforcer board.
I mean, remember when we talked about Bensa and how do you not want to put an emblem on her and who is the better replacement?
Yeah?
Echo. That comes from Reunion. You don't have to play a best of it on board. It's win-win-win.
Wow. Like Alan's dream.
Yeah, he's like, done everything right, buddy. Messaging Travis as we speak. Do not put Mbessa on your board.
Oh, cage business. We're online. Bruiser
Yeah, but
plus
we
one
see-
though here on Lococo's side. Twitch 2 already. We were talking about how not a lot of people have a lot of economy, and the roll down is going to be very crucial for some of these players. But Twitch 2, when we're talking about the Bruiser plus one, that Bruiser emblem normally going on that Dr. Mundo to make it very tanky with all the healing. And so Lococo board is looking very stable.
Yeah, and we see that a bunch of players just forwarding that Vice, which will not allow Travis to get his hands on Vi 2. He even did put Ambessa on the board. We might be wrong on the augment because there is still no echo. Oh no, there is echo on it. He just didn't hit Caitlyn yet, so it's still 6 Enforcer bullet. However,
Yeah, I was looking.
on the,
At this carousel here, hoping that maybe there's a Kate with how many players are angling around the Enforcers, but no Caitlyn. unfortunately.
Mod? Does anyone want the mod? No one wants
Nope.
the mod? Oh, okay. Double gets
Double
it.
takes it.
I mean, that's not bad. I mean,
that's
that's
the
pretty
best
good for
unit.
build different. Yeah, build
Yeah.
different board. It's perfect.
We have Dejik with the 5 streak. Those components really came handy for him, having already the TG on the Singed, having one of Rel. We'll see, he probably will end up just keeping now Econ for the Anomaly to hit a proper one. Having the 20 gold will help. And then probably push 7, try to get the Chimer, and finish Rel on 7 to get that 6 Visionary online, which is pretty crucial for the comp.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He has to kind of hope to get there without bleeding too much, as you mentioned. For now, still streaking, but I think with some of the boards in this lobby, I'm not too confident about the sheer power of D6 board. For now, it does go up against the build diff from double before we are going to be seeing our anomaly. You can just see the sheer power, even though it's just a Mordekaiser one, buffed with the build diff and the items, and will be enough to stop D6 wins.
Yeah, Dasa getting the static there for the MR shred was pretty crucial against the built different board, but unfortunately still not enough. And as you mentioned, trying to look for an anomaly, surprisingly actually just decides to keep the tank anomaly instead, Alan, instead of trying to roll for something maybe more carry oriented for the Morgana.
I mean, he got the best possible anomaly, followed up by a rally in the shop, giving him in the rel 3. That was pretty much a wet dream he could have hoped for. Again, you want massive resists, so it increase because you don't want the HP type of anomaly due to the value of the 6 visionary later on and having calculate right now, and just value of the healing itself.
Looking across these anomalies, I'm interested to see the Draven minimes on Stinky's end in action, but I think for Sappho it is starting to get close on the back of that competition with Stinky. Goes up against Travis here with the Enforcer board. Still no Caitlyn.
And by one. That's a problem.
It's a tough spot for Travis. I mean, doesn't have any econ either, so can't even try to go to level 9. Does win this round though. Seems like he is pretty stable, but as you were mentioning, Alan, you know, Safu going for the contested family in the end when you already have someone with superstars. It was always going to be very difficult to try and climb out of that one.
Absolutely. While we see that even though Travis didn't hit, still having triple combat argument definitely helps a long way while playing against boards like such as a contested real family that had to pick up econ argument to even being able to hit remotely close decent board while being behind tempo. Meanwhile on the double board, what's that? Double corky?
2 corkies. More corkies. We love corkies.
Would be a great cap out. Getting a Corki 3.
It was quite surprising that he actually decides to put the anomaly on the Zeri in the end as well, right? And then still trying to go for the Zeri 3. We've seen a lot of Zeri 3s in general this weekend. Maybe not in a built different board. We've seen a lot with some other comps with, you know, 3 stars with Watchers, but built different, that's something new that we might be seeing in this game.
Yeah,
it's still strength training.
I think it's super fine where he is playing that, and I think for double 61 we were kind of mentioning that finding that Aurelia early on, now playing the double Corki to kind of at least have a 2-star forecast in there, something we see, I mean, for sets now have seen with built different boards a lot, that if you can't fit in another unit and you have the extra power, why not go for 2 of the same? You're really not losing out on anything if you are running BD boards. And we are going to be seeing yet another fight here. Is unfortunately just a Jinx one. She's trying to hold down the fort, but will not be enough.
Look at that rel, just smash along the whole board.
That was disgusting.
1 rocket wasn't enough, 2 rockets wasn't enough. Well, what is then against that board? Meanwhile, on the Jedusor board, having, I believe, Share Energy, Ambessa. See, this is the proper use of Ambessa. Just make her a trade bot. Like, make her a unit that buffs your board. And you don't worry about her actually being a carry.
I think I just saw on the right-hand side, double just hit Mordekaiser 2? I could be wrong. Maybe there was just a Mordekaiser 1, but I think I saw a pop-up for Mordekaiser 2, which the help from the carousel early on, giving him that extra power with Build Different is going to be very scary for the rest of the lobby.
No, you're absolutely right. I saw it too, and that is going to be, like you mentioned, yet another PowerPoint for that BD board. We are seeing kind of everybody else try to contest with that. I was going to mention Lacoco's board as he was streaking up until now, but just has taken loss here to Jeru, and that is the Twitch board. So I'm trying to think of what Lacoco can do with those Twitch bruisers to maybe solidify his board a little bit more now that everybody else is seeming to find those high caps. And I'm starting to think if this is maybe the first time that in a lobby we'll see a 3-star forecast this weekend.
I mean, Coco is in a position where you just probably want to cap out with some Warwick, perhaps? Like Warwick 2? That would be a good cap, Stewart?
I mean, no Victor's Vision this game, so it might be a little bit more difficult, but it will definitely help. The extra experiment can definitely help out, especially when you're playing bruisers. It means you can try and fit that 5 experiment in, but it seems like even Mordekaiser 2 right now is still not enough for double 61. Travis's board looking very powerful. And speaking of 6 costs, Travis does have a Mel, so no Caitlyn just yet, but a Mel is definitely going to come as a helping hand.
Well, once more, no Caitlyn on this carousel either. These Enforcer players are really probably fist bumping the air right now. I was hoping maybe there's a Corki here, because that would put double on 8 copies of Corki. As of right now has 7, so really close to that one as well. And usually when you have one player being able to find an upgrade like that, other players will scramble to also find a 3-star 4 cost to maybe make that happen. But let's check in here. We're seeing the Garen 2 come online. 2 copies away from the Zeri as well.
We can play the 2 Emissary.
Is there ever a point where you just sell this Irelia 3, do you think? And you just play towards something else if you get some more upgrades?
So we've seen just double look to play the Ambessa and forgot the Conqueror with the Morde and sold it right away, holding only onto the Garen. Even though it's buffing with Emissary, losing its own buff, it's still buffing your Morde, which is the true main character of this board. And he's online. Look at
Straight
this guy.
into the back line.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And Edelmich, fortunately, also able to find that Jinx too, but she is not going to be able to do anything against the board on doubles and here. And with that, we are starting to see more players on the chopping block. Jedu, unfortunately, eliminated here right before we go to Drake, and Lakoko might be next. Oh, there you see it, is on 6 Twitch. I could smell it without even seeing the board.
Don't say anything. Don't let them
No pings, no pings, shh, no pings.
Yeah. Like quick Corpa, double goes gets Corki free, Coco gets Twitch free. Deal?
We are getting word that a player who
8?
shall not be named is sitting on 8 Corkis.
Shh.
So there is some advancement happening in this game here.
Oh my god, look at this.
Hiding them on the board.
Holy Corki! 3 Corkis on the boards. That's something.
Notably, he did sell all of the extra copies of Zeri, was just 1 copy short of finding that Zeri 3 to maybe get the Corki online here. Didn't really work out, but it looks like it will be enough to secure this win. Makoko will hang in there.
The Switch was working overtime. Did you see how much work that he put in? And it was just not enough.
I think the big question now is like with so many Corkis gone and so many like Twitches out the port as well, it actually makes it a little bit more viable for maybe a 4-cost 3-star to come on in, because we've also got players like Travis as well with an Echo 2, a Vi 2. So with so many other 4-costs out the pool, we might be seeing a game where we have 2 4-cost 3-stars.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, and I also wouldn't be too mad about it, but there's a Twitch that
Hey, relax,
on
buddy.
doubles
Hey,
bench.
that's not fun.
Relax.
We are getting word whether or not any other player is holding additional copies, and it looks like Ledelmich has also found a Twitch, so everything is getting harder for Lakoko. Double still seems to be uncontested on that Corki. Doesn't come around either, though.
This conspiration. Players are
Oh, there's
holding
one.
Coco
The
back.
Corki! Oh no.
Fair enough. I mean, he's holding Twitch.
Yep. Handshake
Rat
business.
Quick Corpa to rat for the artilleryman.
I mean, you can see on the other side here, Nettlemage try finding that Jinx too early on. Obviously, couldn't beat that built different board. I'm curious to see if this Jinx is going to do enough against the Bruiser Ball, because it is a lot of damage. But with the extra items coming online as well, means that you can also have that Zoe as a secondary carry. And this is what we were talking about with the extra items that so many players have got in this game. One carry in this lobby is not enough. You need multiple carries to be able to win out in this lobby.
Okay, listen, you guys. With Lakoko out, that Corki goes back into the pool. Chances are
Oh,
we can
hello!
find it. And there it is. The Corki 3 for double 61. He's going to wait. He'll not set anyone off too early, or he will. Doesn't care
Okay,
about
but we're missing some units.
That's okay.
That's fine.
And
right?
we're missing an item.
The value
No,
lost.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
We'll be fine.
Doesn't have removers. Corki 3 is fine. GG's.
I mean, honestly, don't you just sell Zeri to move IE? Like, who cares about that anomaly?
But then you lose anomaly. I don't know about that
Yeah, I don't know about that one either, Alan. That seems.
one. I don't even know if
illegal.
I don't know if the Corki's going to break through the rail here. This rail's kind of tanky.
Okay.
Surely, yes. Corky
Bro, how
good.
how many missiles was that?
Oh man. Okay, now we can maybe find a better unit to put in.
I don't
As
see a lot of
we
better
have-
units, I'll be totally honest.
It's hard.
There's a Garen, you
Stun
put a
block.
Garen back in. I think you sold a Garen and then put the Garen back in, so that's going to help out.
Listen, there was a lot that needed to be done there in a very short amount of time for Double 61, and like you mentioned, we're still missing an item. So hopefully he makes it to the carousel and finds something there, as he is still on 1 life and will go up against a Nettlemage on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, we are seeing Dasik go up against Travis's board, so everything getting closer here in this lobby, and somebody will get eliminated.
Wrong side for the Travis, so that might be an issue. He did find, however, the Caitlyn tool, which does certainly help. But again, the bad side might... Okay, never mind. Unless... never mind! Rel, hello?
Never mind
Sold.
into never mind.
Yup.
Well, Nettlemage is unfortunately out, but is there an item you can put on your Corki for double, and will he get it? Walks on over, hovers it,
Corki?
says, boink. That'd be better than nothing.
That is true. It is. I mean, there wasn't really a lot of choices, unfortunately. Another Spirit Shoujin doesn't really help. Nash's doesn't really help either, so guess a bit more AD for the Corki, but another 6 cost for double 61. Oh, 6 cost galore again. I mean, even this late on. BT Corki
This
comes
power,
online.
I'm sorry.
Beautiful.
Well, like, what is that? There is a Irelia 3 randomly, there is Morde 2, Jace 2, level 8, Corki 3, 2 6 costs, and the random Zeri 2 with Anomaly. Hello?
See, Ellen, you just wouldn't get it. This is how the GOAT plays TFT. It's
My
a
bad.
masterclass in session. Just take notes, okay? And
That's
then
what
you
he's
go
sitting
into
there
your
and you're
game.
sitting here, buddy.
That's right.
Fine. With the monkey. Fine.
The thing with players like Double 61 is you could take like 100 players and play exactly the way he did, and it wouldn't work out. Truly something magic about this one, but we do have another elimination coming on through as everything does get closer here. Dasik taken out, both Double 61 and Travis sitting on a single life, and not very much gold to work with. I will report that we finally found a Caitlyn 2 for Travis, but against this Corki 3 and the Mel, I fear it's just not going to be enough. Although we also have a Mel on Travis's end, so some procking can still be done.
If we snipe early the Morde, I mean, this looks winnable. Yeah?
Does it?
Yes. Maybe.
I mean, the
With a
swap
bit
at the
of luck.
last, the swap at the last second was pretty nice for the Caitlyn to. I thought the Warwick was going to wrap and then it just went back, but it's not enough.
Oh, we're sniping Corki?
No.
Never mind.
Oh,
It's
one
fine,
more.
we're
Okay.
ramping. Melproc?
We are going to
No,
make
we
it
strong.
to the dragon. Now, we are going to get a remover again after this, so there is a chance to maybe take the BT off of Corki if we can find something better.
Hey, it's
Get
Beast,
even
hello?
stronger. He is a beast. That is true.
Maybe just get a victor as well on that board real quick to just get a full hat trick.
It's crazy the double, as you mentioned, Alan. Level 8 with this type of board is just crazy. And it all comes back to that first carousel that honestly saved him this game. That carousel a few rounds ago gave him the Mordekaiser, allowed him to get the Mordekaiser 2 at level 8. And if he didn't get that Mordekaiser at carousel, Double 61's story this game could have been completely different.
Did you guys notice that he got almost natural level 9 of that slamming and natural XP? He was like literally had to pump 12 or 8 gold to just get to 9.
Stage
Honestly,
7, baby.
that anvil broke something in me just watching there. BT and putting a Hodge on instead is like, okay. But the BT on Warwick will definitely help. Is it enough, though, to take Travis's board down?
No.
The Corki untouched in the backline. Double doesn't even stay for the final win, and Travis will have to settle with a second place after a crazy but different game from Double 61 here.
The walkaway victory in the end for Double. He doesn't even need to be there. We don't even see him anymore on the camera, but I mean, that is why Double 61 is built different than any other player in EMEA, and he can take these scenarios and take these situations that maybe a lot of other people wouldn't go for, and he comes up with some crazy composition in the end, which wins the entire lobby.
He does. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions, even if it's their own. But we are going to be going into a quick break, and then our analyst desk will tell you more about this game before we continue. We'll be right back here at the EMEA Golden Spatula.
I'm gonna show 'em. I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't. I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and holy heck, we forget to see the emergence of our final boss in Double 61 once again. Only the Coco willing to stand in his way, but we'll get into the specifics in a moment. But I want to kind of talk around some of the aspects of this lobby that led up to Double 61's win. What do you feel like were the biggest factors outside of Double 61 himself that led to the lobby playing out the way it did?
I think it's a unique lobby because some players, for absolutely no reason, had huge benefits and some had massive downsides. We saw it with Stinky and Safo, where Safo decided to play into family despite superstars being picked up by Stinky, and that being a very clear sign of, hey, I'm playing family reroll. No one should contest me in a lobby of this caliber on day 2 of EMEA finals, and yet that was the case, and both players hit late, both players were dragged down to 7th and 8th. Similar for Yedizor, who plays slamming into an IE slam, so you think he's going to be playing into Corki, and then suddenly Double, who's playing VD, wants to play into Corki as a carry as well, holds many Corkis, and forces Yedizor to play into GP carry and kind of the more less stable stage 4 board of having the Form Swapper without Corki and the 4 Emissary.
Yeah, and it certainly hasn't been a good day for Gigasaur so far. So we've been seeing one of the front runner coming into this one. We've been seeing him on stream taking these harsh losses in day 2, we're driving him further down the table. Well, I mean, let's talk then about Double's primary opponent towards the tail end there. Travis, he picked up the Enforcer Emerald from the very beginning of the game, and adhering, of course, to Alan's instructions, did decide to take the slightly less traveled route, but still, ultimately, we haven't been seeing a ton of Enforcer being played, but in this game, it looked very, very good.
Not just in this game, I think every game it has been played. Yesterday, the stats for Enforcer were very, very good in EMEA. I think it was, definitely above average, and I think it's because most players are playing it from the right spots. They're playing around Vi as a main carry that's really stable in stage 4, and one of the biggest trends and the kind of big picture trends we saw yesterday was melee carries doing really well into this meta and performing really well with Smeech reroll, and Enforcer vertical utilizing Vi with those same items also performing at a high level.
All right, well, let's get into the main event here then. Double 61, the build different from the beginning of the game, the eventual Corki 3. What aspects of his game jumped out to you the most in terms of being and getting to that incredible conclusion?
I don't think many players, regardless of their skill, would have made decisions double made this game of holding on to Irelia's, of playing an Irelia 3 on the BD board. Double's someone that plays through a lot of intuition. He doesn't just play what, if someone says, the guide for BD says, oh, play these 4 costs, try and only play 4 costs and 5 costs on your board. Most players kind of follow that same play style, whereas Double just does not follow the rules at all. He plays what his intuition tells him to, and Irelia 3 there made sense. She has a lot of tankiness. Playing Zeri 2 and giving an anomaly to Zeri 2, trying to go for Zeri 3 as a carry in BD as well is not traditional in terms of how BD has played the set, but Double kind of makes up his own rules and then had the Corki 3 as a side angle to win the game in the end.
And of course, there was a big pickup for Double there. A lot of the players, yes, including Jedusor, who were higher than him in the standings, taking low finishes in that game. As you said, partially in thanks to what Double was putting out there. So let's take a look at how it will play out. Remember again, our players below 24th are no longer in the competition. Zafo is having a rough time, Lana as well, though. He's starting to pick up things a little bit, but a lot of big names here on page 2.
And we're halfway through this day, looking at this page 1 and reminding our viewers the cutoff for making day 3 tends to be around 59 to 62 points. So if your favorite player is anywhere near that, you can start celebrating a little bit early with still 3 games left to go. We'll see exactly how close our first place player is as we move on to that first page, and it will be Wedge Jungler at 52 points. So he only needs around 8 points, just 1 win essentially in the next 3 games to make it into that day 3. Similar for Travis.
And the French wall is moving up the table behind them to try and build a block of flats all over these top 8 spots. Kevin Parker and Wedge Jungler, the German players, bookending the top 8 right now, with a few more variety coming in towards the lower end. So at least coming into the back end of day 2, we've got some amount of flexibility there. Even if the top spots are starting to get a little bit more locked down, we've still got the possibility to see people leap up and jump into position. 3 more games to go today. Hopefully, we get to see some of that mobility kicking in.
And some of our less experienced players, this is a real test for them. Day 2, it's not just playing TFT and trying to do your best in terms of top 4ing or winning. It's about the mental pressure of knowing so much is at stake in these next 3 games. You're trying to make it to that day 3. You're trying to make it to the global stage. Someone like High Pikachu, first time EMEA Finals, had a great day 1, is maybe floundering a little bit after these first 3 games, has to pick it back up.
All right, Joe friends, we've got the next game ready for you. So let's get back to the casters and into the action. Make some friends. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate it, and great job on breaking down how Double really steered this build different board. I loved seeing it, and I hope we get some more exciting action in that next game, gentlemen. Of course, we do have a little bit of caster blessing to do as we look upon our lobby. Alan, tell me, what are we going to be getting in the next game? Oh, I believe, Alan, you've done it now. Quick mute. It's okay. Everybody gets one.
Classic. Excuse me. Okay. As mentioned, gonna repeat myself. I cursed Clemo yesterday, so I think doubling down on him would be just too cruel. So we have to send someone else down the pit. I think Xperion, perhaps? I'm down to send Xperion down. What do you guys think?
I mean,
to send him down? What do you mean?
I mean, send him 8th. What do you mean? Caster curse.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry, Max. That's what you get.
That's very straight to the point. It's like, yeah, I'm sending this guy 8th. I don't care.
Well, we are getting a loot subscription, and I will not ask you who you are sending 8th, Stuart, but how do you feel about players having to navigate a game that has more resources, more randomness, like loot subscription usually brings?
Yeah, we've seen recently that definitely on social media, we saw the triple tacticians crowns coming in with the extra loot that you're able to get, all the spatulas and pans. So I think a lot of players this game, there's going to be, as you mentioned, a big variety of ways in which players can go towards this portal. The problem is no one knows what's coming next, so you have to keep your lines open, because especially the first one, you don't know whether it's going to be an artifact anvil, support anvil, a spatula. There is so much variety that could be on our way, makes it for a very scary lobby.
I'm down for some quick artifact into maybe Ghosts of the French Past.
I think you're mispronouncing that augment there.
Oh, no.
French
That's all.
past?
Yes, that is correct. Picked up from production straight away. I loved it.
Yoink.
Mine now.
Little yoink.
Okay, okay.
We only have 2 French players this game, though, so it has to be one of them. But then you said experience going 8th. So you saying the experience going to take Ghost of Friends Past and just go 8th like double did?
Not quite, because
be
it's
here.
Well, it's gold. Oh well. Your dream is ruined, Alan.
Okay.
But
we can't all have the same caster powers.
The big thing now is that actually a lot of people are not going to be picking their first augment. Look, it's a game of cat and mouse. Who's the one who picks the augment first? And then everyone's going to be on their board and see what the first loot subscription is. And it's such a fascinating thing when loot subscription happens in these pro games that normally you see augments being picked straight away. It's like, okay, I'm picking superstars. I'm going straight for Violet. I'm uncontested. But this game, it was about who's going to bite the bullet first and who's going to actually reveal what the loot subscription is. And sometimes it actually changes your plan. But again, it was just a few components, so a few extra items online.
Well, interestingly enough, somebody that liked to try and spin that wheel is Bensek here. Picked up a Wandering Trainer and got a very strange combination on the Sorcerer and Pit Fighter.
I mean, definitely will try to hold in a component that allows him to get 8 Pit Fighter, which is, I believe, either Glove or Cloak. I always keep forgetting. However, will attempt probably at 8 Pit Fighter, which could be a win-out spot for Benza, given how often you get a spot or a pan from the loot sub, as you mentioned before. However, we see the rest of the players, like Parker, get an artifact, and you often get the artifacts as well, so it could lead into contested quick strikers if the players believe in some good RNG, getting good range artifacts.
Well, speaking of kind of finding a direction very early on here from Noel, picked up the cooking pot and instantly slammed the emblem into ambushers. So saying, okay, my game plan is very clear from here on out. And I just hope that whatever loot sub gives me will fit into that game plan, where some of the other players are trying to stay a little bit more open with what is going to be happening.
I think the big thing with ambushers is they actually work well with a lot of what you can get with loot subscription. Items works great. You have so many carries. Support items, great. You have a lot that you can go for. Even artifact anvils as well. If you get spatulas, if you get pans, ambushers I feel like is one of the compositions that it can work well with whatever you're given with loot subscriptions. So as you mentioned, very decisive already for Noel, and hopefully finding an early Smeech to try and stack up the HP early on, which can be big for our players.
I've just seen from the Kevin having the classic artifact for the Loris. It's Giga Beast. I keep forgetting the name. It's Disperse or something. But it basically damages based on your shield, and given after all the buffs Loris received rightfully after the Arcane ending, he's quite a beast, and he can be actually top DPS while being just a poor Sentinel guy.
Yeah, absolutely true. We are going to be going into our carousel in just a couple of seconds, as well as we are looking across boards. I'm just trying to see if there's anybody else that is already on a contesting line besides our 2 players that are angling around the family right now. I kind of hope that Bensek will kind of pivot into the Sorks instead, but I'm not so sure we're going to be seeing that.
I think Bensek is actually in a really tough spot. We see Lush's board just then already has the Spirit Shogun and the Dual Gauntlet slammed. Playing Thor Plating as well, which is one of the best gold augments right now for you to be able to win streak and get a lot of gold. So Sorcerers is probably going to be the line there, which is one of Bensek's spatulas. The other Bensek spatula is Pit Fighter, which, as you mentioned, High Pikachu is going. So both the options that Bensek has with Wandering Trainer are both contested, which in my opinion makes it very difficult to understand the position and what line he's going to go into.
In my opinion, I think Sorcerer has more outs than the family line with the pit fighters, which is why I would probably go in that direction. But then also some of the items that we saw on Bensek's board are not ideal for going down that Cirque line. So definitely we'll have to find something to make it work, something to maybe bail him out.
On that note, I would love to see from Bensek before he slammed items to consider the other players' choices. We've seen double Thorn Mail, which would lead into you thinking that maybe going towards AP line might be better, given that at least 2 players will have a very well itemized front lanes that will be doing extremely well against the AD type composition.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that. Both Thorn platings are very strong. We can see for ourselves that looks like Bensek might not be going for the reroll route for family, but just going for vertical pick fighters in the end. Already has the GP and the Urgot on the board as well, so we have to keep an eye on that to see what direction that goes into. As Experian here, we're not too sure on what the family items are, but with that Infinity Edge slammed, Academy items. Don't know why I said that. Academy items. So interesting to see what the Academy items are this game with the Infinity Edge and the Ionic Spark being slammed.
Given the Experian items, I don't think he can play anything else. He just slam IE with double Spark because of the argument. This is a very peculiar choice, given that you really don't want to play around the AP units on the Academy unless it's literally a rumble. So my blessing for the Experion might come true.
Why are you sounding so happy with yourself about that? I'm truly confused. While Lesher is definitely very happy himself as well, just jamming out there in the top left corner. We are getting word from our Deer Observer that Academy items are Thornmail, Giant Slayer, and BT. So that will be our Academy for this game.
I mean, the big thing being Academy's first item being Bramble, and we have 2 Thorn plating players in this lobby. That could be a position where some of these Thorn plating players can go into.
On top of that, exactly the reason why would you not want to play towards AD line. Because again, the Storm plated, there's Academy item, which might then lead into having an issue as AD line. However, you asked me, why am I happy? Remember what we talked at the start of the day? I have to do some a bit of hate watching, you know? We can't have only love watching around here.
No. See, it's very easy. You do the thing where you ask Twitch chat to put 1 in chat if you're love watching and 2 in chat if you're hate watching, and then you just ignore everybody that pressed 2. It's very easy. So that is how I handle that. No hate watching allowed.
Oh.
So what you're saying is we're ignoring Alan now?
Well, he hasn't put 2 in chat. I hope not, but...
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
You spoke too soon. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
It's doomed.
Well, let's hope that our next set of augments is not doomed. I will hold the fort and be a strong love watcher here amongst all that hate. And we are checking in with Noel one more time. That was the Ambusher line we were talking about earlier, and you were elaborating, Stuart, how well they kind of adapt to a lot of scenarios. And I'm curious on what else we're going to be getting from that line with our augments coming next.
Yeah, exactly that. Unfortunately, I don't think, I briefly saw his board, I don't think he's found a Smeech yet, so a little bit unfortunate there, but another gold augment, so maybe some extra resources for some of these players could be a little bit better. Bensek going for mentorship. Nothing too crazy just yet. We'll have to wait and see what the other players are chosen.
We see Lesher picking up the Piercing Lotus, very good to generate just a combat argument, especially while missing some sort of shred for the AP line he's leaning towards. And that should pretty much establish his win streak further, given all the 3 upgrades already on the front, and Swain just being a Swain, absolutely beast throughout multiple of the patches.
Is a beast, but is also 1-star Swain, so not upgraded to 2-star just yet, definitely not upgraded to 3-star just yet, being strong enough for Lusher to hold on for now. Will also not meet Noel here, so could maintain that 100 HP streak once more. We did see a pretty crazy game from Lusher with like 16 wins yesterday, so maybe a rerun of that. Maybe he's getting closer this time around.
You know, we was talking about like how spatulas and pans can be such a big thing. If you add in Mojnia's augment as well, trait tracker on top of the potential of what loot subscription can give you, things can get very feisty very quickly for Mojnia on this board. Probably the big eye opener really with the augment selection this second time around.
Maybe it'll be just classic, probably angle towards scraps with the trade tracker. Usually it's not a magic roll. I keep mixing up always those two. How certain are you it's a trade tracker?
I'm pretty sure it's trade tracker.
Okay, I'll trust your word on it.
I don't. Do you trust me? I don't know.
It's
I am-
magic
Oh,
roll.
oh, okay. Well, you don't trust me. There you go. Never trust
Bro.
me. They look exactly the same.
Bro.
Unfortunately true. I will back you up on this,
They look
Stuart.
exactly the same. I got baited. It's fine. Now you just know never to trust me again, Alan. It's problem solved.
You bold of you to assume I did in the first place.
I love how our observer was like, let me just show you.
Great components, at least for the Mojnia having the double Hurricane IE. Might lead into just some sort of Corki, most likely not Twitch, or just Ezreal, some Academy line.
Going into this carousel here, there is a Twitch, which could be interesting for some of these players, notably with the cloak, so not ideal, but maybe somebody will go for it. Also, the Vi could be interesting for our Pit Fighter player. Does get it.
Yeah, I picked you in the end going for the Twitch. You're seeing in general that, again, maybe another lobby that we don't see Twitch. We've only seen Twitch, I believe, once today with the Bruiser +1 coming in as like this big beefy front line. Definitely you're seeing this adaptation from day one to day two, talking about throughout the day. With day one, you saw quite a few players going towards Zeri and Twitch, and now today, barely any Twitches you're seeing across the board.
Thoughts on having Glass Cannon in Superstars, just buffing pretty much Draven, maybe GP
Draven,
later on?
yeah.
It's quite an interesting choice there.
Well, I think I actually like this because with Glass Cannon, you usually... Why are you laughing?
I was gonna say, I'm sorry, I was gonna say off the top of my head that maybe he backlines Violet, and he actually does.
Yes, exactly. So those backline that Violet give her the extra damage and also a little bit more flexibility in where she's going to walk with positioning while also getting that buff. I think it's great. You already have so much HP from having them on 3-star anyway, so I think just heads up play.
Overall, pretty well hit amount of the units from the high Pikachu, having already 2 crucial 3-stars, just gonna natural probably powder at some point and allowing him to push levels. The problem is with this kind of positioning, like he didn't hit Darius, he didn't hit Vander free, and he's probably not gonna go for it, looking to replace the Darius eventually with some sort of Garen. But given that he's backlaning the Violet exactly for that buff as you mentioned, might be a struggle for the Draven to catch an aggro when he doesn't want to.
You know,
Well, we sacrifice a Draven, you know, as long as Violet stays, so that Draven, the sacrifices will need to be made.
I mean, at some point you got to say goodbye to Draven, right, and just say hello to Violet. Why not? Violet's the real carry in the composition, but Noel here finally finding that Smeech means that his cooking pot is going to be very much delayed, a lot more delayed than what he wanted it to be. He luckily found one, and now he's going to be pre-leveled to level 7, and now he's going to try and roll down to at least hit a Smeech 2. There you go. Not that bad. And then sell that straight away, and as you can see, pivots his entire board into this ambusher line. So as expected, you know, with the cooking pot and the slam that you was mentioning earlier on, Makes was hoping to find a natural Smeech earlier, but still going to be stacking the HP over time, which is still going to give this Smeech a big buff.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for him not finding it, and I'm also not totally convinced just yet. But another thing that is making me worried, Alan,
Loops.
is the double Tristana.
Holy juice!
Holy
As we are
gold.
getting gold.
Oh, that was a lot of gold.
I was like 20
That's
gold?
exactly. Oh, that was more. I think it was like 30.
More? I think
That's
so.
exactly what the doctor prescribed for
Oh
the
my, look at
experiment.
Kevin's gold.
Yep, he's rich. He's rolling.
I mean, this is the exact same comp that we saw Kevin win yesterday. Tristana reroll with the Sentinels. Has that unending despair on the front line. It hasn't really hit, though.
I think I've seen Kevin in the last week play like 5 times reroll Tristana across different competition, just tournaments. I think that's hands down, like, he's holding half of the Tristana stats on EMEA himself.
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame him. Tristana is pretty good based on everything we've been seeing yesterday, and there is a reason that 2 players in this lobby were angling her. Kevin now solidifying, saying, I want this one, it's all me, and therefore rolls down. Doesn't hit her all the way, though. Oh!
More
gold.
More gold.
+1 pit fighter maybe perhaps behind the gold?
Question, have either of you ever picked Tomb Raider?
Of course.
You
It's
have?
buffed.
How'd it go?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you a completed item until now, so it's not too shabby.
Okay.
And like when you're at 100 HP or like have a strong board, why not? Like, if someone like is at the virtue of dying or already died, perhaps, then it definitely helps. Like you get 2 iron wheels already, so how can you complain about it? Already get 2 full items.
Okay, we are seeing a call to chaos on Kevin's board, who just spent a lot of money and not getting that Tristana. I'm very curious on what that call to chaos ends up being. I'm sure we can find an answer very, very soon. Anything else that stands out to you guys on these prismatics?
Immovable objects here for the well with the Smeech, I think is a really big buff. Again, you already got the HP stacking on the Smeech. Now you're going to have the extra resistances on the stacking as well with the Smeech. So hitting 3-star Smeech this early as well. Again, talking about how ambushes can work so well with so many different variations you get from loot subscription. A lot of gold means you can hit the Smeech 3 earlier, but... Yes? No, okay. But it's still not enough. Okay.
Guys, look at the Experion arguments. We have the Dream, Wet Dream, Ionic Spark Augment into Sponging.
Call it that.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful.
Honestly, I love this one.
It's perfect.
So, for anybody that's not familiar, what basically happens is that other teams kill themselves on your Ionics because of how these augments interact. Is very, very fun to watch if you can get this one together. So I think your prediction, Alan, might not come true today for Experian. We have answers from our observer on what the call to chaos on Kevin Parker was, and it was 64 XP. He was really probably hoping for some gold or something he can turn into gold to maybe get some more rolls onto the Tristana, so not ideal on that augment for him.
Yeah, on the side we see that there is Akali free already with that gold reduce from Clemu. On the back of that too much value playing the reroll quick strikers, one of TF with the Radiant item. Once he hits the TF, he'll be extremely stable, while we see Kevin pick up another loss, getting that extra XP from the call to chaos definitely does not help his case in hitting the Tristana free, which he end up hitting, but it's a bit too late, too little.
Yeah, 120 plus gold that Kevin had after the loop subscription gave him so much gold. And as you mentioned, hitting delayed on the Tristana, still hasn't even hit the Rel 3. He was looking for the Rel 3 plus the Tristana 3. And now you'll see in a second, he has 0 gold. 0. And this is definitely way behind the curve. There's a lot of Cassiopeias. You would hope for something else than a quadruple Cassiopeia shot. But yeah, also trying to go for the Ezreal 3 though. But again, not hitting here for Kevin. And Looks very unfortunate. With loot subscription given so much gold, you at least expect to hit some of these, but not enough.
He also has one duplicator, so any copy would be good enough to make that Rel 3 come online, but will not get this one. All hopes banking on that Tristana, on hopefully making it to the anomaly with 18 HP. I think even in a loss, there's a good chance that he does make it through, but does go up against Experian, and we are going to get another glimpse of how this sponging Ionic works together. It is absolutely remarkable how you just have your team kill itself, unfortunately, and for Kevin, that is going to be a big hit that he will take here, but makes it to the anomaly nonetheless.
It will be absolutely despair mode for Kevin to go 8th, given he was at 47 points, he was in a solid contention for top 8, and tanking such a low placement as 8th will set him back so far. I don't know if he'll be able to pull it back.
He has like 9 gold to find something.
Yeah, I was going to say he might just have to take this anomaly just because he wants the gold to try and roll, and the extra walls are going to help a little bit with the damage from Tristana, but again, just rolling, trying to find these 3 stars. And, you know, Alan, you mentioned about, you know, Kevin trying to get into the top 8, and look, you can see the reaction here as well from Kevin. Is he's rolled so much gold and he hasn't hit anything. And again, just a reminder for people, Kevin's a player who's one of our highest qualifying point earners, and to guarantee his spot in the Tactician's crown, he needs to try and get at least the top 10 to try and get there. Finds the Ezreal, doesn't find the Rel, not the one he was looking for.
So he actually used his duplicator to make this one come online. So basically saying, okay, now I don't need just one copy on the Rel, which would be the bigger upgrade here to give that Tristana time to actually scale out. And instead says, okay, I need immediate power. Checked his, lobby pool on who else he was facing in the next round and said, I might be cutting it close on getting to Rafters, really hoping that this next fight goes in his favor. Last second positioning to try and find a better side for his carries in the backline here, as he does go up against Clemou's board. Now, I will say, going up against Experian and that sponging board was quite unfortunate for Kevin, but you could just see that this Tristana is not very high yet, and on the opposite side, to taunt him even more is a Rel 3. He will probably take down one more unit, but it's not enough. Takes a loss and an unfortunate 8th place.
Yeah, that the Rel being contested by Clemou didn't certainly help his case, being able to take out Parker and hitting that TF on the back of having already 5 streak, Radiant GS. Very strong Akali, having Force of Friendship, getting another buff from the TF 3-star, which leads into me thinking that Noel, when picking a bully for his Smidge, might be a big problem in the lobby, because we have a bunch of rerollers that hint that there is like a Bensak having the... Was Bensak reroll? No, Bensak was a fast 8, but so there's only one reroll player left in the lobby, so it might end up being fine having a bully.
And really surprising here, as our next one is going to be a support item for all of these players. I have to see what gets picked up here. Locket could be really good to try and get your front line online, but seeing Noel this far down is very surprising considering the spot he was in. Goes to level 8 now, and again, we'll have to see what support items everyone is going to be picking across the board, and seeing what last minute changes these players can do, because I mean the HP totals are very close together, between High Pikachu at the top and Clemou. There's just over 20 HP between 5 players.
Yeah, it absolutely is very, very close in this lobby here. Checking in between Clemou and Lusher, our top HP players of right now. We are getting another glimpse of how far we are on that Swain. That Zephyr for sure helping on the side of Lusher as he does go up against Clemou's board. And we are having Noel, if I saw correctly, take another loss. So even lower now, going to go into danger territory together with Clemou.
Lusher was a very interesting spot, because we've just seen a support item come off the loot sub, I believe, this stage. and him getting Zephyr on top of having 2 extra removers, he can cheese twice more the stage, and then have the Zephyr cheesed once more at the stage 6 if he gets to live there. So this fight was solely win based off that Zephyr. The fight didn't look close because the TF got Zephyr'd, which didn't, and the Akali didn't have the support of the TF extra damage, which didn't allow him to get that resets with the shielding and charging. Oh, that's a good support item to get from the good sub.
New subscription coming in handy. 6 pit fire as well. The stats on all of these pit fighters, they're going to be unkillable at some point.
Honestly, I love this. I'm just watching the club maintain itself. That's not something you see a whole lot in TFT, as the backline has been found and smashed to pieces by Vi on the side of Bensek. In his favor, does get the win here against Lusher. Lusher's still happy to lose yet another round, so all is well. But definitely, I feel like this game, and it's not even all due to the loot subscription, it's also a lot of the augment choices that came around for players. We're getting some pretty cool boards.
I think we're gonna get some Pit Fighter +1 for next stage from Carousel. Maybe on Sevika even. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, okay, lock it in. The call has been made. Let's see what the carousel brings.
Yeah, not as lucky as the High Pikachu. No, not the High Pikachu, as the Bensak with getting second Randuin from the Anvil. Only getting the Ziggs, unfortunately, even though having the immovable object.
Both Noel and Experian are rather low here. Should be able to tank yet one more hit. On the side of Experian, everything is going his way. Beats
Holy the
Machina
Smeech.
dropping
Noel?
low as well, but Noel's Smeech holding strong, makes it through.
Smith just finished 5 units at 1 HP. Hello?
Oh well, it's Smeechin time.
Family.
Smith all over the place.
No pit fighter, Civica. Alan, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not this stage. I called stage 6. Relax.
Okay.
It will be too easy.
Family? For High Pikachu?
Oh, not
No,
quite.
gets denied.
Lusher says
saves the day.
nope.
Lusher saves the lobby. Could have been
It will be only 4. It won't be too bad, would it?
I mean, it could definitely give a helping hand though towards the Violet for sure. But Motionia here.
Oh, look at that Fafik. Ziggs, triple Hurricane.
Honestly, you have to respect it. He said, playing off
Vork's gonna be cooking.
no issue for me. I'm an archer now.
I removed it in the end. Puts one back on at least. One of the Hurricanes? No? Okay, no fun. No triple Hurricane Warwick this round. As soon as we take a look at the board, it's completely gone.
Yeah,
Zephyr
there it
does
is.
hit the
One came back.
Corki. Oh, one came
Yeah,
back,
it-
okay.
Does hit the Corki. Is that good enough to beat the board? Has to be the question. Can they reach that backline? Great positioning from Lusher on the right-hand side, as that Zephyr definitely was game-deciding. Majnia taken out here. Left-hand side, Experian once more hanging in there. Ever since he found that sponging, he's been cruising through this lobby.
Wondering if Lesher will be greeting the removers for like potential top 2, top 3 placement, given his HP, or if he's gonna be utilizing them to just guarantee getting to the top 3, given how strong are removers in Zephyr cheesing.
Mel found here for Noel. Not too sure how many stacks it is and to see if Noel can actually survive another attack or not. The +1 given the HP onto the Echo in the end instead of the Smeech is pretty interesting. Realizing that Echo 2 might also be that secondary carry. Last minute swap as well. And he's going to go up against High Pikachu's family. Didn't get the family +1, but question is, where will this Smeech go and can it do enough damage?
absolutely is the question. A big important factor here, that Zephyr being hit on the front line. So that Twisted Fate was free casting. Doesn't seem to matter for Lusher at all, as he will find that win. Take out Camus on the right-hand side. Noel once more making it through. 3 units remaining. And I believe at this time, the Mel should also be charged up enough to proc on the next round.
Ping where? Who's pinging? Expose them. Who's pinging? I heard question mark pings. I heard question mark pings. Who is it? But no, I mean, another loot subscription next round could be pretty important for some of these players, especially if it's a +1 or something. There's still more pings. What's going on?
Some aggressive pinging.
Bensek is sitting an extra component that would allow him to make a Pit Fighter emblem. Just if it's a spot from the or the pan from the loot sub.
He comes loot sub. Oh, it's only. No, Reforger.
I mean, could help.
I really want to know what those
crazy
pings are, but we are trying to maybe find out as we are taking a look once more.
Rumble too.
Yep, pretty nice. Getting the extra upgrade in that front line there, fully itemized now as well. Do have scrap value in the back line. And then looking over to Experian, he did lose the previous round. He has a lot of items still unslammed too.
And then no one
sure he
outcapped
gets
the
the most value.
Bensek. Like he looks like pretty much the strongest given all the Pit Fighter, and on top of the double Randuin, it's really pretty hard for anyone to go through that.
Someone is going to get taken down here between Noel and Experian, and that will be the end of a great augment combination for Experian. Taken down in 5th place, which means our top 4 are locked in. Noel's Mel still hasn't procced.
And Bensek actually lost the last round against Lusher as well, so pretty surprising. I mean, Bensek in general getting a top 4 from his spot, with Sorcerer being contested, Family also being contested with the Pitfire +1. Deciding in the end to go vertical Pitfire was definitely something that I was expecting to see, but the way he's pivoted this board and the way he's actually, you know, been able to navigate this position into a top 4 is an incredible performance, but might get knocked out here.
So we see the Fafik with some support items, putting up some execution work, and maintaining that pretty much full HP. Oh my god, the HP does not even move. Look at the Bensek boards. Just takes out High Pikachu, the Melproc, I believe, from the Noel.
Yes. Yeah, Melproc on the side of Noel as well. Also, 1 gold away. Oh no, he actually got the gold. Where did he get the gold from?
Oh, don't worry about it, buddy. Quick blown.
No idea where he got the gold from. Guarantee is a big upgrade though.
Yep, is a big upgrade. We'll need to position to maybe benefit off of that Garen as well, together with the Zeeks. So just some last second movement on the side of Noel to try and rat that Smeech into a good direction as he does go up against Bensek. And once more, somebody is going to get eliminated between the Pit Fighter board and the Smeech board. I really loved seeing both of these in this game here. Smeech does find the backline, but does get stuck there for a little while. Doesn't reach all the way for now, is trying to chew through the tanks. Is it good enough? Has to be the question. Takes down the Graves, and from here on out, that Smeech is history. Mel trying to clutch it out, but I doubt this will be good enough.
He's just not doing any damage for all the resis that come from the immovable object. And Benzak staying against Lasher, while Lasher still being on that Zephyr, and we'll find out shortly if he has some Zephyrs left, removers left to quickly cheese one of the main Benzak carries.
Unfortunate spot for Noel in the end, and even High Pikachu as well, going for the family option. Pretty decent top 4 for both of these players. There is one more remover, as you mentioned, Alan, so it's going to be using that remover to try and cheese in this last second, but Lusher, a play we haven't really looked at too much in this lobby, but has 2 incredible carries on his board with the LeBlanc and the Swain 3. But question is, Bensek has so much resistances with this double Randuins with the immovable object. So can Lusher break through the Pit Fighters?
Does have the Zephyr in place. Lifts up the Rumble instead of the Warwick. could be good enough though, because that is one more big unit taken out of the tank. Both the LeBlanc and the Swain in the backline will try to take down everything in their path, and they will succeed. Down goes Echo, down goes everything else, and Lusher coming on through here in game number 4 at the EMEA Golden Spatula, defeating both Bansak and Pikachu on his path.
He definitely does need that win, given he was sitting on 40 points, and to catch up to the rest of the top dogs. That extra 8 points will be definitely juicy on the back of that perfect rally positioning, not only zephering the correct unit, but also having all your backlaners on the correct side not to get wrapped off.
You know, I love it when that turns out on top personally, but I love even more when I can hear our analysts talk about games like this one, and it surely was a great game, so I'm curious on what they have to say. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we will be right back with our analyst desk and 2 more games before we decide who makes it to day 3.
I'm gonna show 'em. Forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the bait to the white face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And anybody never lies. To the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. David, we were almost there to our final cut. Just 2 more games to go. But before we get to that blessed moment, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that came out of this game. I think it was kind of an interesting kind of, meta in the true sense of, overall point here. They're talking about the cast as well. Kevin Parker coming with this one, known as a Tristana Forcer. It felt like in this game, it opened up the door for other players to say, you know what, I think this Tristana would make a great item carrier, and 2 different players kept hold of this Tristana to slow Kevin down.
It made it much more difficult for Kevin, just didn't hit a lot of those upgrades later on as well. The Ezreal, the Rel especially, which she was the main tank and really needed to find that 3-star upgrade to really buy more time for Tristana to do her thing. And this is a snowballing comp, right? Tristana wants to get stacks early, so when you start falling behind, it's really detrimental, and it was an 8th in the end for Kevin.
So, of course, we're in the loot sub portal here. We had a lot more bits and pieces dropping in for our players. Of course, we never know exactly what you're going to be getting with, but from what you were saying, David, what were the kind of the biggest principles our players were kind of applying here in this game? At least the ones who did get the good results.
You really have to alter your game plan to set yourself up for the potential high rolls. We saw it from Bensak, for example, with the Movable Force, picking up another Randuin's off of one of the artifact anvils, and then eventually having just a whole lot of synergy between his artifacts, his positioning, and the combo he was playing, the Vertical Pit Fighter as well, from that +1 he got early on. Similar for Lusher, where he had maybe not the best use of the Quick Trigger +1 on the Zoe, but all in all, his entire comp made a lot of sense, and you really want to play around comps that are flexible in terms of what they can fit in the late game, just in case you have the chance to make use of certain emblems or trait spikes. You don't want to play a very inflexible comp because you can't really make use of that later on.
Well, we also got to, of course, see from Noel's side of things, the amateur comp coming in there. I think the cooking pot was called out very early on in the cast as well, as incredibly powerful, particularly if you can find your units early on. It felt like, while the amateur did have a big influence on the game overall, eventually it felt like the power level left our friend's speech behind a little bit by the time the game was done.
I think Noel found the first Smeech at 3-3, so a bit late. Didn't really have the chance to bully the lobby with a really high tempo Smeech early on and a very early 3-star as well. So I think that would have been part of it. Also, in the case of Lusher, and I think it was Mushan as well, picked up Thorn-plated armor. There was a ton of AD players in this lobby, very AD-centric, so that really helped Lusher. And Lusher's win comes down to maybe his augments especially. Thorn-plated armor for the defensiveness on the Elise and just the early tank in stage 2 and 3. And then he picks up the Piercing Lotus and the Wand Overflow playing Sorcerer, so had ton of items for pretty much everyone. Jace, Swain, LeBlanc had a ton of different carries and threats in pretty much every stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the board here, you can see the back. We've just seen the backline units of Lusher's board here, even putting aside that, the Elise doing a lot of heavy lifting up at the front with the Form Swapper. Just, honestly, astonishing game as well. Having the Zephyr in there as well for extra unpredictability. From what we saw from Lusher there, of course, as we mentioned, this does help propel him up the table. What are you liking in terms of his actual kind of approach to the game and him as a player overall? What's your kind of view on Lusher at the moment?
I think he's a very clean player. He doesn't fall into any traps that other players might fall into. I think he's very, very strong mental, very mature guy outside of TFT, and I think that carries over into the game in terms of how he processes mistakes or failures or low rolls. He has a very good mindset for TFT and a very intuitive player, similar to what we saw from Double with BD and how he played that game out last game. Lusher is someone who I think makes mention on day one. Despite the stats, despite the meta, despite anything else, Lusher's able to make his own rules as well and trust his intuition and usually gets a lot of success because of that.
Well, speaking of success, let's go and take a look at our standings because, again, 2 games away from cutting away the majority of the field. Remember, anyone below 24th is already out of the competition. Unfortunately, we can see some of our players here who are way too far away from that top 8 to make it. It's a real shame for players like Sappho and Lala but I can at least see Sappho starting to pick up some stronger finishes towards the tail end.
It isn't impossible. We said the cutoff might be around 60 points, so players who are at around 44 can still get obviously 2 first places, 2 8-point games, and still make it in. And that might be the case for someone like Benelmage, for example. But players who are very, very close to making it. I'm not going to say they're qualified already because that could be considered a 3 or 4-way caster curse. But players who are very close, big favorites in EMEA, like Wet Jungler, like Double 61, like Jedizor more recently, I think climbing into that S tier. But also players who are starting to cement themselves as favorites, maybe with Horo X, for example, and someone like Chuso, maybe getting closer to becoming potentially one of the first Spanish player ever to make it into an international tournament. Personally, I'd be so happy.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a statistic, I think, we're waiting to see broken for a very long time, but I'm really glad that we are seeing a good variety. Again, as much as we expect to see a ton of French players out there, there's a lot of interweaving of the hopes and dreams of our players coming through. Of course, a note, of course, from that previous game as well, with Kevin Parker taking the 8th, does put him into 10th place position, which, of course, as we mentioned before, is the last one that will be available. But, Panda, I believe I'm receiving a trade offer from the caster desk.
I accept.
They've got excess of Alan, so we're gonna swap you 2 over and get into game 5.
Thank you so much, Counterfeit. I'm glad to receive your blessing of Impetuous Panda here on our caster desk. And of course, I am a little bit curious on what our next lobby is going to be, because of course, there is one more reshuffling. There is 2 more games to go before we decide who moves on. And we could already have our first players being locked in for the Tactician's crown very, very soon. So it's all culminating in a great excitement for me. Stuart, have you looked at numbers yet?
I mean, I do like my numbers. I looked at numbers before the broadcast, maybe not during the broadcast. That's maybe a little bit too much for my brain right now, but definitely some players like the top 2 at the moment sit on 57 points, as you were just saying, Panda, with Wet Jungler and Jedusor, 2 players that are looking very, very comfortable right now. Outside of that, I think it's really anyone's game. The lobbies are very, very close together, and so are the points as well. We're going to be seeing the likes of Kevin Parker again, who had a very unfortunate last game, but Chuso, Tartman, and Double 61 sitting within that Epsilon.
We're getting now into the games of this day 2 where players start to alter the way they approach these games because of their positioning in the standings. We even saw it as early as game 3 from Safo, who was maybe a little bit tilted, maybe very low in the standings, but contested family just says kind of YOLO and let's see what happens. It could be a similar case here in this game 5 because some players have to make absolutely massive comebacks. They have to take much bigger risks than they usually would in a standard game of TFT.
That's absolutely right. And when we're talking about high risk, high rewards, and flashy plays, you know, I'm always game. I'm always excited to see what they can cook up for us. We have a great lobby in front of us. Lekoko being the player on everybody's mind going into this weekend, currently sitting on 45 points. So a little bit under what some players expected, as we are going to be getting a full gold augment lobby here in game number 5.
Hopefully I don't get trapped again into thinking Trait Tracker's Magic Roll and Magic Roll is Trait Tracker again. I'll never forget that now. I feel like that will just be on the back of my head the entire time. But yeah, 3 gold augments means that we're not going to get anything too crazy. You know, gold augments in general are pretty balanced around what players can get for econ early on, but also some extra value. But looks like a gold opener here, Panda.
And some interesting units dropped from the orbs here for double. 3 costs always open up a little bit more direction in terms of what comps you can assemble in stage 2 and what augments to go for at 2-1 as well. Maybe a scrap angle is opening up for double. The Corki buff, it is a little bit more viable. TF as well, maybe the big bait of this tournament with Quick Strikers. Really not working out. Camus, we've seen 2 games today going for it. He's in this lobby as well, and he bought forward both games.
Oh, have a TF.
Wait, it's the same exact units from the orbs. Hello? Some creativity, please. More talk from the orb, please.
It's okay, you know. Everybody gets a TF, and then you decide who gets bullied off of that path.
Oh, interesting.
Fine with me.
It's fate, huh?
Decides in the end to actually sell the Twisted Fate in the Gangplank and go for 10 gold instead. So Tamino going to be only one of the players that reaches that 10 gold threshold and tries to play for more economy early on. Very risky to do, I feel like, this early on. You know, sometimes keeping the units and trying to get some upgrades can be very useful depending on what augments you get at the start. But Tamino feeling confident about how much gold he's got in his back pocket.
I think kind of calling back to what Travis said top of day in that interview, specifically when it comes to Quick Striker, is a comp you want to play from ahead. So to me, that would have made sense to maybe go for the Twisted Fate or at least hold it. But first set of golden augments is coming on through, and as per usual, those are usually pretty clear on directions, and I'm already seeing some that are definitely very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, Tamino just picked up No Scout, No Pivot.
That's right. Taking a page directly out of Day6's book from that game 3. Especially considering that it seems like a few players are open to the possibility of family reroll. We're seeing Pit Fighter +1 here as well for Nettlemid, so maybe going to go down that line. And that means that way more 1 cost than usual will be taken out of the pool for that 3-1 roll down on level 4. And Tomino should have an easier time as long as he's uncontested on this Morgana Visionaries line.
It has to be one of the most illegal wandering trainers I think I have seen. Quick Striker and Rebel really going to help if you want to try and go for the Akali. Also has the lesser champion duplicator as well, which must have got from the early minion round. So great spot here for Chuso. Maybe Panda getting a little bit of a blessing from what he said on the analyst.
Not my fault this time.
No. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
I don't want the other players in this lobby blaming me. I have no power.
You have all the power, Panda.
As does this dummy. Poor dummy just slowly being taken down here.
He's like, where's my team? Question mark pings? Hello? Anyone? Yeah. But that might have been a part on where other players are now saying, okay, Quick Striker taken, that route is locked in. Same for the Pit Fighters. We saw it in the previous game, also being locked in by Nettlemidge's Wandering Trainer here as well. For some of the other players, we are still more open. Kevin Parker here on the Shimmering still has plenty of options to go into something else. And Tartman also still pretty open in terms of where he wants to go.
I wonder if Kevin does go towards maybe the Tristana again. I mean, as Alan was saying before, you know, feels very comfortable on that line, and with that, Shimmer is able to potentially get the gold collector early on, so could potentially be that. Speaking of Draven, Glakoko also has a Draven too, this time with the Runan's Hurricane Augment, trying to get some extra power over to there. Isn't on the Academy list this time, Panda, but still could be a great augment.
Yeah, I was considering if that might be an angle towards playing Ezreal with Academy. You do have Crown Guard, Deathblade, and Redemption as Academy sponsored items for this game number 5. So still could be a lean towards Academy. We saw, I think it was one of the most played comps yesterday in EMEA. So definitely players are open to that game plan when the right conditions are met in terms of these sponsored items.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, and I think those can work. It's not your most ideal Academy items from what we're seeing here, but you're definitely not too mad about these, as we're going to be having one more round. Kevin slotting one more unit in there, trying to make his board just a little bit stronger, maybe guarantee that win streak as he goes up against the Coco.
I do see a Tristana on the board, so maybe, just maybe, we see another Tristana game, but the gold collector early on here for Kevin Parker means that he can get that extra level in and still keep 10 gold. So the econ opener in the early rounds, the early mini rounds, plus the gold collector being able to give you more gold means that Kevin can double pump in levels, reach level 5, and keep that early win streak alive, which is so important.
It's a very odd stage 2 because every comp or every board in this lobby is essentially the same. It's either Draven carry or some kind of visionary sentinel board, which is, I mean, there's a total of like 7 different units being put on boards here across everyone's comp, which is very, very strange.
It will diversify. I have good news.
I hope so. I hope so. A 4-way contest, 2 ways.
Well, I think you don't touch the Visionaries anymore, because you know for sure Tomino is locked in. Even if he wanted to go out, there wouldn't be an option with the no scout, no pivot. So I'm looking at Tartman, and I am wondering what her game plan here is. Maybe saying, okay, if I can't go for the Morgana reroll, I am considering going for that Heimer, but you can see he has 2 tiers, and they haven't been slammed yet. So to me, it's still signaling that he's open to something else.
Yeah, I think with, I can't remember who the other player was that was going for the no scout, no pivot. It might have been Nettlemidge, if I'm not mistaken, who went for no scout, no pivot, but the other player going for the Morgana reroll was definitely going to not help Tom, and still slams the blue buff though, but again, the blue buff can be used later on down the line to try and buff up the likes of Heimerdinger or some other carries.
All right.
A bit more of a specific item though, compared to other more generic items, let's say like Shojin or Rageblade. Going to the late game, it's really just Heimer, Caitlyn, and I guess Cassio reroll in some cases. We'll see what angle Tartman wants to go for. He did play 1 game of Rebels yesterday and 1 game of Silco in terms of his 4 comps.
Level 6 already here for double, going for, I believe that's 2 trick. Again, more dices confuse me. I'm pretty sure it's 2 trick. So you get the early 2 costs and 1 cost at the start of the game. Again, more economy for someone like Double 61. And you can see how extremely expensive his board is. And he's still allowed to go to level 6 and play around that above 10 gold, sitting at 16 gold. So both Double and Kevin looking to push levels to stop each other's streak, but they dodge each other this entire stage. So even though they want to play more aggressive, they want to kind of ruin each other's streak, dodging each other is going to benefit them both.
That's right, and Double is able to keep it on, but Kevin loses out on that win streak there, unfortunately, due to another player. So I'm not sure who he lost to, but very unlucky for him after investing so much. We'll say he was a little bit more cautious on the econ side, together with that gold collector that was called out earlier. So yeah, it was Chuso that beat him. We are getting word from our observer.
As we move past the Krog, it's going to be a very, very important round for our 1-cost reroll players, especially for our no scout, no pivot player Domino in terms of his roll down for the Morgana. For Dasik, that game 3, I think, didn't see Dasik in the spotlight very often, but because of the two family players that were contesting each other, he had a really easy time hitting Morgana 3, and then just quietly was a clean top 3 from Dasik because of it. And I mean, we're very close already for Domino here.
Yeah, 2 more copies of that Morgana to come on through. Question is, how deep do you want to dig before you automatically go to level 5 and your chances are a little bit worse? Usually 30 is where that sweet spot is, but with how close he is, we'll roll one more time and find it before hitting 30. Great find for him.
I would have liked to see him holding Violets there instead of Luxes in terms of getting just small optimization in terms of still hitting more 1 cost obviously in your shops, but also denying the family rerollers from hitting Violets on their roll downs.
Fortunate thing here for Tamino as well during the Krugs, didn't find that second tier, so doesn't have the blue buff slam. Does have the Gunblade, which means the front line, the likes of the Row and the Singe, they're going to be a little bit more tanky, but this comp really thrives when you get that blue buff on that Morgana to just keep casting and dealing that damage over time. So it's still going to be losing rounds for now, Tamino, and is going to be level 5 next turn. You see a little bit of a shake of the head on him as well, was a little bit unfortunate. Heroic grab bag, maybe a little bit too late, but if he does want to go maybe for some more 3 stars, that could be another round.
As we are looking at our second augment set, of course, gold again, I do want to mention that with Tamino at the bottom there on Carousel Prio, if nothing changes in the next round, is Tartman. And Tartman is a player that's very aggressively contesting him on those Visionaries, already has that blue buff, so probably might also be interested in a tier, which would be tragic for Tamino, not being able to get that blue buff online. So really needs to think about how can I get any item preference onto the board here.
All 3 options.
Holy.
Very viable for Domino. He's laughing. Like, why it takes so long to reroll these choices? Because he's given a lot of options. Double Blazing Soul for both of our AP, low HP players, Domino and Tartman in the end.
Very surprised in the end he actually doesn't go for the Void Caller, but just prefers maybe the extra attack speed. But as you can see, the attack speed at the moment, well, at the start of the round, didn't actually go onto the Morgana, so Morgana doesn't actually have the attack speed just yet to get the extra buff from Blazing Soul. But very surprising choice here for Tamino. But as you mentioned, 3 incredibly strong augments for this composition. And with Tartman also getting Blazing Soul as well, both these players holding hands right now as the bottom 2 in this lobby.
Yeah, holding hands and holding units, unfortunately. I'm really curious about that carousel for the reasons that I just lined out. But let's move on over to Klamu and see what we're dealing with here. Is holding Tristana and is holding on to the Xeris as well, while also playing Sork. Very open and somewhat undecided.
I think he did not find successful structures, and he's now saying, all right, it's time to play some flexible TFT, play what you hit Zeri upgrade, play it on the board, and decide what we're committing to in stage 4, which I think is a good decision from Klubu.
Cavalry 5 here on the other side as well, getting the double Runans. Also has the Corki online as well. The interesting thing to note though is that Kevin also has a Runans. Doesn't have the category 5, but both these players slamming Runans and both these players trying to push levels means that potentially could be contesting each other, because Kevin has the slamming, is pushing levels, and with Lococo also going for the Runans, both going towards the AD comp. The tier is there, though.
Only 1 tier. It's on Tamino's side as well. Tartman is the loser. There is a Corki as well with a bow. Could be a great pickup for our AD players. And it will be Klamu, who is playing some flexible TFT, open to a good unit and a good component. Good for you, Klamu.
Kevin also getting the 4-cost Twitch here, so a nice little upgrade for him, despite being a 3rd on the overall leaderboard, leaving some more defensive items left here for Chuso and Double, who are currently leading the lobby. Now.
Wonder if Kevin picking up this Twitch actually means that he goes towards that Twitch with an early Twitch on the board. He has the Runans, he has the Gold Collector as well. Doesn't unfortunately have the Rage Blade for the extra attack speed, but might not need it in the end. But that could be a good direction point here for Kevin as we take a look here. 6 Visionary online for Tartman, or 4, I should say.
We were on Chuso's board for just a second after the carousel, and we saw an Mbessa in the shop. So a big upgrade for the Spanish player who is already win streaking and dominating the lobby in this stage 3.
Just saw a little upgrade there. Nedelmage has found that Darius 3, and we're taking a look at his board on the opposite side here as well. Violet online, Darius online, still a little bit off of the Graves and the Draven and everything else, but will probably enough here. Violet moving very slow, but she will arrive at her destination.
Violet definitely becoming very, very powerful right now, and I mean, with the extra pit fighter coming in as well for Netelmage is definitely a huge bonus to trying to push levels later on. Double 61, level 7 already, nearly going into stage 4. Was able to get the portable forge and went for fish bones, so looks like Double might also be going for Twitch from this spot, Panda, if I'm not mistaken, with the items that he slammed. So there's definitely some contention in terms of AD, fast level A AD champions in this lobby.
Similar to last game, it was just a lot of players going for different AD lines outside of just the Morgana Visionary players at the bottom.
And we're taking another look at Double's board here. He's been leading the lobby 85 HP and on. That Conqueror getting close to the 100 stack here as well, but not enough to deal with the pit fighters as we are going to be going into Wolves. The orb will drop regardless.
That's a big thing to keep note in this lobby. Double 61, Kevin Parker and Lococo, 3 of the players that are looking towards that AD line. It really depends on what you're able to naturally get on these roll downs, as Kevin nearly level 8. Looks like might be going towards that Twitch, but we did just see a Twitch in the shop of Double 61. So again, it's about really scouting at this point during the game and trying to figure out what direction that I can go into and what comps are going to be contested or not.
What are we getting from the Wolves? Checking in with Kevin. That was one of the boards we were wondering about. As you can see, a lot of items unslammed right now after finding that Twitch in the carousel. Are we going to stick with it? It looks like the answer is yes, picking up that Mundo as well.
Drawdown happening, was able to get a bow off the walls as well. Double Jace pair could also be pretty good here to buff up the Elise potential in the front line, but we're getting no upgrades at all on our board. We have about 20 pairs and no upgrades.
Yes.
And look at that instant pivot into trying to play towards a that's a tongue twister. 4 form swapper in the end, instead of the Twitch. So crazy adaptation here from Kevin. You've seen keeping all of his lines open on his roll down and deciding to go for the form swapper in the end with the double Jace pair.
And honestly, I feel like that's a good description of his game here. It's just so many different signals that he has been getting throughout this game and continuously adapting. Eventually, he will need to lock in, so hopefully he can stay on this line now.
I wonder if this moves into 4 Emissary 4 Form Swapper, which is one of the newer comps that were introduced in this patch, with Corki being kind of the cornerstone that holds it down with the 80 items until you get the Jace 2 later on. So we'll see if Kevin wants to go for that. It has a very high cap. Finds another emissary rather, on the bench there. And I think it's still missing the Diamond Tristana, so I'll just see if he gets there. And actually, Clemu is also maybe angling towards emissary. 2 emissaries for now. With this sorcerer board, has to find the rest of these emissaries or he might be in trouble. No Mbessa.
That's a Zoe 2 upgrade, so I wonder if he just pivots out of it for now and just keeps one of the emissaries in.
Might be the case.
Still rolling. Who's he missing? Mbessa?
Yep.
Yeah.
Has Nami on the bench there.
Double Garen. It's time.
I will note, between Tamina and Tartman, both of her visionary players, it looks like Tartman just continually gets treats. Now has found the visionary crest here on that 3rd augment as well, whereas Tamina wasn't as lucky. But we are seeing different prioritization when it comes to those units, so Tartman playing a little bit more on the flex on the long game of that visionary board.
Looks like a lot of players were blessed with these last augments. Chuso as well was the player that had that Rebel and Quick Striker +1. Finds Paint the Town blue and a Jinx. Absolutely crazy to see these +1s coming online as well. 2 players actually taking reinforcement, Double 61 and Tamino. And Tamino was able to get that Heimerdinger 2-star, so definitely going to try and hurt the rest of the lobby.
There is Lacoco's board finally coming together. Double Runons onto the Ezreal, I think one of the best holders for the item in the game, with Category 5 especially, and the sponsored Deathblade, so giving a lot more extra AD for this Runons to proc off of. A really great setup from Lacoco here.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Lacoco is a player that needs 19th on the overall today. Any good placement he can get here is one he will be very, very happy about. It looks like he is on his path just there right now. Opposite side, Nilmich has finally found that Draven still one off of the Vander. Not good enough to deal with what Lacoco has assembled, as we are going to be going into this carousel. Would like some upgrades on those Corki items. We have seen basically worse in slot Corki earlier. I'd like to see a better itemized Corki now in this game to make up for that, personally.
I think when you're looking across all of the boards here, not a lot of players are actually hitting their upgrades. You know, Kevin, again, has a lot of 1-stars on his board. The same with Lacoco as well. 1-star Corki, 1-star Heimerdinger, Chuso with only a 1-star Zoe. So a lot of people, it seems like, actually missed on their roll down, which means that the tempo in general of this lobby is going to be a lot slower, and there's going to be some players that are just going to run away with it. Players like Chuso with painting the town blue, and players like Lacoco as well are going to benefit from players not being able to hit on their roll downs.
And looking at Clemu, still stuck in Ambessa jail.
Oh, got it.
Hasn't given up on... Oh, there we go. We're back online. And I was going to say earlier, for me, the best way to analyze, or the best benchmark to know how good a player is in TFT this set, is what their board looks like when they're trying to play 4 Emissary and they don't hit. I think it's actually a very good test of really their board making combinations in stage 4. And for now, Clemu has survived, but he's on 13 HP and a 2-loss streak.
And I mean, if he gets a big enough hit here, it might even come close here, but I don't think it will be big enough going up against this Pit Fighter board. Takes down the Violet.
Wow, the
Draven
damage
is left, and lots and lots of damage coming out of our Zoe in the backline there, as we are going to be getting into our anomaly. Let's see what Clemu actually decides to go for.
Doesn't have a lot of gold to play with, so has to really figure out what he wants to try and pick up here. Energy absorption is not too bad. Skids past it. Kill streak is great with Zoe, since Zoe has a lot of spread damage and can try and deal damage to the backline. If Zoe is able to use the paddle star, get onto the backline and deal the damage, can look to keep casting. And with the Mana Zane on top of that, Zoe's just going to be casting over and over again.
Looking at Chuso's board, I am really happy to see this be the game plan that Chuso executed on. A lot of players might have considered just going for a Kali reroll with a Quick Striker and the Rebel +1 and trying to go for a Quick Striker reroll. Instead, Chuso uses that combination on the Wandering Trainer to just use it as a tempo option. Picks up a Crown Guard on the Akali, but then further on to the Alawi, and now is trying to, with all that preservative HP, go level 9, find Jinx 2, and hopefully win out.
Honestly, finding Jinx 1 is already pretty great for this composition here. After both of you called it out, finding that painted town blue, like you said, Jinx 2 would be even better, so we'll need to look to find that. Also use the comeback story anomaly on her before we're going to be going into Raptors. Still plenty of HP, currently sitting at the very top there, preserving Econ and some of this HP as well. But we're getting another look at our Visionary board, and there is a Malzahar, so fully upgraded on the vertical there as well.
And being able to get that QSS onto the Morgana means that she can get the Blazing Soul straight away with the extra attack speed that she gets from that is great. Kind of struggling a little bit though on damage. Again, you know, talking about Zoe and that backline damage that she has. Same with Jinx as well. There are so many units, I feel like, this set that have so much spread damage and have so many ways to get onto backline damage. You know, you think of Jinx, you think of Zoe, you think of like a LeBlanc and Sorcerers even as well. So it can be very difficult.
We saw Clemu unfortunately taken down another game that does not go the way he would have liked. The roll down with Emissary is always risky and just wasn't stable enough throughout most of the stage 4 because of it. We saw there from Chuso also a sigh of relief winning this last fight, because when you're sitting on 50 gold, 60 gold, trying to go fast 9, any win you get while you're greeting out is so important in terms of the extra lives you'll have later on in stage 5 and 6.
Yeah, and I mean, Tamino might meet a similar fate, is sitting down there on the 22 HP as well. We were just talking about it. Has found them also are 0 items on that legendary, no upgrades. The front line also looking awfully fraudulent. We're looking at a Nunu 1, Elise 1, and then that Rel 2 also holding 2 of the items there to try and at least have some beef in the tank, try and buy some time for that Morgana. But it's all looking a little bit wonky, to be honest.
And just going back on the whole anomaly point as well, Nettlemidge and Tamino both take an infectious anomaly, which is a scaling anomaly. You want to wait for a few rounds. You want to actually win a few rounds to make sure that you're able to spread all of the anomalies onto every single unit, give the extra damage. Both these players actually fighting off against each other, which is a huge round here for Nettlemidge to win. And Tamino is going to be in a very rough spot here, losing 4 rounds in a row with infectious anomaly means that you're not really going to have enough time to allow this anomaly to scale.
That's considering as well that Tamino picked up reinforcement at 4-2, indicating that, hey, I'm just trying to find immediate power now to try and stabilize in stage 4, but the opposite has happened. He's on a 4-loss streak. He does pick up a Molten Heart 2. Could this be the payoff he was looking for trying to survive that stage 4 and make it this far into the game?
Tamino, 4 losses down. Any could be his last one. Will he avoid elimination on the opposite side? We're actually seeing both of these players go against each other. Tamino on both sides of her split screen. Will he make it through against the Coco's board? That Corki has been upgraded. Both the Heimerdinger and the backline are still without items, but it looks like maybe that Morgana can clutch it out for him on this round at least, and he stays in with 9 HP.
Big upgrade for Tamino that last round, getting that Malzahar 2-star at level 8. It's such a huge, or level 9 I should say, such a huge upgrade to try and get that secondary carry as Visionary Center of the Universe Jace.
This is the tech. Tartman is a knower, a true knower. I think Jace is actually the best Visionary Emblem holder this patch, actually. So it's just the true way to play the highest cap possible, especially when someone's contesting you on Morgana reroll. You have to bring out the textbook of hidden tech and try and succeed with it.
I think for what it's worth, it is quite brave and also maybe a little bit mean to see someone go for no scout, no pivot, and then say, yep, I'm still staying on this line. I know better than, and then being able to pull it off this far as Tartman has gotten. But you can see in his reaction that this is not what he imagined for this next round, as his board gets absolutely demolished by Kevin Parker. On the left-hand side, Tamino hanging in there as well. Tartman will need to find a way to stop the bleeding. Hopefully something in this carousel.
Tamino wins again with
Jace here. A ton of players are playing Jace on their boards. I assume a few of them are missing the upgrade. We're seeing Kevin especially at the very top of the standings.
Tommen doesn't pick it up, surprisingly. He only had Jace 1, if I'm not mistaken, so Tommen misses it. Does Kevin Parker just get a Jace for free?
Surely not. Just walking, just slowly walking over.
Casually.
Like a chill guy, just playing some chill TFT.
Interesting that Topman actually decides to go for the Thieves Gloves to try and get more value. But yeah, as you can see, he only has Jace 1. I mean, maybe he realizes that he doesn't have the gold to try and get Jace 2, so he'd rather get the item instead.
And Tarman's on 54 points, right? He doesn't need to go for first place. He just needs to try and play for some placements here. There's 3 players on 1 life. If this TG is good enough to win 1 more fight, that's all he needs. He doesn't really need a Jace 2.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you want the immediate power here instead. Is going to use that to try and build out that front line just a little bit more. You can see on the left-hand side on that Rel there. But is going to go up against the other guy who's on the same line. So Tamino and Tartman on the left-hand side. Somebody is going to get eliminated here. And it's
Jace
looking like the cards are awfully one-sided between our Visionary players. Tartman prevails and knocks out our no scout, no pivot player after bullying him for basically the entire game.
+1 placement for Tartman.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, what you mentioned was correct. The extra Thieves Gloves coming in handy, but Tamino in the end actually decided to swap items in the last second, you know, taking off the Gunblade, taking it off the Morgana, put it on the Malzahar instead. Very interesting choice. I mean, it was a Malzahar too, but you know, unfortunately for Tamino, the infection is not spreading enough, unfortunately, to do enough damage to the likes of Nettlemage and Tarman.
Only a good roll back to the first patch of the set. Then maybe Malzahar would clear in the first 5 seconds of the fight.
We're in a new day and age now, Panda.
Are we in any day and age for Nettlemage? Has to be the question, as he's trying to hold on through against the board that Kevin Parker has assembled, but it looks like maybe that Draven can clutch it out, finds the enemy backline, and will get a win here. Nettlemage hanging in there, and if I'm not mistaken, that's also a win on the side of Tartman. No, okay, I got baited. All right.
So far,
Plus one placement at the very least. Tartman picks up 3 points here. Is now going to be on 57, putting him, you know, it's fully in his hands to try and qualify to day 3 after the game 6 performance coming up. But looking at the rest of this the top 5 remaining, quite a few of the players in the very top can still have big power spike. Coco is missing the Alawi upgrade. We still have Kevin missing the Jace upgrade despite being on Jace pair thanks to that carousel. So the start of this stage 6 will get explosive when players commit the rest of the gold they have left.
And to keep an eye on that right-hand side to see players across the board, what upgrades they're able to get. Not enough gold really for anyone to push levels. You see Kevin here trying to roll down, as you mentioned, for that Jace 2-star. Everything going to be sold away. Nothing here, unfortunately.
Too many players have that unit in place. Really missing out on that from having such a dominant position earlier on, not rolling there. Then it got taken out. You can see it sit in the store here for Nettlemage. So just another nail in that coven. But Kevin should be healthy enough to live one more round. The same cannot be said for Nettlemage left-hand side as he does go up against Coco. He will need to keep the wins going on his pit fighter board here. Violet's still alive, but not for long. And that Draven will fall in just a second in prox to Mel, but it's not on the side of Nettlemage as far as we can see.
I think Nettlemage gets knocked out. Nettlemage gets knocked out, and don't know who it. Oh, was it Nettlemage in the end? Who had the? Oh, it was Double. Oh, okay, I'm getting baited by Double's HP being 18 on the right hand side. I got a bit baited there. But Double was actually the one that had the Mel and was actually able to save there in the end. And Nettlemage, as you mentioned, unfortunately going to be knocked out.
Looking at Chuso, still missing the Jinx 2, unfortunately. Has 10 gold, not donkey rolling just yet. Has, at the very least, 2 lives, even on stage 6 here. And Chuso is the player that Double will be facing up against. We'll see how this Rebel board will do.
Checking in here, can he survive now that Mel is no longer gonna protect with a last stand proc, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Double 61 is going to get eliminated here in 4th place between Kevin and Coco. Kevin will also take the loss and now be down on 1 last life, as we do have our top 3 players remaining.
Pretty incredible, actually, that Kevin was able to get top 3 with being able to go for, I mean, just the Jace 1. You know, he's been rolling pretty much for an entire stage, or maybe even more than a stage, Panda, trying to roll for this Jace 2, but is able to survive thanks to his other units being fully upgraded. And, you know, his four form swapper. God, that's such a tongue twister every time. 4 form swapper, actually.
4 form swapper.
Yeah, there you go. 4 form. That's hard to say, you know.
I think you have some trauma with tongue twisters, Stuart. We could maybe share later because
pretty hard, you know.
Caster practice will get it in, but Kevin Parker trying to stop the bleeding, maybe claw his way into the top 2. Can he do it? On the backline will get absolutely lifted by the enemy Victor, and once the board does come down, there's not much that remains really. Neither does Kevin's board, and he will take a 3rd place here. I think you should be happy about that one in the overall point score. He's on 48, so he shouldn't be too scuffed about this one. And Lakoko and Chuso, 2 players we highlighted already yesterday and today. Flashing the thumbs up here as Chuso does get the stat.
Talked about it earlier. Lakoko's a player who I think is very knowledge-based in terms of his success in TFT, and we're seeing it here. Understands the power of Category 5 alongside this Ezreal comp, playing into Academy on a very early Rumble 2 that really stabilized him in Stage 5, and just a really, really dominant run. Now Mel onto the board as well. Chuso still has big spikes to hit, though, if he finds this Jinx 2, which he somehow has not hit yet, despite being on 9 for all of Stage 5 and 6. Do I give him the caster bless last minute, please? Only 1 Jinx is found for now.
Unfortunately not, no. That's double Rebel, but can't go for the 10 Rebel yet, unfortunately. But yeah, still going to be very powerful to see if he can try and take down this Ezreal.
Well, they both have enough life to, depending on how games go for 1 or 2 more rounds. So Chuso winning this one doesn't have to mean everything just yet. There's another round after this one, and although they are not very rich in terms of money, we will try and see if he can assemble something.
There it is, finally.
This board.
Exact amount of gold to find the Jinx 2 upgrade, and that should be it. The one downside that I'm seeing for Lakoko with this comp is that there's no sustain in this backline. There's a lot of chip damage coming through. It happened earlier. I think the last loss Lakoko had before this one was to the Morgana Visionaries board, where the chip damage came into the Ezreal and just died before he could do enough DPS. It's similar here with the Jinx damage coming through and the Zoe bouncing into the Ezreal and killing it early.
One more time. Go ahead.
Yeah, it might be the final fight now as well, with Chuso being able to get that 10 Rebel thanks to the Spatula off the carousel. I miscounted a little bit, but the Jinx 2 and 10 Rebel, too much now for Lakoko, and Chuso securing the 1st place in the end after a very dominating performance. Expected to go into the Quick Striker, but decided in the end to go into that Rebel route, finding the Spatula on that last carousel to get 10 Rebel to secure the victory.
My goat,
Putting himself
Chuso.
on there. Yeah. Absolutely well done, taking down everyone else, seeing the potential. You were talking about it, the Wandering Trainer. Many players would have gone for a Quick Striker instead. Chuso seeing the potential, seeing the vision of maybe getting another Spatula at the very end together with Painted Town Blue, and gets it all in a line to take down this lobby. But we are going to be going to a quick break. After that, our analyst desk will tell you more about what has been happening here, and then we will have one more final game here to decide who makes it to tomorrow, and maybe also decide who our first players are that will be locked in for the Tactician's crown. You are watching the EMEA Golden Spatula. Don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Cold, heartless sinners out to play. Beneath the shadowed veil, upon the meek they pray. Fight to survive, let no one seal our fate. Nowhere to hide from these wicked games. From these wicked games.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, one and all. I'm here with Alan. Alan, on the precipice of the final game of day 2. But before we dive into some of the implications coming up there, just of course a quick word about the game we've just seen go past. Of course, Dave was talking about in the green room as well, a huge day for Spanish TFT players to see Juso come in and not only punch through that kind of glass ceiling that the Spanish players have had there, but do so quite as spectacularly as that.
I mean, hey, when you hit the vertical rebel, it definitely does shine. But like, there's no point like glorifying the rebel vertical when on top of the rebel spot from the carousel. We should pay attention to how well played was the third and the second place, given that their roll downs were a bit shaky, and given what they cooked from it, going second and third was very impressive.
Absolutely. I think it was a really good game to be up an ultimate game, but let's start getting into details, Alan. One more game to go before we cut away most of our players. From where you're sitting, with the view over all of the games played so far in the competition, how do you feel like our players should be approaching this final and incredibly important game?
That's a very interesting question. Given what we've seen so far and how the meta developed, I believe the players, when they realize they don't have a good enough opener, trying to go for some sort of fast 8 board usually does not work out. So like having a basic plan of just defaulting some sort of reroll, even if it's not the best reroll like we've seen with quick strikers, just saving a placement or two, just get those points where you can, looks like the most optimal line. Instead of trying to push that 8, you miss your roll down and you just guaranteed 7 or 8.
No, absolutely, and I think that's going to be a huge part of this game yet to come. Is seeing the heartbreak settle in for players and they realise they've made a decision which maybe isn't fully optimal based on their position. I mean, in terms of compositions, particular lines you want to see our players go in this final game to come. Are there any comps you're seeing as kind of underplayed in the tournament so far?
I believe for the power the comp has is pretty much Sork. Has been a bit behind. Every time we've seen Sorks, it was pretty much at the top 2, top 1 kind of spots with some few exceptions. However, the players might be leaning away from the comp given how Rebels got popular, so Zoe gets contested, or on the other side, Garen is just such a unit that players buy probably the most. And we know that 4 Sork for Emissary is one of the lines, where 6 Sork Black Rose is a bit less of a common.
So we know this is a moment coming up where our players will either be going through to tomorrow or potentially straight to the crown itself, depending on how all the numbers play out. Kind of what would you imagine the players' mentality is going to be at this point? We've got some of our players who are going to be able to relax at this point. They are very much in the minority. For everybody else, knowing that this one game of TFT can make such a big difference to their overall career.
Like you mentioned, some of the players are already chilling, given that they are at the points where they know they are pretty much guaranteed to go through. However, the players that they need first, they need fifth, they need third, the best pretty much idea to have and like the proper mindset, hey, we played a solid TFT across the whole weekend, why stop here? Just one more game, lock in, don't stress out, don't let the emotions go through you, just stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know, I'm sure for yourself and for the players you talk to, are there any specific things that you have worked for you as a player or you've seen work for other players? You're talking about the sort of positive self-talk there. Is there anything else specifically you've seen players, do at these kind of moments?
Having some good, honestly, music to vibe with, like having your favorite music before the game, just get into the zone. And yeah, some players meditate, some players listen to music, some players just need someone to talk to. There are various strategies, but just vibing pretty much with the music is the most common one I've encountered.
All right, well, with that in mind, let's gather ourselves and prepare for the final standings before the final round begins. Let's see who is in the top spot and who, sadly, is far below it here on us. On our first page or the second page overall, you can see the casualties of the game so far. Unfortunate that somebody's got to be at the bottom.
I mean, someone has to take that spot, like nothing you can do, someone still has to take an 8th, no matter how you look at it. However, if we would go to the first page, we see which players are still in the contention for the top 8, where 56 points right now is the break point for top 8. So pretty much we think like it should be around 59-60 points at break point. So it will be pretty rough because there are only 2 slots really viable for the players to get.
Yeah, and of course, Kevin Parker, one of the players we're looking very closely to see how he does, is 1 spot below the place he would need to be to guarantee getting through. So we're getting word that it may even be even slightly higher than we thought before, 61 or even 62. So there is that element of uncertainty of our players going in, knowing that even your best laid plans may be swept away by the play of others. But, Jenna friends, ready yourselves. One last game before we will cut away the majority of the field. Make some friends, bring us into it.
Thank you so much, guys. I am quite excited. So excited, actually. I got reinforcements for this desk personally, so I'm not here alone. I don't know about you guys, if you have something to hold on to maybe give you some emotional support, because it is about to get quite dicey. Okay, next time we're practicing this, I don't know. You guys disappointed me.
I got nothing, sorry.
No amount of practice will allow me to summon an animal out of thin air. I'm sorry I don't have pets. Unfortunately, that is no longer something I can... Actually, not in arm's reach, unfortunately.
All right. Well, this is our lobby, our last lobby of today. And for some players, that final stretch is much closer than for others. You just heard it before. 61-62 is what we are expecting. Looking at Chusel, looking at double 61, it is looking pretty promising. Not to jinx anyone here.
The points in that lobby I said were incorrect, I will say, for anyone that was looking at those. That will be updated most likely in the webcam spots throughout this game 6, because Chuso had those 60 points already. Tardaman got 57, I believe. So players are a bit closer to that threshold than we thought, and we're seeing with double as well on 60 points already. Because the cutoff will be around 61, 62, maybe an 8th is enough for players like Chuso and double. Maybe a 7th will be necessary. All in all, of course, players, just in case, will be playing their absolute heart outs, trying for any amount of success in this game.
And for players like Kevin Parker as well, I mean, we keep talking about it, but a player that maybe doesn't even need to make it into the top 8, currently sitting in 11th place, 1 point behind that 10th place that he needs right now. So going to be really important to see if he can make it to that point.
Going to be checking in with everybody and what cards they're getting at the very beginning here. I'm quite curious on the augments, I feel like a triple prismatic to round it out. How are you feeling?
I'm going to go ahead and say no. I think just a silver.
Straight up
would be ideal. Let our competitors showcase their skill. I was thinking the same thing, Makes. Funny how that works.
You just got straight up denied, Makes. You gonna take that?
That's okay. I've been working with Panda for so long. We are on polar opposites of what we enjoy as viewers. It's fine.
I wonder why.
I have all opinions.
Sometimes you have to have a bit of chaos to end the day. What better way to end the day with a bit of chaos with some prismat? Okay, no, gold.
You just had to jinx it.
Shop Glitch is one of the better reroll augments, econ augments that are currently available in this set. We'll see if Chuso wants to commit to that. One more thing to mention that I think hasn't been spoken about just yet. You've mentioned, Stuart, about Kevin Parker's situation in terms of making it potentially to Tech Crown without making top 8 due to QP. Like Coco, similar situation, right? As long as he finishes above, I think it was 15th, might need to be a little bit higher depending on how it shakes out. He could still qualify once again to the global stage, despite being a little bit further to making that top 8, considering he's on 52 points now.
Yeah, lower than that, actually, 19th, which I believe he has a 7-point gap at the moment between himself and 19th place. So maybe just a few more points is what he needs to secure that Tactician's crown. But we'll probably have to wait until the end of the day to get that completely confirmed. But the Coco going for the snipers +1 in the end. Again, something that we haven't really seen too much. Twitch in general has been a little bit less popular today compared to yesterday. So it's gonna be interesting to see what line that Lakoko is gonna bring out for this final game of day 2.
I'm wondering if maybe he'll try to focus more on the Zeri, seeing how strong that looked in some of her games yesterday and today. So we'll need to check in with Lakoko and decide what he is actually running there. Other than that, we're seeing a lot of forges and a prize fighter being picked up here, more trying to stay open for our players for that final game.
Interesting for Tarman. It's going to be the Mogul's Mail onto the Irelia with Crown Guard, so a very, very tanky front line for this stage 2. From Kevin, he will be a free win against pretty much everyone in this lobby in stage 2 due to the what doesn't kill you, trying to maximize those components. Could maybe play into Scrap off of that augment, which I think is a valid line after the Corki buffs in the B patch.
Topman here using one of his removers, taking it off the Aurelia and put it on the Steb instead. We've been able to get the extra bruiser online. And we got Worgen's Mail versus Worgen's Mail. Who's going to get the most amount of golds?
Well, at that point, you say it a little bit like a joke, but it does matter. You want to print as much as possible to give you a good upside here, but it looks like both players are succeeding in at least getting there and getting some more on top of that for the side of Tartman.
Tartman, ding!
Yep. One more.
Was that three? Is that 3 gold? 2 gold? 3 gold out of that round?
I think it was 3 gold.
Yeah.
Looks like. Yeah. Chuso's counting. Chuso needs full info.
He's like, okay, 1, 2, 3 on every single board, making sure everybody gets it.
We're gonna see full carousel of 1-cost tanks for Tartman. Now solo step and plays on the Violet.
I think
just cycle through.
Check in with Kevin Parker real quick if we can do that, dear observer. Because if I'm seeing correctly, we are having a little bit of an open fort situation on our hands. So trying to guarantee that loss streak there at the very beginning.
And Nettlemans with a very, very strong combination here. Suspicious Trenchcoat onto the Violet is one of the broken artifacts we've been talking about. One of the conditions that enables Family Reroll to go from a 7th, 6th place into a potential win in terms of how this artifact can with the positioning for Violet once she does split.
I think for players like Chuso as well, who did, I believe, go for the shop glitch in the end. I'm not too sure if he actually went for it or not.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, so for a player like that, it's going to be very difficult because there's multiple portable forges on the board. So if there is a reroll line that Chuso wanted to play for, and maybe someone gets a portable forge, which allows them to play towards that line as well, it might be a little bit difficult. But yeah, Chuso went for shop glitch into Infinity Edge. So potentially looking for Zeri. I'm not too sure what line he's really going to go with that one.
Can I take a minute to shout out Klimbu, who played a little game, a quick striker earlier on, 2 games actually, bought 4. He said, you know what, I'll do it again, but this time with the right conditions.
That's one.
Has the sniper's focus on the Nocturne, and he is mathematically eliminated from making day 3, so maybe just trying to go down his default line that he's most comfortable and familiar with.
Honestly, I respect it. I think you still have to play for max. There's prize money on the line. You want to go as high as possible. But if you can finish out the final game with a very cool comp, you'll always take it. And if you can get a first place, even though you are mathematically out for making it to day 3, I think players will always go for that, even if it's just to preserve mental, but also because they're competitive. They want to show off one more time for sure.
You always want to make sure you have the last laugh. Even though you're not going to be able to qualify, unfortunately, for day 3, being able to get that victory, and as you mentioned, play for prize pools. There's a lot of prize money on the line as well, so it's not just trying to make it to day 3. If you're not able to get there, you can still try and get some extra points on the board. But Lakoko here, unfortunately, going to be losing his streak. Tartman is going to be able to win a few rounds and also get the extra gold as well. So Tartman's on a streak with the extra gold as well from Morgan's Mail. So it's going to be very helpful for him when it comes to the mid and late game.
For Klimu, the game here is just very, very simple. Just trying to go for Nocturne as a main carry instead of the Akali, instead of the TF. We saw way less of Nocturne being a carry in quick strikers in general, and a lot of that has to do with him, or the unit, just not being as good as it's in its standard form. It needs to have these range increasing artifacts to really become a beast.
Honestly, every single time I see Quick Striker Nocturne, I'm reminded like of days way past, of Blender Nocturne back when that was good. And it makes me feel very nostalgic. I know I'm outing myself as old, but it was one of my favorite comps ever, so cool to see.
And see what players are going to be carrying on their streaks. Kevin Parker, of course, as you mentioned, makes going for open forts. Interesting enough for Kevin as well, if we can take a look at his boards, we can see on our screens that has a Smeech online with the Bloodthirster as well, but it's going to mean that maybe Kevin goes towards the Chem Barons potentially with the ambushers for his final game, trying to make it into the final lobby. I think for Kevin, he needs, if he wants to get into the final lobby, he needs, I believe, a first. A second might be able to make it in for him, but a first place definitely needs it. And ambushers is one of the best compositions to try and get that first place, since it has such a high win rate across EMEA and also other regions.
Absolutely true. We are getting closer to that second set of augments, and for Kevin, the game plan is very, very clear. Find Smeech, find more Smeech, question mark, win. So that is exactly what he's trying to do here. Has one of the many Smeeches needed and will try to assemble more in just a little bit of time. Is on a pretty good loss streak in terms of how much HP he was able to preserve despite open footing very early on. So I'm not too worried for him just yet.
It also uses as just a way to move into vertical enforcers later on with a 4 enforcer on the board right now. It's one of the comps that we saw performing really, really well. If players know the angle to play for, you have a tier right now that could become potentially a blue buff for Caitlyn later on. So Kevin's still open to a few different possibilities.
So what we're saying here is +1 enforcer for Kevin. Are you blessing him or are you cursing him, Panda?
Just be careful what you're saying now, Panda.
Yeah.
So I tactically waited to reply until after the augments already came up. A true master of diplomacy.
Wow, it takes Trade Tracker. Now that is Trade Tracker. I actually saw the name that time.
Wait, are you sure? Are you sure, Stuart?
Yeah, yes, and I saw the name this time. I wasn't
a little doubt just crept in.
Stop! No,
maybe he re-rolled and it's magic roll.
Don't do this to me again, please. Come on. I've already had it hard enough today. Alan's calling me a wind-up monkey, and now you lot trolling me with this. I've had it all today.
Oh well, it's a rite of passage, so to say. Some players taking a little bit longer here on those augment choices before everything is being locked in. And honestly, I think the trade tracker, actually we have Chuso on Magic Roll just to mess with you, but the trade tracker on Kevin Parker here will be something we'll need to keep our eyes on.
And really strong setup here from both players. Once again, the Moguls middle players facing each other. In this case, now Double is the one that has 2 extra tank items completed onto the Swain. So just overall going to overpower here. The Glass Cannon not doing enough for Tartman. He loses his win streak as well.
Swain 2 this early on is such a huge tank. And as you mentioned with the Mail as well on top of it, it's just going to be farming so much gold. Chuso here, a player that is most likely going to be getting into day number 3, even with an 8th place here. Unfortunately, with the roll down, hasn't really hit too much. Has hit the Darius, but where are the Violets?
He just skipped one. Maybe he fell behind and is going to consider just playing for Draven 3, Darius 3, and pushing levels. He was contested, I believe, on Family, so it makes some amount of sense, and doesn't have the items for Violet regardless. So.
Yeah, we are getting word from our observer that some Violets were sold here to get the Darius 3 online, and you're also correct. Nettlemich is also on Family from everything I've been seeing here, has the Family Crest as well as second augment, so it's going to be a little bit of hand-holding on the side of Chuso, and in front of that, I do understand that he was trying to preserve some HP, go for the Darius, instead sell those Violets for now, and hope that maybe he finds them back later.
As I mentioned, I think Chuso's spot was very difficult because he did go for shop glitch, but then you're struggling a lot because then Nettlemich gets Portable Forge into the trench coat, which again is one of Violet's best items. So when you're in that spot already, it can be very difficult to figure out what sort of reroll line that you want to try and go for. So, as you mentioned, going for that is pretty good.
I just noticed something.
What did you What's the
Observer, can you take us to Lococo's board, please?
And we teleport to Lococo's board.
Yep.
Oh.
How do you solve the problem of no front line in a full sniper comp? One of the solutions is getting Golemify at 3-2. Massive tank now available to buy enough time for the snipers to do their thing in stage 4. You love to see it from Lococo.
Also getting the Hex Tech upgrade here from our little monkey friend, so no one is being thrown further down on the total HP, and instead we're going to have access to even more power, and power indeed is this big golem on the side of Lococo. Now, we are still missing some backline to actually back up that tank and serve some damage out. Right now it's just a Kog'Maw 1 with a Rage Blade and our little powder there with the sniper crest, but in time, surely in time, Lococo will assemble a strong board.
I mean, you're kind of seeing how strong the Golemify is already for Lococo, even as you mentioned with that Kog'Maw 1 with just one item being 1-star, just still the Golem itself just tanking so much damage that makes it so difficult to even get access to that Kog'Maw in the backline. So we have to see what item Lococo decides to upgrade as well as the Radiant item. Rage Blade can be an option, but you can also go for something like Infinity Edge as well. But as Panda mentioned, 6 sniper a possibility here without that Golemify in the front line.
6 sniper, emblem on Savika, flamethrower start of the fight. Trust.
Holy.
We're in stage 3-6.
Just
I
trust.
don't want to hear about Savika for like at
that's
least
not
one
trusting.
more
That's
stage.
the anti-trusting.
Well, there it is one more time. It's actually interesting. It has so much HP that it's very hard to see the individual brackets because they're black lines and they just look like the HP bar itself.
We have 2 golems here.
Squinting at my screen.
Swain 2 golem and the normal golem. Swain 2 clears, apparently. That's how strong Mogul's Mill is on Swain.
It's more the damage, to be honest. There's just not much to back it up on Lococo.
Yet.
As the big
Corki has been picked up, and already, the pivot into scrap. So I was correct at the very beginning. Happy to see Kevin Parker agree that the Corki buff is relevant enough to play for scrap, despite the big nerf on the original 13.6 patch.
Yeah, that has been able to proc the trait tracker as well, so you can see his emblems on that left-hand side as well. So not really a lot there to buff up too much in terms of the scrap, but a few.
These are some pretty crazy combinations, though.
I mean,
Firelight for Echo, Pit Fighter, Enforcer.
He did get the scrap +1. I was wondering if he actually did get the scrap +1, but he did. It was just
this is pretty insane. Look at this roll as well. Finds a Y2, finds a Rumble. We're back, baby.
Pit Fight is definitely going to help as well as the Enforcer. I thought he missed on the scrap +1, but he actually did get it in the end. So Kevin Parker looking incredible. You already have so many items from what doesn't kill you, means that you're able to get extra items, which means more shielding for these scrap units, as well as trait tracker on top of that as well. We might be seeing some ginormous shields on top of these scrap units.
I mean, after that roll down, I feel like you can just marvel at this board that has come together here for Kevin Parker on the back of that trait tracker and everything else. So many legendaries that came into that shop as well. And we'll definitely have a big power spike from here on out as we are going to go into our last set of augments. And once again, it will be gold.
Another item? Another support item?
Well, reinforcement, we don't need anything at this point in time. Oh, he does go for it.
Wow.
What forecast is he missing? Wait, is he going for Corki? No.
Is he going to go for it? What? Yeah, what is he missing?
Just wants the immediate Echo, yeah. And we have a Reforger still, so there's a chance to remove Reforge, the Rebel and the Automata. Yeah, exactly. For even more high rolls.
Didn't quite catch what it was.
A little bit of an upgrade here on Lakoko from our dear observer. We are on 10,380 HP on this golem. What a massive number, what a massive HP bar, as we are now finally getting a little bit of a backline there as well.
Just actually decided to roll down that 7, which maybe just wants to stabilize him a little bit. Maybe didn't realize that maybe didn't think that he had the right economy online to try and get to level 8 and try and find the likes of Twitch. Does have the 4 sniper, but as you were saying before, Makes, just still doesn't have the damage yet to back up this golem. Still rolling.
It's maybe a little bit scary. Lakoko, through QP, we talked about could make it through, and now has to switch off the reinforcement, which is why he was rolling on 7. Knows that just needs to hit a 4 cost once, and essentially has the 2-star already. He does need to get some amount of points here to try and make it through QP.
Yeah, it's a story that Lakoko is more than familiar with. Last set, similar position, needed to just make top 24, wasn't able to do that. Now, of course, that has to be kind of nagging at you, sit in the back of your mind. This time around, we'll try to avoid this fate, and this Twitch should now hopefully be good enough. We are also still sitting on that Hectic upgrade, which to me is a bit confusing. I could have slammed it on that Rage Blade.
I'm quite surprised as well, because you're seeing it's pretty much the difference in most of these rounds. Not using that Radiant upgrade yet, not using one of these items, maybe waiting, as I mentioned, for that Infinity Edge. He is going to get first pick this time. The BS Sword is on his side, but there's also a Caitlyn. So now the difficulty, you pick the Caitlyn now? Yeah, you have to go for the Caitlyn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you have a choice here.
You can't skip a Caitlyn there, Panda. Come on. I know you have dreams.
I'm joking. Listen, Stuart, I already know you have not played Sniper Emblem Savika, and she hit Flamethrower Jackpot.
I might not played it, but I've seen it. And sometimes you roll into the punch, and then that sniper becomes pretty useless. You just jump into melee range. Then what?
Only if you're a bad player.
I get it.
All right. Well,
next operation for Lakoko is trying to make it to 8 here to fit in the 6 sniper.
Noted.
I can just fit it out. Yeah, take out some front line.
Upgrade, please.
I think we're still waiting for that Infinity Edge, but yeah, it's now going to use the Rage Blade. I think he was waiting for the Infinity Edge. He could have got the BF Sword off the last carousel, but wanted that Caitlyn for that 6-item spike. Oh, actually, surprisingly goes for the Gunblade instead of a Rage Blade, but still delayed it, and delaying has cost him a lot of HP, though.
And he's facing one of the strongest players in the lobby now, Kevin Parker, so could get taxed again. Despite his board being stronger, despite now executing on the entire game plan, he's facing off against a player who has hit so many extra great +1s to give him more board strength here.
Yeah, another hit, but has plenty of gold to work with here on the anomaly, so hopefully something he can do with that before we're going to be going into Raptors. I think you are probably not too mad about finding Kevin here, so at least you're safe for a couple more rounds. Like you mentioned, that was one of the stronger players in the lobby based on upgrades. So hopefully, Coco now being able to stabilize, but we are digging deep.
What is he looking for? He skipped past, I mean, calling card was maybe a bit hit or miss, but he skipped past even comeback story as well, which he's on 12 HP. So I'm really surprised. I mean, he's rolled like 30 gold in this anomaly. He's found the Infectious anomaly twice now. That's how much gold he's been rolling here. But I'm very curious as to what one he's trying to find, because he skipped past a lot of very strong ones. Goes for, I believe, the Frost in the end for the utility.
Now he's further and further from making level 8 as well. So
wow,
nothing going as planned here for Lakoko, despite the potential going off of the 3-2 augment pickup and the Glimify.
I really would like to know what he had in his mind, what he was chasing there. Surely he had like the idea of, this is like my bailout and I need to sacrifice everything for it. Whether or not that's correct is up for discussion, but that is exactly what it looked like in terms of what he was doing there. We're going to be seeing whether or not it's enough. He's on 12 HP and is one of the players that was in contention here. Chuso taking a big loss against Clamu, and Coco will at least find a win here.
Kevin Parker as well now on that win streak. mentioned that some of the emblems did get rolled. I'm still not too sure what other emblems that Kevin Parker was able to get when rolling the Automata +1, the Rebel +1, but probably got some more power. But I think with how strong his board was already with his upgrades, and win streak definitely helping out.
The problem for Coco is that the other players near the bottom of the standings are fairly strong. Kevin cashed out Trade Tracker, assembled a very, very strong board. Klamu has hit a Kali 3, is on his way to hitting maybe the Nocturne 3, the TF3 as well. Should be one of the stronger players with the artifact setup on the Nocturne especially. It's looking dicey on the Coco. If he's playing for QP, he needs to, maybe not get to 60, 61 points, but at the very least has to be in the top half of the standings overall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, it depends on everybody else and how they play, whether or not he will get there. But in 8th place is surely setting yourself up for the worst possible outcome. So need to avoid that at any case, at any point. We're taking a look at Double 61. A player who's looking pretty good on the overall points, but an 8th place for him might also knock him out of contention. We're expecting that cutoff to come in at 61, 62. He would have 61 with an 8, 62 with a 7th here, so anything above that would probably be safe.
As Emil, we've seen the same fight on both sides. I think we're seeing the same fights on both sides. Kevin Parker there again, still carrying on that win streak and being so powerful. 6 win streak now. His reroll was, I think it was Sentinel +1 and Bruiser +1, so a lot better than the Rebel +1 and the other emblems he had as his option. Sentinel +1, of course, going to be very good to pair with that Rumble as well. But I mean, Kevin Parker at this point looks on point to try and win this entire lobby. His board is looking so powerful with so many upgrades.
He's the Grim Reaper. Anyone facing him now is probably going to lose, and that means that players like Double and Coco, who are all on 1 life, are just at the mercy of the rotation matchmaking once they do end up facing Kevin Parker again.
Upgrade on the Rumble being shown here on the left-hand side, but no Rumble on Lococo's.
Invisible Rumble tech, trust.
Of an observer buck, just for anybody that's wondering, but Lococo is fighting for survival. Goes up against Nelmich's family board. The
Golem has a soak here.
Golem has to tank those Violets. Twitch is ramping, and I think this will be good enough. Yes, Violet does go down. Lococo hanging in there. On the right-hand side, though, elimination has come. Double 61 taken down, and I believe this is in 8th place.
I am very scared. Double has lost his chance to make day 3 in the past on tiebreakers. He's at 61 points with this 8th place. We said he maybe needed to have a 7th place to guarantee. We're not sure where the cutoff will be in this case around, but fingers crossed the GOAT of EMEA can still make it to that day 3. And Chuso, same exact position as Double. Thankful that Double went out first. Now guarantee 62 points, and that should be enough for the Spanish player.
There was really a battle there at the bottom between Double 61, Chuso, and even Lococo as well, because all these players are fighting for as many points as possible. For players like Chuso and Double 61, they don't have enough qualifier points. They have to try and make it through day number 3. They have to have a good result this time. And Chuso on that right-hand side at the moment has found the Pit Fighter onto the Warwick. The Blood Money, the Blood Hunter, sorry, doesn't get procced. The Jinx splash damage, though, is way too strong. Chuso goes down, but so does Lococo. And it really depends now on how much damage they both took. And is Chuso...
It was a big loss for Lococo.
Wow. Honestly,
Chuso
that
should
is
be through.
Exactly upside down of what we were kind of expecting going into this game. Our top points performers in this lobby taken out as a carousel comes in and says, well, 3+1s for everybody.
I guess a nice surprise for the end of the day, right, Panda? A nice celebration to end day 2 of the Golden Spatula with more spatulas for everyone.
A nice little fiesta for this top 5, and probably really, really good for Tomino, especially because he's a player that's trying to fit in 6 Sorcerer and 4 Emissary, and we've seen it time and time again. You're missing that one last slot to fit in Black Rose, to fit in the Elise. All of a sudden, that spot opens up. So really, really great turn of events here for Tomino.
Crazy. Man, I'm still not over it. Both Double and Chuso down so early. Lococo with a crazy approach to this game. Unfortunately, being taken down here as well. But Nettlemich is fighting for survival as well. Both him and Clemu kind of on the chopping block. Tamino could serve one of these deadly chops right now, but it doesn't seem like he can do it. He'll take Lost instead. But, I mean, he's smiling. He's chilling.
I'm not exactly stressed with the point total he has coming into this game 6.
Playing with freedom, I guess you could say, is the right way of saying it. Playing, like you mentioned, with not a lot of stress. Unfortunately, a player that can't make it into day number 3, but you know, in general has a lot of HP, is doing very well.
And Tartman is still on Jinx 1. He would need maybe more than a 5th to try and make the threshold. So gonna have to really outposition his competitors.
Looks like there's going to be a lot of players. If Tartman does finish in 5th, doesn't mean that like Tartman's on 61, double 61's also going to be on 61 points. So it's going to be very, very close when we get to the end of this game. And honestly,
Jinx HP.
It benefits Kevin Parker more than anyone.
Yeah, absolutely does. In comes the Jinx rocket, despite only being Jinx 1. Is it good enough? Can Ezreal clutch it out? Tartman on 7 HP will lose, but Clemu has lost as well. Minus HP might come into factor here. Do not.
Clemu's alive.
Hangs in with 1 HP.
Yep, he's alive on 1.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This lobby makes the standings even more insane. And we'd take a look at here at Kevin Parker's board, and that reroll on the Reforged to get Sentinel +1 and Bruiser +1. I mean, look how many traits he has online on that left-hand side. Just absolutely incredible. And it looks like Kevin Parker is going to get his home stretch to his first Tactician's crown.
And this might be the first time where instead of the caster curse, it's the production curse, because the lobby that was selected is full of heartbreak. We have 3 players who have no chance of making it, end up in the top 4 playing spoilers, Clemu, Nettlemich, and Tomino just trying to play their own best game of TFT, and things got really dicey for all of the other competitors because of it.
Absolutely right. The only player in the middle of them is the one that's on fire. 10 wins, 73 gold. Kevin Parker on his route to get the qualifier points, or maybe even overall advancement into the next day. His points are looking absolutely great as he tries to fight out everyone else on the left-hand side. Tomino might take down Clemu. On the right-hand side, Kevin Parker is trying to take down a Nettlemich. Either way, Kevin Parker on the overall scale has to be the winner out of this lobby.
Hold on.
He takes a loss.
Well, Clemu is living his best life, playing his favorite comp, having a 3-star Akali and Nocturne, and 1 away from the TF potentially. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Wow. That is an incredible upgrade. Kevin Parker level 10 now, 11 units on the board. Bloodhunter potential as a possibility. Clemu, gold units galore for Clemu in the end. As you mentioned, that sniper +1 helping out that Nocturne, the Akali, and the Twisted Fate in the end.
Really keep with the Akali here.
Incredible.
Gonna go towards the middle now. Understand that there are some units like the Straven, like the Zoe, that can burst her down. We'll see what the Akali and Nocturne can do up the middle here.
Well, we will see exactly that. Tomino has so much health to work with, but Kevin on the back of that last upgrade. In comes the Victor stun. Everything gets lifted into the air. That backline is being shredded apart, and an elimination comes in on the right-hand side. One more placement that Kevin climbs up in this very last game of the day, and we are going to be seeing who is going to take it all.
I mean, Kevin here, he could be another player that could be on 61 points at the end of this game. And that's just this lobby alone. Kevin, if he gets second place, he gets 61 points. If he gets that first place, 62 points, which all but surely guarantees a spot into day number 3 and the Tactician's crown. But it's all going to come down to a few more fights. 3 more players left alive.
And if Kevin wins and gets to 62 as well, or even just 61, that means that it's more players who are going to suffer from the tiebreakers, right? At 61, players like Double, for example, players like Tartman. So the importance of this top 3 cannot be overstated.
And I don't think it's close at all. Everything is once again evaporated. That Twisted Freight cannot hold down the fort. And Kevin takes down Clamu as well. Tamino now on 1 life too. And we're going to be going into our very last carousel of this game. More spatulas, of course.
Wouldn't have it any other way, hey, but Tamino losing as well. Not too sure what Ghost Tamino was playing against. Camus also lost, so it looks like Kevin has done it. He's on top 2 at the moment. He's going to be on 61 points at the moment. 1 more round victory secures his spot into day number 3. Rumble 2 upgraded as well. This is a player that only needed a top 10 from today to make it into Tactician's Crown, the first ever Tactician's Crown for Kevin Parker. And he is now 1 fight away from not only making it to Tactician's Crown, but making it to day number 3 here in the regionals.
Potentially the last fight here. Zoning in
He's
is
praying.
Positioning good. Kevin Parker in the backline there, trying to hold that Warwick back, make sure he doesn't take any damage too early, and then can come in for those executions, for those resets. Victor stun, annihilating everything, and you can just see how he's celebrating. Kevin Parker on his way to the crown.
What a beautiful moment for Kevin.
So much hard work, competing at the highest level for so long, never really finding the results at the end of a set, especially when it came to the domestic circuit in EMEA. Finally makes his day 3 and should be obviously making it to the TAC round stage as well. So really, really happy for Kevin, someone that's been around for really just the beginning of the circuit back in set 6.
It's so cute, you know. I'm very excited for him, of course. Both of them big figures in the TFT scene here at EMEA. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with our analyst desk.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, everybody. We are on the brink of confirming our final 8 for tomorrow, as well as our players who have already qualified through. Of course, I mean, you know, we'll see if we can get word from the man himself. But Alan, I want to ask you specifically, you know, what's the feeling when you realize that not only has the stars aligned for you in a particular game, but in a moment, that moment where you realize it's not just the game you've won, but you've won something so much bigger than that?
It's so hard to describe with words. Like, you just feel warm inside, and you're just like, you're like unironically just happy, and like there is nothing else that exists in the world besides that one moment. And like, I wish everybody get to experience that at some point in life.
As we take a brief look there at the lobby, I mean, we just saw amazing thing after amazing thing coming together there towards the tail end. I mean, I think it picked up really well on the cast, you point out as well, and Kevin Parker in that situation is still keeping his head enough to optimize and see the line, and even reforging those elements, and everything coming together so well.
I mean, having the balls to pick up the trade tracker as his win con, and then, like we've seen, when he cashed out, he got Enforcer, Pitfighter, Firelight, and Scrap. So we're already sitting on 4 usable emblems for the Scraps. And then he reforges into Sentinel Bruiser. I've never seen Trade Tracker into 6 playable emblems. That's absolutely crazy. And then this rolldown? Vi 2, Corki 2, and a pair of Rumble? Hello? Who allowed this?
Oh my gosh. And of course, there was plenty in that lobby there, which was, of course, we are at the point of the competition where the heartbreak and the triumph comes in equal measure. Some of those, so the game there, in particular, Double 61, towards the tail end, they're trying to bring out the Dominators again and just, it all going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, we've seen a major difference with it was Wind Up Monkey Galaxy, so players were sitting on extra Radiant due to the cash out from the Monkey, and we've seen the difference where the Double didn't go for the Shojin, which is like Giga Piece on the Silco, versus that was who was with the Zoe? I believe it was Tomino. Tomino had like a true beast Zoe with Radiant Shojin on top of having the really good combat arguments because it was Glass Cannon and Blazing Soul. It was an absolute menace, even taking out Coco, which was like 6 sniper pretty well capped board with Golemify.
And yeah, I mean, from Coco's side of things, I really admire, taking the road less travel there for that game, because of course, he said coming into this one for Coco, regionals have been the kind of the blind spot for him, as in terms of his recent performance compared to the rest of the field. It did feel like a big risk to be able to bring out the Golem there, but ultimately, didn't work out. But to see there again, where one person falls, another rises, and we will take, this is, I guess we'll formalize the first place there with our winning composition. Unfortunately, we don't get to see every emblem that took part in that game on this screen, but let me assure you again, gentle viewer, there were a lot of them.
I mean, I really wonder what he felt when he has seen that. But on the Coconut, like, he also tried to play for the win out there, tried to get a first. Golemify with Sniper Emblem was one of the ways to try to secure that. But again, didn't get quite a good roll down on 7, trying to hit that Twitch with Reinforcement. And then was trying to greed for the IE with the Radiant upgrade. Didn't quite get there because he went for the Caitlyn to reach that 6 sniper mark. So like the stars did not align as well as for Kevin, where like the game at 4-1 you clearly could tell the outcome.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think as well, for that to happen in that moment as well, with the what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, because we've seen certainly plenty of people across the day take those riskier lines for the game and end up regretting it bitterly. And to put such an important game in that kind of position as well, we say, I'm not going to play standard TFT. I am just going to make it work no matter what. But let's put that aside for a moment, Alan, because the important moment has arrived. Our standings, they've been finalized. Of course, we will bid
they're blue balling us with second place first. Oh no! Come on.
Everyone on this page, we have to say farewell to, but we are holding our breath, waiting to see what's going to be on the next page.
There you go. Wow. 4 French, to be expected, with Jedusor leading the pack, followed by the Jungler and Experion. Deji getting finally to the top 8 as well. Parker's rocking a 5th. Chuzo getting to top 8. Maybe finally we'll have a Spanish player at the Tactician crown, and then Double and Tarteman rocking 7-8. They were stressing out in the lobby because we knew there are tiebreakers, but there is one player that actually didn't make it based on that.
Yes, HorrorX with an amazing performance as well, and Lusher Dispalam, so many incredible names have been here in our regional competition. The Golden Spatula has been cruel to some, but kind to others. Again, seeing Kevin Parker, we mentioned before, only needed to land at a 10th place. Ultimately, Lusher ended up going there. I think, honestly, for the German contingent, which are, of course, much fewer players than the French players coming in, for 2 of them to make it to the final day is extremely impressive.
So, from the players we have for top 8, are there any surprises to you that one of those players you would not expect to make it to the final top 8?
Ooh. I thought, based on what we were seeing before, just looking for a list here again, just to clarify my mind, I thought we would see Kevin Parker play exactly to what he needed to. rather than actually punching through to the top 8. I think what I am gratified to see coming through there, which I think we weren't sure during the game, was that Double 61 made it in. Because I think that would have been, a triple heartbreak for anybody to see Argo not be able to compete in the final day.
I'm really happy for the chooser. Honestly, again, as mentioned at the start of the day, that the amount of the work he put in, and then it's paying off now that he can finally showcase that pretty much in the finals tomorrow. Truly happy and proud.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's worth reiterating that, the amount of time it's taken for this to happen from the Spanish side of things means that this is a deeply meaningful moment. I think David was talking about the whole, Spanish family composition of being everyone who's kind of come together for them as a community to elevate even one player into this position. So, it's that kind of moment, and you have to imagine, I think much as it was for Kevin Parker before with Vegas, for Shuso, to get into this spot now, he has proven that he can compete with the absolute best, and hopefully that will unlock even further potential. But speaking of potential, we have the man himself on the line with us, KP, Kevin Parker, after an absolutely astonishing last game there. I mean, we talked quite a long time ago after Vegas, how it was feeling there. I mean, can you cast yourself back to that moment, post Vegas, that second place finish now? How do you kind of feel that reflects on what's just happened?
Well, it's kind of hard to find the words. Ever since Vegas, I knew I had the potential to make it very far in TFT, and I've been trying to get to Worlds since set 6. Ever since I started, it's been my dream. So yeah, I can't believe I finally did it. I can't even find the right words.
So happy for you.
That's absolutely fine.
If we go back shortly to the game that you played, what were your feelings when you seen your trade tracker cash out?
Well, relief, first of all, because those were some pretty good emblems. Obviously, there were only 2 non-usable ones, and I got a Reforger on Wolves, which is kind of what makes Trade Tracker so insane this set. After the Reforge change, but yeah, maybe if I don't get a Reforger, maybe I don't go first, but. Yeah, I got the Reforger, so good for me.
Well, pretty well stars aligned there in terms of game.
Yeah.
So we did get a little bit of intel leaked that apparently, if you were going to be going to the Global Championship, in this case the Tactician's Crown, that you might be deciding to make a more permanent attachment to TFT, getting a tattoo, is what I was told. To celebrate this occasion. Have I heard that correctly? Do you know what it might be?
It's probably going to be the astronaut Moldiver that I've been playing in tournaments recently. Yeah, it's probably going to be that.
Where?
Very nice.
Where? Good question. I haven't decided on that yet.
Okay.
I still have a lot of free space though, so I'll manage.
I think it's a good summary overall of your overall performance during this set. We've seen that you were ramping up, given after your especially performance at the recent LAN, and now the Golden Spatula being pretty much a peak of that performance.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you have any particular skill that pretty much elevates you from other players, or that you developed during this set?
Well, I think it's been developing over the last 2 sets plus this one, where I just ever since Vegas, I the nervousness kind of got a lot less for me, and I realized that I have the potential, and TFT is a mental game. Obviously, every top tier player knows that. In these situations, you have to be as calm as possible, which is obviously extremely hard sometimes, considering how much money and everything is on the line. But yeah, I think like composure-wise, I've gotten a lot better over the last few sets. I'm still not quite at like the nonchalant state yet, because like in the 2 Tacticians Cups, I kinda threw in the last game, both cups, and after both cups, I said, maybe one day I will not choke in the last game, and I guess today is that day.
A hell of a day it is. Well, looking forward to tomorrow then. Of course, while you've got your spot guaranteed at the Crown already, you do have the opportunity to become regional champion as well. How do you feel like tomorrow is going to go for you?
I mean, my main goal or concern going into this tourney was to make Tactician's Crown, which I have now managed to do. So I think tomorrow, like I was really nervous these 2 days, and I think tomorrow I might be able to be calmer and make less misplays and just play my best TFT without like thinking about the circumstances or anything, because I don't need to be the EMEA champion. Obviously, I would like to be. Everyone would like to be, but I already achieved my goal, and everything that comes extra now is just it's just a nice cherry on top, I guess.
That's a really good mental to have coming to the final day. Are you gonna do anything special today, just to relax, prep perhaps?
I don't think so. I'm probably just gonna watch some of the NA Cup because can't keep my eyes off TFT, I guess. But I mean, I'm just gonna relax. Not gonna like VOD review or anything. Not gonna do any of that. Just gonna watch some TFT for the enjoyment, and because watching TFT is very enjoyable. Playing these games yourself is a whole different story. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I think you've more than earned it. C3 sneaking out onto camera there. Don't you worry, we definitely did. But well, just before we let you go and relax, and as I said, enjoy TFT just for TFT for at least this evening. Is there anyone or anything you would like to shout out before we let you go?
yes, absolutely. My girlfriend, which just poked her head in, obviously. She's she's pretty much all of my like emotional support in these tourneys, which I'm very, very grateful for. And also shout out to her mom, because she's visiting, and they just made me some food before game 10. So I was able to rejuice for the last 2 games. So shout out to them, and shout out to my mom always for being like my day one supporter, basically. I hear from other players that they have parents that don't believe in them when it comes to their esports career, let's say. And my mom has been supporting me ever since I started. So yeah. And other than that, shout out to my study group. It's kind of a lot to mention them, but Demacian Raptor, Coinid, Chuso, is like we've been practicing like this entire week together. Elia, Dasic, Wet Jungler, Marcel P from NA. I probably have forgotten someone. Noel as well. We're a big group, so it's a lot. But yeah, I think that's about it. Lastly, shout out to everyone tuning into my stream and congratulating me and bringing the hype, because that's kind of what I live for in these tourneys. Like I have considered not streaming, but I just have to stream, and it's great that it pays off. Yeah, that's
All
it.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Kevin. I know it's a very emotional moment. Thank you for making the time to speak to us and let people hear what you have to say. Again, congratulations for making it through to your first Tactician's Crown. Hope tomorrow goes amazingly for you, and that tonight will be a good relaxation on the way to there.
Thank you.
Thank
Good luck
you.
tomorrow, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, well, honestly, Alan, I'm so glad KP was willing to actually talk to us there, because I think, I wouldn't blame him at all if he was like, no, this is too much at this moment. I just need to step away.
I mean, you can feel the emotions even in the voice, and it's just like, it's so wholesome. Like, when those moments come, this is what we live for pretty much in the life, and it's just so wholesome to see it when others get to experience that.
All right, so a few words before we go. Of course, if you'd like to follow the conversation over on X, formerly known as Twitter, it's @CompeteTFT. On Instagram, PlayTFT, Facebook, PlayTFT, and YouTube, PlayTFT. So, we got most of the places. And if you want to, of course, hear more from the folks who've been yapping at you today in Petrus Panda, with the @AlanZQ, who you can see just below his face at the moment. I think it's written a little bit small, but you can just about make it out. Counterfeit Cast for myself, makes_, and it's Stuart. All of our social medias. Again, please do make sure that you are back in here tomorrow, as the last day will be beginning, and of course our final 8 players will be competing against each other for the title of regional champion as well, to try and make sure they get as close to the top of the table for those who haven't yet got a berth at the Tactician's crown. But for now, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for being with us today.